It isn't. Su Changfa smiled. Spiritual energy, mother lodes, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures are indeed important. But without another two resources, their value can never be fully exploited. Let me tell you, only two resources in the boundless universe can be called the most important: time and information. Time means the possibility of development, and information means the direction of development. The simplest example: right now, the Imperium of true human beings and the Star Glory Federation are hostile. A fleet from the Imperium, whose capability far exceeds yours, is now marching toward you. If the expedition fleet of the Imperium shows up in front of you right now, the Federation will not be able to resist at all. You will be doomed to failure. It's a pity that the almost infinite sea of stars is itself the best barrier. The expedition fleet will not arrive for another 100 years. But the information of the expedition fleet's arrival, unfortunately, has been learned by you in advance. So, in the next 100 years, you can develop and evolve pertinently. When the expedition army really arrives, the outcome of the battle will not be definite. This is exactly the importance of time, a valuable resource. The reason it will take 100 years for the expedition fleet to arrive is that it doesn't know the information that is your specific coordinates. Time and information are complementary and also influential to each other. They decide how far a civilization can go and how strong it can become. Therefore, in the greeting, communication, and competition between different civilizations, the key to victory lies in how you conceal and camouflage your own information and how you collect the unknown civilization's information as much as possible. In Imperial Colonization University, there's a teaching that has been passed on for almost 1,000 years. Never look down upon the locals of any planet, no matter how underdeveloped and weak they appear to be, and never leak any information about ourselves to the locals unless we are absolutely certain of our safety. Locals are all very dangerous beings. Once they learn any information on us, with a few hundred years earned through the long distance in the Sea of Stars, nobody knows how developed they will be and what kind of trouble they will cause to the Imperium. Look, I'm the best example myself. Pointing at himself, Su Changfa smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter about telling you the truth now. When we are exploring the sectors with local civilizations, we have a whole set of standard procedures in which the tiniest detail is specified. We can melt into the world of the locals completely and gather enough critical information in order to evaluate the level of the local civilization precisely. After we decide that it is harmless, we will begin our next step operation from there. If we had arrived in the Flying Star sector directly, you never would have noticed us before we launched our thunderous strike. It was exactly because we landed on the relic of the Panga civilization, which was terribly far away from the Flying Star sector, and were captivated by the primeval battlefield there, that we were fooled by your lies, leading to the hopeless consequences. It is evident enough that the slyness of the locals has nothing to do with the level of their civilization. Even the most underdeveloped civilization might have a shameless, cunning, cruel individual such as you who could ambush the explorers from a much more developed civilization. Liao coughed for a moment and said, "Thanks." With a grim face, Su Changfa said, "In the conquest and expansion over the past 1,000 years, the standard procedures to colonize a brand new sector have been gradually concluded in the Imperium of true human beings, which consist of 4 steps, namely infiltration, observation, disruption, and teleportation. The first step is infiltration. We will blend into the local civilization immaculately under the fake identities of the locals. This is the most important step. The new civilization must not learn of our existence. Because of the limited resources in the Sea of Stars, there is no civilization that is absolutely kind. We must assume that every civilization is malicious from the beginning in order to ensure our own safety as much as possible. The presumption of innocence does not work here. Assume the civilization is malicious at first. Then, with that in mind, we will observe the population, resources, military power, top-tier warriors of the civilization in darkness, and so on before we conclude whether or not it is capable of imposing its maliciousness upon us, and how great a price we will have to pay when we impose maliciousness upon it. This will be the second step, observation. Generally speaking, a sector that is worth observing at the cost of tremendous time and resources boasts a certain capability. It is not so easy to be conquered in their home field, which leads us to the third step, disruption. By disruption, I mean the explorers will mobilize the resources of the sector through their own abilities so that meaningless internal strife will be caused. For example, we can lead to top experts of the civilization into fighting each other with the magical equipment several generations ahead of the civilization. Or we can instigate an ambitious warlord of the civilization to wage a civil war at the central government of the civilization. Or we can release plagues and crystal processor viruses, and even summon a minor apocalypse from the homeland of the Imperium, casting the civilization into incessant natural disasters. All in all, before the army of the Imperium arrives, we will try our best to exhaust the capabilities of the civilization and disrupt, or even terminate, their development. The riot of the immortal cultivators in the Flying Star sector was an example of disruption. After the establishment of the Temple of Immortals and the incitement of Yin Shibei, Xiao Xuanzi, and others' ambitions, the development speed of the Flying Star sector was significantly slowed down. They almost reached the fourth step, teleportation. It should have been a classic colonization case that would be recorded in the textbooks of the Imperium. But eventually, you jumped out of nowhere and messed up everything, turning it into a pot of half-cooked food. All right, there's still the fourth step, teleportation. We will establish a space gate, send the coordinates of the destination, and find a way to make the army in the homeland jump over instantly. This seems to be the easiest step, but there are still many tricks as to how and where the space gate should be built. Everything is knowledge, infiltration, observation, disruption, and teleportation. The tasks seem arduous, but the explorers who are sent out are mostly experts in the nascent soul stage, a level that is almost the top tier in every sector. It is not difficult for them to break into the core circle of the unknown civilization. With a few ploys, a sector will be ours. The more Li Yao listened, the more scared he was. He declared, one word after another, "Do not compare the Federation to your Imperium. What you want is conquest, but what we want is integration. We are looking for allies on our mission. If the new civilizations are not willing to join the big family that is our Federation, we will never force them to." Integration and conquest are just two expressions of the same meaning. Su Changfa smiled and said slowly, "You have chosen integration only because the time left for you is as short as 100 years, and your abilities of remote attack and true projection are far from enough for you to conquer a new world a million light years away. Even if you do manage to subjugate them, you will not be able to digest and absorb them. If you boasted a super fleet like the Imperium does, and you had hundreds of years for your digestion and absorption, when a fat and delicious new sector unfolded itself in front of you, and the locals of the world were arrogant enough to show their muscles and refuse to integrate with you, would you or would you not accelerate the progress of their civilization by resorting to a tiny bit of your military power?" Li Yao shut his mouth, unwilling to discuss the hypothetical questions with the obstinate immortal cultivator, Su Changfa. Even if you are truly so childishly innocent, the two steps, infiltration and observation, are still necessary at least. Learn the essence of imperial colonization university well now. Su Changfa sighed and said, "Although I hate that I cannot mince you into pieces and burn you into ash, I'm really unwilling to see you captured by the locals deep inside the dark nebula and confess all the information inside your brain cells under their interrogation." Li Yao scratched his nose and asked, "Why?" "I've already said just now." Su Changfa glimpsed at him and said, "The destruction of the Star Glory Federation is not the slightest concern for me. But the most critical thing is that you have not only the information about yourselves, but also the information about the Imperium of true human beings. If a powerful, malicious civilization truly lies inside the depths of the dark nebula, it will certainly retrieve tremendous information about the Imperium of true human beings after it swallows the Star Glory Federation. Do you think that it will let go of the Imperium by then? Or rather, after all the information in your head is exploited, there is a great chance that the civilization will decide to go at the Imperium first instead of the Federation. After all, the Imperium is 100 times fatter than the Federation. It is much more attractive for the predators in the universe. Li Yao chuckled in amusement. So to speak, our exploration mission may prove to be a burden for the Imperium? Exactly. Su Changfa glared at him coldly. Then, I'm so sorry. Do excuse me? Li Yao said, not meaning what he said at all. Apologies are unnecessary. Su Changfa sighed and said, learn the essence of colonization that the Imperium has accumulated after 1,000 years from me. For the Imperium, I wish for your exploration operation to be a successful and fruitful one. At 4 o'clock in the morning, on Kunlun, inside the arena of 50 times the standard gravity, general cultivators in the core formation stage would be staggering, as if intoxicated after only a short while of high-intensity training under such gravity. Li Yao, however, was wearing super-dense metal weights that were several tons on his hands and feet, which were bound by highly tensile veins of demon beasts. To perform every punch and kick, he needed to overcome the burden of the metal weights and the boundary of the veins of the demon beasts. Ding Ling Dang and Iron God Yanba, one on the left and the other on the right, bombarded him crazily. Li Yao, however, was like a slipper ball that was rotating smoothly inside the arena. The spiritual shield around him was taking almost 100 different shapes every second, allowing him to resist the opponent's attacks in the most perfect angle. As a result, the powerful and tricky bombardments simply slipped over on his spiritual shield. After 3 minutes, although he suffered hundreds of heavy punches from the two expert body practitioners, he was still standing magnificently due to such a weird defense technique with a confident smile on his lips. 3 minutes are up. Li Yao licked his lips. The spiritual energy around him suddenly grew sharp, turning into invisible wind blades and cutting off all the veins of demon beasts that were confining his hands and feet. His palms and heels both seemed to have withered for a moment too, allowing the circular weights to fall off from his body. They were blown to the wall of the arena in ear-splitting wind so deeply that the entire arena was humming. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After getting rid of the incarceration of the weights and the ropes, Li Yao punched hundreds of times casually. The sharp aura from his fists was focused without dispersing, as if 100 vipers dashed out of his arms at the same time. It's my turn to attack. Li Yao had still been jumping up and down to warm himself up a second earlier, but the next second, he seemed to be split apart into two persons that were lunging at Ding Ling Dang and Iron God Yanba simultaneously. Stormy shrieks were echoing on the dull and scorching arena again. Despite the wall that was more than half a meter thick, the staff outside still felt that their eardrums were being ripped apart. At 7 o'clock in the morning, on the orbit of Kunlun, in the field of Star Beacon Assemble Simulation, inside the deep, dark universe, Li Yao was wearing an engineering crystal suit that had 6 circular artificial arms, making it look like a spider. He was floating in midair silently. Right next to him, hundreds of magical equipment units and 10 times more components that could connect the units were floating too. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts spread out incessantly like tides through the 8 artificial arms. Like invisible ripples, they covered all the units and components softly. Suddenly, every unit and component was enveloped in dark red fluorescence. They seemed both enlivened by Li Yao and embroiled in wild turbulence. Attracting and assembling themselves, they were gradually taking the form of a star beacon, and every detail of the form was outlined at a visible speed. After the bigger modules were assembled, Li Yao cut into them immediately. His hands turned into 2 clusters of colorful lights, while spiritual threads darted out from his fingers into the depths of all the modules. He slightly adjusted the internal architecture of every module by manipulating the spiritual threads with his fingers before he connected all of the modules together carefully. In the end, a star beacon that was more than 50 meters long and had 8 umbrella-shaped metal membrane receptors, better known as Universe Lighthouse, appeared in the darkness. Time, 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 35 seconds. When the numbers appeared on the staff's crystal processors, amazement and exclamations echoed inside the entire simulation test field. finishing the assembly and debugging of a superstar beacon of such an enormous scale purely on his own, with a time cost of less than 1.5 hours. Those who were qualified to be present at the simulation test arena were all the top refiners of the three sectors. But even they had to admit that, in all the three sectors, it was difficult to find a second refiner with such hand speed, skill, and precision. Li Yao, job well done. How do you feel? Professor Mo Xian asked. How do I feel? I don't know, Li Yao replied. My 10 fingers cannot feel anything now. At 11:30, on Kunlun, in Li Yao's special cafeteria. In front of Li Yao, a demon beast single-horned elephant the size of a hill, which was shining greasily after being roasted and emitting pleasant flavor, was looming. For someone who smelled it for the first time, they would definitely be drooling full of eagerness. However, for Li Yao, who had been stuffed by excessive food for quite a few months in a row, it was quite a headache. Faced with the mountain of meat that was more than 3 floors tall, Li Yao was emotionless. His eyelids were twitching non-stop, and cold sweat was popping up on his forehead. He stared at the Fire Ant King. Don't look at me as gloomily as that. Do you have any idea what it costs to produce such a high-energy single-horned elephant? The Fire Ant King said with a smile. This is the most excellent food that only proves to be a success after hundreds of tries. After genetic refinement, every piece of flesh of the single-horned elephant contains tremendous spiritual energy. It is essentially an edible crystal. Even the bears know the importance of preserving fat and energy for their hibernation by eating more food, not to mention that you're going to hibernate for years. Most of Spark's capacity will be dedicated to the star beacons and the facilities. If you can preserve more spiritual energy by yourself, the logistical burden will be reduced. Don't be hasty. Take it slow. We have nothing but roasted meat. At 3:30 in the afternoon, on Kunlun, inside Li Yao's personal crystal suit modification chamber. Although Li Yao was a top-tier pilot of the Colossi, he was not planning to take any of them with him for the mission. The Colossi were too huge in size. It was barely possible to compress them into a Cosmos ring when the Cosmos ring technology had not met any breakthroughs and the capacity was not enlarged yet. Even if the Colossi could be dismantled into independent units, it would be still quite troublesome to assemble it bit by bit when confronting an enemy. If he was engaged with an enemy in the nascent soul stage or an even higher level, before he had time to assemble one arm of a Colossi, his head would have been pierced through by the enemy's flying sword. Besides, the Colossi had a very high demand on the logistics system, and it had to undergo rigorous maintenance after every fierce battle. It was impossible for Li Yao to finish the maintenance and refill the spiritual energy all by himself every time. Most critically of all, the Colossi, which are often 10 to 20 meters tall, were too huge to move inconspicuously right below the enemy's nose. Everything had its advantages and disadvantages. The Colossi were indeed marvelous weapons in the battles in the Sea of Stars, but just because the Colossi appeared did not mean that the crystal suits would no longer be important. They were two types of magical equipment with different characteristics and usages. In the future battles, they were destined to be used together and would coexist for a long time. Li Yao had prepared 3 mystic skeleton battlesuits for different purposes other than the engineering suit named Black Spider, which had been designed for the assembly of the star beacon. In fact, Li Yao's special Mystic Skeleton battlesuits had nothing similar to the MP model of the Mystic Skeleton battlesuit a dozen years ago. It was more of a serial name in honor of the tradition. The 3 Mystic Skeleton battlesuits were the products of dozens of the best crystal suit masters, including Li Yao, Professor Mo Xian, and the crystal suit experts of the Flying Star sector. Even many experts from the refining department of Deep Sea University, who shared different ideologies in respect to refining with the Grand Desolate War Institution, joined the project and offered valuable suggestions and opinions from a different perspective. To increase Li Yao's chances of survival while he was alone in the foreign land, what was of the utmost importance was not the crystal suit itself, but a 3D printing furnace system that was nicknamed Treasure Box by the refiners. With the furnace, which was based on 3D printing technology, Li Yao would be able to refine, or rather, print the necessary components to repair his crystal suit. Relatively basic magical equipment whose structure was simple could even be directly printed without any further refining as long as the corresponding ingredients were available. It was like the treasure box in the legends that would offer all kinds of magical equipment that one desired. With the treasure box, even if Li Yao landed on a barren, desolate land, he would still be able to build the simplest crystal suit workshop as quickly as possible. At 7:20 p.m. on Kunlun, inside Li Yao's personal residence, Li Yao and Su Changfa, one cultivator and one immortal cultivator, enjoyed some tea and wine while they sat down and discussed the great Tao. Lu Qingshun, Su Changfa's true disciple who had yet to decide whether to be a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, was serving the two of them. His big eyes were blinking while he was deep in thought. It was a condition that Su Changfa had made. He was willing to teach Li Yao the precious experience of Imperial Colonization University on the expansion in the Sea of Stars. In return, he wanted his only true disciple Lu Qingshun to be present and audit during the 3 months of teaching sessions. My disciple has his own understanding about where his belief will go. He is unwilling to be swayed easily. Li Yao, our ideologies are vastly different. The communication between us will certainly raise the most dazzling sparks. If my disciple is allowed to be present and feels the collision of the path of the cultivators and the path of the immortal cultivators in person, it may be of some help for him to consolidate his belief. If you believe that the path of the cultivators is the rightful one, then it is very possible that you can drag him back to the correct path by allowing him to stay here. He was almost an immortal cultivator born and raised in the Federation. He proved with his doings that an abyss and a mental devil were lurking at the bottom of everybody's heart. One moment of carelessness, and they could be doomed forever. Right now, Lu Zue had been duly punished, and Lu Qingshun's foster father was still serving time in prison on a mining star at the edge of the Flying Star sector. Accusing the family members of a criminal was not a practice in the Federation. Lu Qingshun's birth parents were credible soldiers who sacrificed themselves valiantly in a beast-tide outbreak. Naturally, Lu Qingshun was not to answer for his foster parents' crimes. Lu Qingshun turning into Su Changfa's true disciple was something beyond Li Yao's expectations. However, after vetting Lu Qingshun's background carefully, Li Yao could not help but feel that it was perfectly normal for the guy to waver between the two different ideologies. Li Yao and the authorities did not stop Su Changfa from recruiting a true disciple. On one hand, such a thing could never be stopped. Even if they did not reveal a real master-disciple relationship to anybody, Su Changfa could still teach him and offer enlightenment in secret. A violent prohibition would only be a sign of their own weakness. Lu Qingshun might be stopped on the surface, but the only result would be that more young people would secretly join Su Changfa's cause. Now that they had decided to regard Su Changfa as a negative example, they certainly would not be so petty. Besides, they could also observe the immortal cultivator's heritage pattern from Su Changfa and Lu Qingshun's relationship, which could be beneficial for the competition with the Imperium of true human beings in the future, too. Other than the conflicts of thoughts, Lu Qingshun, who had been raised by Lu Zue, was indeed a very capable young man. After Ding Lingdang gathered the family members of the participants of the Patriots Partnership and established the Patriots Front, Lu Qingshun had joined the organization without a second thought. Ding Lingdang was a pure warrior. Other than her unparalleled personal charisma, she had neither the capabilities nor the interest, time, and energy for the construction and management of the organization. Most of the time, the jobs were entrusted to the appropriate talents among the family members. Lu Qingshun was naturally one of them. After only a few years, although he had not graduated from college yet, he had already started playing a vital role in the Patriots Front. Right now, he was the PR manager of the Young Federation Association, a periphery organization of the Patriots Front. He was almost a new, rising star. Li Yao was not wary or cautious of Lu Qingshun just because the young man was raised by Lu Zhe. With his cultivation and social position, would it not be hilarious for him to be deeply vigilant of a college student who only just stepped into his 20s? Now that Lu Qingchen hoped to make a personal choice after profoundly learning the path of the cultivators and that of the immortal cultivators, Li Yao was willing to satisfy his carefulness and steady spirits. Li Yao had every faith in the cultivator's path. He believed that Lu Qingchen would certainly make the most correct choice. Today was Li Yao and Su Changfa's last session regarding the studies of colonization. When you are new to a foreign land, you will have to fake the identity of a native of the local civilization in order to sneak in and observe their social form and capability. Then, what kind of identity is most suitable? Su Changfa asked. If possible, it will be best to act as a member of the half-civilized ethnic groups that are located at the fringe of the local civilization, Li Yao replied. Why? Su Changfa raised an eyebrow. After the booming development in the age of the Star Ocean Imperium, Li Yao elaborated, all 3,000 sectors were highly developed and civilized. Although the Star Ocean Imperium completely crashed in the gory Armageddon Rebellion, a lot of relics and secret treasures were left behind. Based on those relics and secret treasures, even the sectors with only one planet should still be able to develop a thorough organizational structure and an advanced social form. In such a world, the prosperous area at the center of the civilization must have a large population and be under the government's strict control. The noble families have their own lineages. An unparalleled expert jumping out of nowhere would certainly raise suspicion. Somebody will be bound to trace their origins and look for their master and their background. So, it will be very easy for them to be seen through. Therefore, if possible, it'd be best to disguise as an expert from the barbaric groups at the edge of the civilization. On one hand, such an identity has far fewer loopholes. On the other hand, the stranger's wariness will be reduced, and it will be easier to collect intelligence about the stranger. Do you have to appear as a top expert? Can you pretend to be an unattractive, incapable civilian? Su Changfa's eyes suddenly shined as he asked his next question. No, Li Yao replied. An ant can never understand an elephant's world. If I pretend to be an anonymous Mr. Nobody, how can I find out the top warriors and the political situation at the core of the world? There are only two ways to figure out the real capabilities of a world in the shortest amount of time. I can either find a top warrior of the world, ambush him, assume his identity, and walk around as him. Or I can embark on my path to the center of the world from the desolate area of the world as a warrior of the barbaric groups. Will you be able to find out the overall capability of the unknown civilization after you reach their core center? Su Changfa smiled and continued. Li Yao shook his head and said, not necessarily. If the sector has been at peace all the time, and the experts all keep a low profile, then I may not be able to tell their real capabilities even if we sit and talk nicely while enjoying the wine. What should you do in such a case? Su Changfa asked the most critical question. In such a case, I will have to find a way to intensify the conflicts and change the peaceful status quo, Li Yao said calmly. The most commonly used, and probably the best, approach is to tempt all the experts of the unknown civilization with fake treasures or relics. The explorer can prepare a batch of vivid fake treasures in advance, preferably mixing the real scraps of the secret treasures of the Star Ocean Imperium and even the primeval era, and bury them into a certain place of the target world. Then, the explorer can release the news in every place of the world, claiming that a certain place has an invaluable relic. Not only are there priceless treasures inside the relic, there are also techniques, medicines, and magical equipment that all cultivators dream about. Whoever finds their way into the relic and receives the legacies will immediately become the dominator of the sector. Where there are people, there is conflict. Even the experts who are uninterested in the secret treasures and the relic will not stand by and watch their opponents gaining access to the treasures while doing nothing. Therefore, all the experts will crowd toward the relic. Beyond their control, they would be more and more deeply mired. The explorer will observe coldly in the teams of the treasure hunters and exhaust the top warriors of the unknown civilization in the quest. Even if they are not exhausted, he will still be able to see the real trump cards of the sector in order to ascertain the following operation plans. Su Changfa listened without leaving a comment. Finally, he nodded and said with a smile, "Very good. Very good, Li Yao. You are a completely qualified adventurer in the sea of stars right now, even in the standard of the Imperium of true human beings. At 11:20 p.m., outside of Kunlun, deep inside the Crab Nebula, inside the space zone near the gravity range of the pulsar. The 3 months of special training had finally been concluded. Li Yao finished all the preparations for the exploration mission deep into the dark nebula. There were only 10 days left before he would set off for the farthest, longest, and perhaps most soul-stirring interstellar teleportation in the history of the 3 sectors. There was only one last thing left to do right now. Li Yao looked at the pulsar not far away. Through the observation of his spiritual route, he did see the tides of lights made of 100 million colors blossoming like lotus flowers and burning like an ocean of flames as described by Ding Lingdang. They were like thunderstorms, like thousands of primeval beasts that rush from the beginning of the universe to the infinities of the future, sweeping across the entire universe. The birth and destruction of the whole universe seemed to be displaying right in front of his eyes. Indescribable horror, emotion, loneliness, and peacefulness flooded into Li Yao's body without a sound, summoning the spiritual energy inside his limbs and internal organs. Li Yao forced it to flood into the depths of his brain incessantly. By stimulating his soul, he produced his own small universe, which was echoing, resonating, and melding with the universe in the outside world. In a trance, and not knowing exactly what was happening outside, he finally perceived the great harmony of the universe after who knew how long. Calming himself down and focusing his attention on his abdomen, Li Yao bound the great harmony with his soul and pressed the whole essence of life and his understanding about everything in the universe into the great harmony. He then urged it to move downward to crash at the critical part 3 inches below the abdomen. In the meantime, the dynamic simulation system made of air that he formulated with his spiritual energy was also stimulating his most sensitive nerve endings. Finally, when the most intense essence of his life and his understanding about the mysterious universe were sealed into the great harmony, his nerve endings were boosted to the maximum, too. Li Yao bellowed and, exerting all his physical strength, spurted out the great harmony. Because of the absence of gravity, the great harmony immediately turned into translucent, bright golden pearls. Li Yao covered it with a special container and preserved the great harmony well. Sensing the immense vigor of the great harmony, which was simmering inside the container and seemed like it would break out at any point, Li Yao smiled. Both him and Ding Lingdang were in the middle of the rise of their career. They had been too busy training and studying in the past years to consider having any children. In the future decades, the two of them were destined to travel in different sectors, and it was unlikely for them to give birth to and raise offspring. However, the exploration of the universe was a highly perilous endeavor after all. Li Yao did not dare to guarantee that he would certainly return in one piece. Therefore, by preserving the essence of his life that was the strongest, most powerful, and contained all his understanding about the heaven and the earth, should anything happen to him, their blood would still be able to be passed on. After all his adventures in the 3 sectors, Li Yao had made a lot of friends, old and new. Many of the seniors were already old right now, and they could not enter hibernation for the next 100 years because they would have to actively participate in the great development of the new Federation. They might not be able to live another 100 years. The farewell was probably the last reunion for them, so their feelings were understandably confused. However, the destination of all cultivators was the Sea of Stars. Departures were nothing too emotional for them. Therefore, they simply discussed the future over delicious wine and bade each other farewell after they enjoyed themselves. During the 3 months while Li Yao was having the special training, the testing of the Heavens artillery and spark was completed, and the magical equipment that he would be taking, such as the star beacons, was all prepared. The final launch date was set to be 10 days later. It was the moment when the only moon of the mother planet in the Heavens origin sector was closest to her, and when the tidal bore was the strongest. At that time, a great explosion would erupt deep below the Heavens artillery in order to trigger a man-made earthquake. The most violent power of magma would flood upward into the Heavens artillery. By combining the methods of spiritual energy absorption of both the Eye of Blood Demon and the Heavens Artillery, and fully exploiting the potential of the space jump array on Spark itself, the tiny ship would be able to break the invisible, unpredictable barrier between the three-dimensional world and the four-dimensional world. 5 days before the launch, in Sunrise Village next to the magical equipment graveyard in Floating Spear City, an important town for training in the southeast of the Star Glory Federation in the Heavens Origin sector. It was Li Yao's hometown and where his dream began. He had spent his past 5 years there in the company of his childhood playmates and seniors, especially the lovely old men who had once helped him. He had once been kicked out of the door by the Crimson Nimbus No. 2 high school before the college entrance exam. It was the Miners' High School, which took him in later. After he rose to fame, the Miners' High School in Floating Spear City had become well known too. It had also been invested in by Li Yao's tremendous resources and manpower and developed into one of the most reputable high schools in the Federation. The Miners' High School today was sort of a private school co-funded by Li Yao and the Glorious Sunlight Group. It had also established a partnership with the Grand Desolate War Institution and was some sort of affiliated school to the Grand Desolate War Institution now. According to the leadership of the school, the name of the school could have long been changed into Li Yao High School or Glorious Sunlight School. However, at Li Yao's insistence, the original school name was kept, and the policy that most of the admitted students should be from the middle and bottom level of society was not changed, a gesture to show that he did not forget where he came from. Li Yao had spent a lot of time in the Miners' High School in the past 5 days too, and taught the poor children who commuted all the way there from the magical equipment graveyard, the slums, the orphanages, and the dilapidated buildings. He saw much of himself in the hot-blooded, hard-working, and persistent teenagers and felt quite emotional watching them. Right now, the young people were still unattractive seedlings, if not weeds. But would they grow into prospering trees that could support the sky on their own by the time he returned 100 years later? What drastic changes would the Star Glory Federation have been through by then? Was it possible that he would be a completely outdated old man by then? The feeling of 1 day for me and 1,000 years for the world, and knowing that it would happen for real, led to slight changes in Li Yao's mindset. He suddenly found Gue Suisho and his people's perseverance more or less understandable. Compared to the rise and decline of a whole civilization, an individual's endeavors and efforts were truly nothing worth mentioning. His new feeling was maximized when he met his 3 disciples. In the past 5 years, Li Yao's 3 disciples had distinguished themselves in their respective fields. They were now scattered in the 3 sectors and busy doing their own business. It was not easy for them to find time to meet each other. It was their last meeting with their master for a long time. Naturally, they were all weeping, unwilling to let him go. Just like Ding Ling Ding, Wu Mayan had participated in the strengthened soldier training on Kunlun. However, he was a Qi trainer, and his path of training was different from that of the common cultivators. After only 3 years of training, he felt that his progress was slower and slower. Therefore, he chose a different approach and returned to Iron Plateau, his hometown. In the 2 years that followed, just like Yin Shibei, the previous best expert on Iron Plateau, he trained himself alone on the Dark Continent on Iron Plateau while he cooperated with Xiong Wuji and the Glorious Sunlight Group on the great development of Iron Plateau. Today, he was still a young man in his 20s, but he had secured accomplishments that were far more shocking than the achievements of Yin Shibei and Xiong Wuji by reaching the unprecedented, unbelievable 300th level of the refinement stage. Of course, by the criterion of the Qi trainers. An increase of every meter in the diameter of the range of one spiritual gas meant 1 level up. It did not seem very convincing. However, it was also a fact that the general cultivators in the core formation stage often could not sustain 1 minute under the crazy bombardment of Wu Mayan in the 300th level of the refinement stage. Iron Plateau today looked like the opposite of what it had done a dozen years ago. As one of the few habitable planets in the 3 sectors, it was a natural paradise that boasted even more resources and denser spiritual energy than the Heaven's Origin planet and the Blood Demon planet did before the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, the Flying Star sector fell apart. With the serious contradiction between the Spacers and the Homers, it was impossible for the planet to be developed. Right now, after the tremendous resources of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector were invested and the tough, physically strong demons were deployed for the development, the infinite potential of Iron Plateau was immediately activated. The exchange of techniques and the resource deals were flourishing. Most of the business was controlled by the Glorious Sunlight Group. The Glorious Sunlight Group had accumulated a lot of wealth through the business, which was later invested back into the development of Iron Plateau. Iron Plateau was no longer a land of primitive barbarians like a dozen years ago. Even many of the underground shelters and cities established by the Flying Star Coalition government before the apocalypse had been excavated. The relics and legacies inside were yet another great boost for the development of the new Federation. Right now, the leader of the 6 tribes on Iron Plateau was still Xiong Wuji. After his body was completely destroyed in the battle versus Yen Shibei, he had been able to focus his full attention on the art of the deal. Iron Plateau was ordered and flourishing under his management. Wu Mine was his foster son and Li Yao's disciple. Even the Glorious Sunlight Group was in fact run by the Wu family. Naturally, he played an important role on Iron Plateau. Iron Plateau's potential had yet to be fully exploited. In the next 100 years, it would very likely be restored to its former glory from 5,000 years ago and grow into one of the most important planets in the 3 sectors. It was within everyone's expectation that Wu Mine's position would definitely soar, and he would be one of the most powerful men in the new Federation. Jin Xinyue, on the other hand, was no less influential than Wu Mine. Jin Tuyi, her father and the previous dominator of the Blood Demon sector, was already too sick to be treated. He had undergone the rapid freezing procedure and been confined in the most mysterious war prison in hibernation. However, Jin Xinyue had inherited all of Jin Tuyi's methods, and she was a smart person herself. Although she was merely in the core formation stage, she had a great reliance named Li Yao behind her back. With the support of Skyfire and the Fire Ant King, she had cleverly taken advantage of the original conflicts among the 4 main demon clans and the power vacuum after the scourge of the demon god virus through diplomatic tricks in the past 5 years. Finally, she was able to reunite the demon clan. Then, throwing out the resource planets at the edge of the Flying Star sector and the resources on the Dark Continent on Iron Plateau as bait, she successfully hooked a large batch of middle and bottom-level demons who pledged their loyalty to her. At this point, her place as the Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens in the pantheon of demons was more than stable. After absorbing the technology left by Elder Nether Spring to build the Netherworld Watch and raising a batch of personal troops who were loyal to her, she was no longer scared of the betrayal of any demon emperor now. In fact, after learning of the existence of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, and some of the demons paid a visit to Kunlun and witnessed the Thunderstriker troop, a primeval demon force who fought side by side with human beings, the theoretical grounds for any conflict between demons and human beings barely made any sense now. Human beings and demons were both descendants refined by the Nuwa clan. The 2 parties were essentially the same and simply served as different units in the army. So, what contradiction could be absolutely irresolvable between them? Human beings boasted independent spirits, emotions, and will, and so did demons. To embrace the path of ultimate benevolence and turn into existences who had no feelings or will and knew nothing but obedience was something unthinkable for every demon emperor. The discovery of the Covenant Alliance significantly accelerated the integration of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. Today, a lot of capital from the Blood Demon sector had flowed to the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, along with the demons who went out to collect resources. Human beings and demons established a lot of joint ventures to push forward many super projects. As a leader of the demons, Jin Xinyue would certainly play a vital role in the Federation in the 100 years to come. Also, different from Wu Mayan, she was not interested in the improvement of her personal combat ability, but strove to master the entire world. She had never hidden her goal of turning into the Speaker of the Federation one day from Li Yao. With the support of the entire Blood Demon sector and Li Yao's tremendous resources, it was indeed a dream that could become reality. Seeing Jin Xinyue, who was even more vigorous, aggressive, and like her father than 5 years ago, Liao could not help but have a lot of thoughts. Would it be possible that 100 years would have passed after a sleep in the hibernation cabin, and that his disciple would already be commanding the heroes of the world as a speaker of the Federation when he announced his return? Working in the field to one's liking and finding and surpassing one's limits were already good enough. As a refiner, it was actually Xie Ainen who had spent the longest time in Li Yao's company in the past 5 years. Her level was the lowest, and her emotions were the most obvious of all. Her affection and unwillingness written all over her face, she sobbed. "Master, are you really leaving just like that? Rest assured, I'll be back one day." Li Yao felt somewhat heavy himself, but he pretended to be smiling. "In a few decades, or 100 years at most, I will certainly announce my return. You will only be in your 120s by then. For a high-level cultivator, it is just the beginning of your golden years. We can always reunite again. Ainen, while I'm away, you must train with the techniques I've left for you. Do not be left behind by them too much. Got it? Rest assured, Master, I'll certainly try my best." Biting her lips softly, Xie Ainen clenched her fists. However, her face collapsed again after being resolute for only half a second. "Master, I really can't bear to let you go. I really don't understand why you are making such a choice. You already have everything in the Star Glory Federation. Position, power, money, and strength. You can whatever you want easily. Are they not attractive enough for you to stay? The things you mentioned are exactly why I must leave." Pondering for a moment, Li Yao stared at his 3 disciples with his sparkling eyes and said solemnly, "Ainen, did you ever do role-playing when you were little or simulation board games such as Monopoly with your playmates?" Dazed for a moment, Xie Ainen nodded. "Of course I did." Li Yao smiled and continued, "When you were role-playing, you must have played a lot of roles, even including princesses, didn't you? When you played Monopoly, you must have earned a lot of money in the game and become a billionaire before, right?" Xie Ainen nodded in a daze again. Li Yao looked at her and said, "Then why did you stop playing such games?" Xie Ainen frowned and blurted out, Do I need a reason? It's because I outgrew the games. They were no longer as interesting to me as before. If I tell you that, for me, the titles such as Ultra-Level Federal Hero are like Your Highness when you were playing role-playing as a little girl, the tremendous assets brought to me by the glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and Skyfire are like the cash you earned while playing games such as Monopoly. Will you find my decision more comprehensible?" Xie Ainen was lost for words for a moment. She, Jin Xinyue, and Wu Mayan all fell into deep thought. After a long sigh, Li Yao said slowly, "People say that cultivators have no desires and choose to pursue the unpredictable, ultimate truth instead of enjoying all the temptations of the mortal world. When I hadn't reached the level yet, I had exactly the same questions and thought that the so-called unearthly is just bullsh asterisk T. If a cultivator does not know how to appreciate the beautiful world, but simply throws away fame, fortune, and entertainment as if they are well-worn shoes, what's the difference between such a cultivator and a eunuch? It was not until my cultivation reached such a level that I began to realize that cultivators do not have no desires. On the very contrary, our desires are hundreds and thousands of times stronger than ordinary people's. We are essentially so horny and lustful that we want to pursue, swallow, and burn with everything we have. However, our desires can no longer be satisfied by the wealth, entertainment, and power of the mortal world, just like your desires cannot be satisfied by the title of Your Highness while you are role-playing or the vast wealth in a game of Monopoly. If a bunch of 3-year-olds invite you to role-play, saying that they are willing to crown you with the most fabulous titles such as Princess, Queen, Fairy, and if they play Monopoly with you, offering you all the cash and real estate, I'm afraid that you will still be too bored to play the games with them, right? In the eyes of little kids, you are someone with no desires because what they cherish and pursue is not worth mentioning at all from the bottom of your heart. But you know that you have long surpassed the level of the little kids. Of course, you have your desires, your goals, and your dreams, but they are things that can never be gratified by role-playing and Monopoly. Even the greediest bandit will not fight for the toy cash in a game of Monopoly with little kids, right? It's the same. How can they be the same? Xiaonan said in a hurry. Role-playing and Monopoly are both false, but the world that we are living in is real. How can becoming a queen in role-playing and becoming a, let's say, Speaker of the Federation in the real world be the same? They are the same in that they equally cannot satisfy my appetite and desires. Li Yao smiled. With the greediest brilliance beaming out of his eyes, he mumbled, "What about Speaker of the Federation? The Federation has been established for 500 years. There have already been almost 70 speakers, and there will be another 70 in the 500 years to come. Even turning into the Speaker of the Federation only means that you are just one of the 150 people. The Star Glory Federation, on the other hand, is just an insignificant country in a remote area in the Sea of Stars. How many speakers, prime ministers, presidents, and even emperors have been out there in the 3,000 sectors over the past 10,000 years? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Becoming one of the hundreds of thousands people and repeating the great accomplishment that hundreds of thousands of people have achieved. Can I be satisfied by such a life? This is a great joke." Xiaonan, Wu Mayan, and Jin Xinyue were all greatly moved. They never knew that their master's ambitions were so huge. "Then, what is it that you are pursuing?" The three of them asked respectfully at the same time. A hint of confusion flowed out of Li Yao's eyes at first before it turned into intense excitement. He said with a smile, "I don't know. The Sea of Stars is a vast and splendid place. Even I don't know what kind of wonders and interesting beings are lying in wait in the universe. Therefore, I can't say for sure what I'm pursuing after right now. The best I can do right now is broaden my horizons, step by step, know myself, and understand what it is that not I'm pursuing." Pausing for a moment, Li Yao covered the back of his head with both hands before he leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, "Perhaps this is the most fascinating part about being a cultivator." There were 3 days to go before Li Yao's departure. He held a grand party in Floating Spear City, gathering the closest friends in order to say goodbye to them. Professor Mo Xian, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang, Meng Jiang from high school, who are from the Star Glory Federation, the Fire Ant King from the Blood Demon Sector, and Xiong Wuji, Lei Dalu, and Bai Kaisen from the Flying Star Sector all attended the party. "Li Yao, you still didn't leave the opportunity to me," Professor Mo Xian said with a bitter smile. "I knew that you would make such a choice." "My apologies, Professor." Li Yao laughed. "I can concede in almost anything except the quest of the Great Tao. Li Yao, I will take great advantage of this." Solar Eclipse Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes were shining and said, "Your training progress will be very slow while you are in the hibernation state, if it is moving forward at all, whereas I will certainly make great breakthroughs in the next 100 years. You will certainly be no match for me in 100 years. That will be for the best." Li Yao licked his lips and grinned. "I'll simply allow you to train yourself for 100 years before we have another competition." Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen bashed their chest and said, "Li Yao, leave everything in the Flying Star Sector to us. Just rest assured." Ever since Li Yao soared in the Flying Star Sector, the Great Horn Exo Society had begun to develop unstoppably. At first, they cooperated with the Glorious Sunlight Group and monopolized most of the transportation business between Iron Plateau and the outside world. With the opportunity, they then established the trade routes among the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector. Eventually, the Great Horn Exo Society and the Glorious Sunlight Group even had a merger. Lei Dalu and Bai Kaisen became the core management of the Glorious Sunlight Group. Right now, Lei Dalu was responsible for the armed transportation business, which was one of the Great Horn Exo Society's focuses in the past, and Bai Kaisen had slowly taken over the operations of key businesses within the Glorious Sunlight Group. It was not because Li Yao distrusted the members of the Wu family who were running the Glorious Sunlight Group in the beginning, but because Bai Kaisen, who had apparently inherited all his father's wisdom and cunningness, boasted rarely seen talents in administration and management that were impossible to be fully carried out in a small Great Horn Exo Society. After he joined the Glorious Sunlight Group, he was like a dragon or a ferocious tiger who had been set free from the shackles and immediately distinguished himself. Li Yao, Lei Dalu, and Bai Kaisen were life and death friends. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to put Bai Kaisen in charge of the glorious sunlight group. Everybody. Li Yao raised the cup, gazing at the familiar faces in front of him. The buddies who used to horse around with him, the teachers who had offered him wholehearted tutelage, the seniors who showed him the mysteries of the world of the cultivators for the first time, the comrades who went through life-blighting battles with him, and even the competitors who were at loggerheads with him in the past all gave him complicated feelings. Let's meet again in 100 years. Li Yao knocked his head back and finished the wine in the cup. Up. Chapter 1331 Destination. End of the universe. There was not a single town in the hundreds of square kilometers around. The night sky was so clear that it looked like a large block of jelly that could not bear the weight of the stars. As a result, the stars seemed to be all raining toward them. Looking at the deep and boundless sea of stars, the two of them were silent for a long time. Everything was already said in the quietness. After a long silence, Li Yao finally opened his mouth and said, "I've thought many times that it is such a pity that we can only live one life where we are bound by the heavy realities. The universe is so vast. Inside a grain of sand might be a whole new world, and every world means an episode of a new life. I wish that I could live an unlived life in the depths of the dark nebula and bring the new me back to meet you." In that case, Ding Ling Dang replied, "What you would be meeting would certainly be a new me, too, one who has been living a few wonderful lives in different sectors." The two of them looked at each other with a smile and sat down on the desert. The moment seemed to become eternity. Dear audience in front of the light beam projectors and the crystal processors, we are now live streaming from the Heavens Artillery, the national launch field at the center of the Grand Desolate Plateau. In half an hour, the very first mission of the well-anticipated Heavenly Road Plan will be performed here. The launch will be a groundbreaking event for everybody in the Federation and the three sectors. The Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector have finally broken free from our internal conflict and cast our eyes upon the depths of the Sea of Stars. From today on, there is only one opponent that we are going to fight and conquer: the universe. March to the universe and toward the infinities of infinities. Leave the traces of our civilization at the end of the edge of the cosmos. In most of the places of three sectors, the blood-boiling, if not crazy roars were echoing while the live stream was displayed to everybody. In the Heaven's Origin Sector, the Flying Star Sector, and the Blood Demon Sector, human beings, demons, ordinary people, nascent soul stage cultivators, demon emperors, teachers, students, workers, farmers, miners, everybody in every place dropped their work at hand and focused their attention on the groundbreaking launch. On the launch platform of the Heaven's Artillery, which was dozens of kilometers in diameter, the tiny spark was barely visible, like a grain of sand inside an ocean. But it was much more than a grain of sand. It was a bullet that represented the very first roar of a nascent civilization at the edge of the Sea of Stars toward the whole universe. Inside the miners' high school, all the students were gathered in the playground, clenching their fists, holding their breath, and waiting for the arrival of the biggest hero in their heart. "He's here. He's here. Li Yao is here." On the light beam, Li Yao was striding close from the end of the pathway, wearing a black, fit protective suit. The tall and handsome pose, the magnificent aura around him, and the nascent soul stage cultivators who were surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon made the high school students' eyes shine in indescribable brilliance. It was exactly the same brilliance as when Li Yao saw the grand entrance of Fiend Blade, Peng Hai, for the first time in the past. He's so awesome, strong, dominating, and invincible. His eyes seemed to be electric and just shocked me brutally. My heartbeat almost stopped. How much money can such an unparalleled expert such as Vulture Li Yao earn in a year? Several million? Wouldn't he be able to buy whatever he wants? Several million? You gotta be kidding me. Several billion, at the very least. Chances are that a random training facility around him will cost several million apiece already. If I can become such an unparalleled expert for one day, or even 1 second, I will die without regrets. You are too unambitious. Didn't you not learn anything when Master Li Yao came back to school? And gave us lectures a couple of days ago. We are all made of flesh and blood, and we have 2 arms and 1 head just like him. Nothing is impossible. What he can accomplish is also accomplishable for us, as long as we work hard enough. Chasing after him and surpassing him are his greatest hopes for us and the best reward we can return for enjoying such excellent training conditions here for free. In the downtown area of Floating Spear City, not far away from the miners' high school, a bunch of neighbors had been gathered in the hair salon of Meng Jiang, Li Yao's best buddy from high school. Everybody had closed their shops and gathered together, enjoying the live stream. When they saw Li Yao walk into Spark slowly through a vacuum channel, and when the full view of Spark and the Heavens artillery was displayed again, they all exclaimed in amazement. As insignificant shop owners in the city, the folk might not have high diplomas, and they did not know the real significance of Li Yao's mission. However, when the Star Glory Federation's rising dragon of the 9 Stars flag rose up slowly in front of the magnificent Heavens artillery, the hairdressers, the bread dealers, the shuttle mechanics, and everybody else still had an amazing feeling of pride. I'm told that Li Yao is going somewhere far, far away, maybe as far away as millions of light years. How long is the distance exactly? Such a huge pot must be at least dozens of kilometers long. It can shoot someone out of the sky in only one blow, right? That's truly awesome. Li Yao is quite a mysterious man. I don't know whether he is smart or stupid to abandon everything and go somewhere so far away, searching for a world that may or may not exist. What if he dies? We really can't figure out what is in the mind of the big shots, even if we think our brains out. Hey, how much do you think such a launch will cost? I went to visit the Magical Equipment Exposition last time and even saw a big guy named Colossus. That's truly something. After only one attack, a starship was blown into smithereens. If such a launch is saved, wouldn't we be able to produce a few more colossi? Wouldn't it be better? All the neighbors were discussing with each other. Everybody was scratching their head hard, but failed to find any answer. Meng Jiang and his wife, on the other hand, simply listened with a smile. None of the neighbors knew that Meng Jiang and Li Yao had been best friends in high school, who were as close as blood brothers. Meng Jing had kept the secret at the bottom of his heart and was preparing to do the same for the rest of his life. Sipping the wine, he tapped a plate with the chopsticks and said slowly, "What you said is too complicated for me, but I think that the Heavenly Road plan is not made for us but for them." Everybody looked at where his chopsticks were pointing at. 6 or so children of the neighbors were playing together, pretending that they were Li Yao, Spark, the Heavens artillery, or the stars, the moon, and the sun, while they were giggling merrily. In the Flying Star sector, the headquarters of the Star Fighters Alliance was the largest starship manufacture center in the 3 sectors. On the circular dock, a super starship as attractive as Burning Prairie was being produced. The keel had already been formed, and the starship was slowly taking shape. It was a sister starship to Burning Prairie. The brand-new starship that included the heritage of the Panga civilization and the techniques of the Imperium of true human beings was destined to play an even greater role than Burning Prairie. At this moment, all the refiners and workers, as well as the technical officials sent by the Burning Prairie fleet to supervise the production of the starship, gathered together and watched the launch of the Heavens artillery. As starship specialists and people of the Flying Star sector who were born to roam the Sea of Stars, they found the unprecedented, soul-stirring voyage particularly meaningful for them. Piloting the fastest starship of the 3 sectors to the unvisited mysterious space zone, Li Yao is such a lucky man. Just wait for it. In several decades, he will certainly send the specific coordinates back to us from the depths of the dark nebula. We will build a large, well-equipped super fleet as crazily as we can in the next decades. As soon as we receive the coordinates information, they will all be able to jump over at once. If we have 10 super starships on the same level as Burning Prairie, we can be confident to fight whatever enemies are hiding deep inside the dark nebula. 10? 10 is far from enough. You don't know this yet, do you? In the Flying Star sector alone, 2 large starship manufacture centers are under construction. Another 3 are being built in the Heavens Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. On Kunlun, there's another state-of-the-art starship manufacture center, which is designated to the research of the starship debris of the primeval era and the duplication. In several decades, the super warships the level of Burning Prairie will be nothing more than canoes. Not just 10 or 50, we may have 100 of them by then. In a corner, a technical official sent by the Burning Prairie Fleet for supervision was sitting on the ground rather sloppily. He was blowing a whistle while he listened to the chatter of the workers with his eyes half closed. He was as ugly as a weasel. When he closed his eyes, he was almost repulsive. However, when he opened his eyes, the brilliance beaming out of his eyes vastly reshaped his aura. His originally unbelievably ugly face seemed to have become the background to highlight his eyes, filling them with soul-stirring charisma. This was the second time that Bai Xinghe had watched Li Yao take off at the center of public attention, the first time being when he returned from the Flying Star sector to the Heaven's Origin sector. When the Earth was shaking on the light beam, a cluster of light resembling a supernova outbreak burst out of the Heaven's artillery, and Spark was floating at the center of the ball. Everybody exclaimed beyond their control, praying that Li Yao's teleportation would be a success. However, Bai Xinghe was utterly untouched because he knew that Li Yao was too fortunate a man to have an accident in such a place. Last time on Spider Den, because of the disruption of the scumbags, including Xiao Xuanzi, I never had a chance to have a gratifying battle with you. Scratching his uneven face, Bai Xinghe smiled and said in a voice only audible to himself, "So, I'm looking forward to another competition in 100 years, my good disciple." Although he was hiding deep inside Spark and soaking inside deep blue buffer nutrition liquids, he still felt such great shock that the world seemed to be falling apart for him. All the rune arrays on Spark that could utter a sound were shrieking, only to be dwarfed by the friction when Spark rubbed the air. But the sound of friction, which resembled a volcano eruption, was suppressed by the interferences of the force fields before it had the chance to savage for a few seconds. Spark hovered inside the enormous light ball triggered by the Heaven's artillery at a higher and higher speed. Drawing a spiral trace, it gradually flew to the center of the light ball. Li Yao felt that he was a moth darting towards the fire, only to be rushing into the sun directly. Even such a tough man who had experienced countless bloody battles were roaring at the loudest of his voice when he was faced with the hotness and the pure brilliance. The ear-splitting sounds outside made him unable to hear his own roars. He could only roar louder and louder, until his throat was in such pain that somebody seemed to be scratching it with a dagger, before the uneasiness in his heart was more or less dispersed. At this moment, Spark had reached precisely the central point of the enormous light ball that was dozens of kilometers in diameter. The crazily rotating dashboard and the light beams that were filled with streaks and snowflakes came to a suddenly still. Even the deafening fulminations outside turned into absolute quietness in only 0.01 seconds. It was so quiet that he even felt creepy. It was like the concepts of time and space had all been frozen. Li Yao seemed to have become a small mosquito that was sealed inside a time-space amber. However, the weird feeling lasted only 0.01 seconds too. In the exclamations of tens of billions of audience of the three sectors, the force field that the Heaven's artillery triggered suddenly collapsed inwards. Like a star at the end of its life collapsing into a black hole, because its mass surpassed the tipping point. The light ball, which covered almost 100 kilometers, collapsed into the size of a mustard seed in only a blink of an eye. The immense force ripped apart an invisible gap on the flawless space, creating a super tiny, super long, oriented wormhole. The formidable attraction force from the wormhole immediately grabbed Spark that was very next to it. Then, the wormhole turned into a cluster of brilliance, spurting out like fireworks in the daylight. When the brilliance vanished, Spark and Li Yao had been gone from the world. A brand new adventure had thus begun. Beep, 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 beep. All the units on Spark were sending out alarms. Creak, 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 creak. Every metal component was moaning, as if they were about to be ripped apart too. Li Yao's face was so twisted that he couldn't tell whether it was he who was roaring or it was his every bone, every muscle, every cluster of nerve endings, and even every cell. In his front was the infinite, boundless universe, where the stars were coming at him like a sandstorm and hitting the spiritual shield of Spark like raindrops. It was not an illusionary but a fact that was taking place in the real world, because he could both hear the spluttering sounds when the spiritual shield was crashed and saw the glamorous, fascinating, and yet dangerous flowers blossoming on the spiritual shield caused by the starry dust. In the dark universe, the stars were raining like a sandstorm. A tiny spark was marching forward alone and difficultly in the overwhelming sandstorm. Liao did not know how long the sandstorm of stars lasted. In the process, while he was passing through the wormhole, time had lost all its significance. He was so dwelling in the splendor and wonderfulness of the sandstorm of stars that he was entirely awed by the magnificence of the universe. An extremely strong sense of ambition occurred to him while he was stunned. He did not wish to unravel all the mysteries of the whole universe once and for all. But even if he could simply appreciate 100th, 1,000th, or even 1 millionth of its beauty, he would deserve his life as a cultivator. In a trance, Liao felt that his body was being lengthened by an invisible force. When he lowered his head, he discovered that the tip of his foot had been stretched to hundreds of kilometers away. He was like a high-speed crystal train that was rushing into a long tunnel. The sandstorm of stars came to a halt, and he didn't know when. There was not a single light spot to be seen. The only thing left was absolute darkness. Inside the darkness, however, some colors, or entities of energy, which were even deeper than the notion of black, stared at Li Yao's teleportation coldly, without blinking their eyes on the two sides of the tunnel, like countless magnificent devils. Li Yao could not speak or turn his neck. His body was rigid. It was impossible for him to tell whether they were his illusions or real existences. He could only grit his teeth and continue sprinting forward. After he didn't know how long, many hands and tentacles extended to Spark from various directions and pierced through Spark's spiritual shield and shell without any trouble. They penetrated Li Yao's skin, muscles, skull, and brains, reaching his soul. Li Yao felt that his soul was going to be split apart. He could only recite the spells in silence and recall the fierce battles in the past. He reflected on the family and friends who were waiting for him in the hometown, and also the vulture plan which was still hidden in the mist and yet to be accomplished by him. I have a great many battles to fight, a great many things to do, and a great many places to visit. Ding Ling Dang is waiting for me. My 3 disciples are waiting for me. The Star Glory Federation is waiting for me. Even the mysterious place named Earth must be waiting for me somewhere, too. How can I be lost in this place? Li Yao bellowed, with brilliance shooting out of his brain. The tentacles made of dark materials retreated after ear-splitting shrieks. Spark was faster and faster. Not far away in the front, at the end of the tunnel, a cluster of translucent light ball could be vaguely seen. Boom! Spark shivered violently. It went through the state where the time and space were temporarily frozen, exactly like when it fell into the wormhole. Before it was spat out by something, Spark gradually slowed down. The parameters on the dashboard, the rune arrays, and the light beams all returned to normal. According to the parameters, he had reached a brand new world unseen before. Oh! Li Yao took a long breath in relief. He felt that every muscle on his body was sore, and that he was like a floating corpse which had been soaked in a river for 3 days and 3 nights. Have I reached the destination precisely? Li Yao struggled to activate the probe magical equipment on Spark. But the indicators of the star's direction and coordinates did not change at all. It meant that Spark did not detect the existence of a single star. Observing with his bare eyes, Li Yao found nothing either. The universe was absolutely pure, and even darkness, without the slightest sign of a star. No stars meant no references. Spark seemed to have been embedded into the darkness. There was no sign that it was still flying at all. It was a trepidation 100 times more intense than death. The universe seemed to have been destroyed, and Li Yao was the only survivor. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao tried to calm himself down, while he tapped quickly on the light beam. It seemed that he had come to the right place. Of course, the universe here could not have 0 stars. Even if there were no stars nearby, Spark should still be able to receive the light of the stars from billions of years away in various directions. It was like he should always be able to see the brilliant stars on the night sky when he was on the heaven's origin planet in a fine weather. The only plausible explanation was that he had already jumped into the depths of the dark nebula, and that some sort of weird elements inside the dark nebula could absorb the freely traveling light in the universe. Like an ubiquitous cloud, they blocked all the stars. The situation had been within the tech team's expectation. It was also the reason why the observatory in the Star Prior's house could not lock onto the coordinates of the place directly, and why a starship must be sent on a field trip to explore it. Dense as the cloud might be, one would still be able to peek at what was behind it as long as they were close enough to the cloud. It was like when you couldn't see your own fingers in the absolutely darkness. You would still see them again as long as you extend your end to your nose. On Spark, a navigation map of the Panga civilization from hundreds of thousands of years ago had been installed, which recorded all the details about the depths of the dark nebula. Therefore, as soon as he located one or two stars and positioned him precisely with the stars as the references, he would be able to find out where he was and how to get to the mysterious place which sent a signal to them. Li Yao typed in the search conditions and the automatic navigation information quickly. For a long time that followed, he would be in the hibernation state, while Spark would cruise automatically in the sublight speed. Li Yao had set the wake-up conditions on the mainframe crystal processor of Spark. Every time a new star was discovered, he would be woken up from the hibernation state. Of course, he must take the worst-case scenario into consideration. The diameter of the dark nebula could be almost 100 light-years. If he was too unlucky to find any star in the next 100 years, the mainframe crystal processor would still wake him up. By then, he would find a random place where the dark nebula was relatively thin and unfold the star beacons to send the coordinates to the Federation, so that he could be brought back home to cope with the expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings to come. I can't be that unfortunate, can I? Li Yao took out a crystal in which a photo of grinning Ding Ling Dang was embedded and held it in his hands. He then quietly performed the great dream tortoise hibernation arts that Gue Suisho taught him and activated Spark's hibernation system. The deep blue fluids were getting thicker and thicker, colder and colder, turning into a form that was between liquid and solid. Li Yao's face gradually became relaxed, confused and tranquil, too. A tiny firefly, in flickering light, moved forward in the infinite darkness, searching for the unpredictable brightness. In the state of sublight speed, my perception of time is different from the outside world. Besides, in the hibernation state, my brain is absolutely silent. I wouldn't even have any dreams, much less sense the passage of time. For me, the farewell with close friends such as Professor Mo Xian, the Fire Ant King, Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Lei Dalu, and Bai Kaisen seems to have just taken place a few days ago. It was just yesterday that Ding Ling Dang was walking with me hand in hand on the grand desolate plateau, and I just left my hometown on Spark this morning at the center of public attention. I feel that I merely yawned just now. The specialists in the Federation have installed a special clock on Spark, which can precisely calculate the influence of Spark's speed on the time and infer the time elapsed in the real world. It was not until I checked the clock that I learned that 9 years had actually passed during my yawn. However, in the vast and boundless universe, and especially inside the dark nebula that is filled with weird metal powder, it is quite lucky of me to have found the first star after only 9 years. Although the star is a typical lone star, which exists in the universe on its own without a galaxy system and therefore is of little use to us, its very existence proves that my speculation is right. I have truly jumped into the depths of the dark nebula, and all kinds of stars and celestial bodies must be within hundreds of light years from me, except that they are all blocked by the dark nebula. As long as I'm close enough to them, I will be able to detect such celestial bodies. I have inputted the magnitude of the star, its trajectory, and other parameters into the mainframe crystal processor in order to cross-reference the Panga civilization's navigation map. Right now, only one star has been found, and it is still more or less difficult for precise localization. I believe that the navigation map will be greatly useful after more stars are found. Li Yao's journey log. year 15. A second star has been detected so quickly. What a pleasant surprise! This is a standard hybrid star. While it is revolving around the largest celestial body at the center of the dark nebula, it boasts its own 7 planets, which constitute a small solar system. The 7 planets have satellites of their own, too. It is a world that is quite similar to the Heaven's origin sector. I have explored the system over the past month. It is a shame that the quantity and brightness of the star are insufficient. All its planets are cold and desolate rocks or air masses. I didn't find any trace of water on them, or the signs that suggest there are lives or there used to be lives. In the field of universal exploration, such worlds are often known as wastelands. It would be wrong to say that such places had absolutely zero spiritual energy or that the planets could not be modified into habitable planets. But the investment to collect resources and to modify the planets is too huge. The cost far exceeds the yields. Therefore, they are not of any value for development and immigration. Even so, I'm quite happy about the discovery. In only 15 years, I have found 2 stars in a row. After inputting their astronomical parameters and their relative positions into the crystal processor, and then referring to the Panga civilization's navigation map, I finally have a basic idea where, specifically, I am inside the dark nebula right now. It seems that I am not a man of misfortune now on this mission. Even the heavens are watching over the Federation. Chances are that I will find the mysterious sector in only 20 to 30 years. Li Yao's Journey Log, year 41. This must be a jinx. I shouldn't have blabbered when I was feeling too good about myself. Fortunes will become sour when you speak about them. I have indeed found a 3rd star. Or rather, beyond my expectation, I even discovered a 4th one. It was a dual star system, where 2 stars rotated around each other in a very stable companion structure. The problem is that I didn't know it in advance. The other star in the dual star system was hidden deep inside the dark nebula, and the mainframe crystal processor of Spark failed to detect it in time. I was under the illusion that it was yet another lone star. Because it was in a very stable state, I planned to cut into its orbit and utilize its gravity field as a stellar slingshot so that Spark would be accelerated again without consuming any fuel. The time cost of the exploration would be greatly reduced. But I didn't know that the gravity field of the dual star system was so complicated that it was almost a fatal area of turbulence. Hardly had Spark got involved when it was hit brutally by a gravity tide. It almost directly fell into the center of the star, in which case I would have been burnt up without a single hair left. Although I narrowly escaped, Spark was seriously damaged. Not only were all the supply components used up, I was even forced to dismantle some of the components from the star beacons in order to sustain the sublight speed. It's getting tricky now. Li Yao's Journey Log, year 77. Another 36 years have passed in the real world after the terrible accident in the dual star system. Over the past 36 years, Spark has spent half of the time performing short-distance space jumps, running here and there inside the dark nebula like a headless fly, and the other half of the time flying at sublight speed, dispersing the fog on the navigation map. I have discovered another 5 stars, 4 of which boast their own galaxies, but none of them have signs of life or value to be developed. But it is nothing unusual in the universe. Life is itself the greatest miracle in the universe. It is often not easy to find. This is the first time I have ever found a red giant, a moribund star. When the core of a star is burned up and the last brilliance of its life spreads to the periphery, the star will greatly expand, and the brightness will soar. In terms of visual impact, the red giant that occupies almost the entire universe is definitely the most splendid, extraordinary view that I've ever seen. In front of the red giant, the tiny spark is not even a grain of sand faced with an ocean. It is essentially a germ placed next to the ocean. Looking at the red giant, I was suddenly caught by loneliness. Since the exploration mission began, the time cost when I've been conscious to examine the few galaxies and perform Spark's maintenance is about 1.5 years. It is not too much suffering, but in reality, 77 years have passed. 77 years is enough for a newborn baby to grow into the pillar of their family. 77 years is also enough to turn a dominating expert into a tombstone, a handful of soil, and a cry of wind. Ding Ling Dang made a deal with me that she would join the second batch of missions in the Heavenly Road plan to explore the sectors relatively closer to the 3 sectors after I left. Did she arrive in the new sectors safe and sound? What kind of intriguing, soul-stirring adventures did she go through there? Could she persuade the civilizations in the new sectors to join the Federation? What's she doing right now? Is she as energetic and radiant as before? What about my 3 disciples? Jean Xinyue, Wu Mayan, and Xiaonan. How been they doing? Has Jean Xinyue distinguished herself in the world of politicians in the Federation? Has Wu Mayan achieved his dream and broken into the 1000th level of the refinement stage? Is Xiaonan still a crying little girl, just like before? Has she made some accomplishments in the circle of refiners? What is the Star Glory Federation right now exactly? Before I left, rumor already had it that the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector would be completely integrated for the establishment of the new Federation, and that the independent calendars would be forfeited and replaced by a federal calendar. However, the conditions in many aspects were not mature yet. Everything was just a plan yet. But 77 years have passed. The brand new Star Glory Federation should be rising at the edge of the cosmos, shouldn't it? With the integration of the 3 sectors and the development of Kunlun, the cultivation level of the new Federation must have soared. The experts must have been popping up like mushrooms after a rain. Maybe, when I return to the Federation, I'll be like a bumpkin visiting a city for the first time, not knowing what's around me at all. There was a brief time when I thought that it would have been best if the capacity of Spark had been improved to 2 passengers when it was designed. If Ding Ling Dang was together with me, it wouldn't have mattered at all, even if the journey took 500 or 1,000 years. However, on second thought, the current design seems better. On one hand, such a journey in the universe has proved to be too perilous. I'm unwilling to let Ding Ling Dang take the risk together with me. On the other hand, when I know that somebody in my hometown is waiting for me to return, the difficult, dangerous, and unpredictable situation here doesn't seem to be a big deal anymore. As time goes by, I seem to be finally having my day. There's more and more good news. Firstly, after measuring the astronomical parameters and relative positions of almost 10 stars, I am finally able to relate them to the stars marked on the Pangas civilization's navigation map, thereby ascertaining my coordinates inside the dark nebula. Secondly, I feel that over the past decades, the dark nebula has been getting thinner and thinner itself. The visibility is higher and higher, and it is easier to send out information right now. The red giant is an excellent reference. I can choose to unfold the star beacons in its orbit, absorb the spiritual energy it emits, and send the coordinates of the place back to the hometown. However, the red giant is not our real target. It will not be of much significance even if the main troops of the Federation jump to the place. Besides, I'm not aware of the situation in the mysterious world yet. It will be a terrible disaster if they have certain signal-capturing technologies that allow them to trace back to the specific location of the Federation. For safety reasons, it will be better to find the mysterious world and figure out their civilization level and their stance before I send the information back to the hometown. I vaguely feel that I'm very close to the mysterious world now. The head of the dragon spat out a streak of brightness, which hovered around the river of debris before it spurted out exhaust flames and gradually slowed down. It turned out to be a super tiny starship that was well-worn and riddled with holes. On one side of the starship, the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem of the Star Glory Federation could be clearly seen. On the other side of the starship was the pattern of a grimacing star. The word Spark was carved on the head of the starship, but it had been rubbed and corroded so much in the journey of almost 100 years that it was barely recognizable. Inside Spark, Li Yao, who had only just woken after a hibernation of 10 years, almost burst into tears and roared when he saw the glamorous world in front of him. He had been woken up immediately after a short distance jump, not because a new star was found, but because Spark was in a dangerous stone belt and was likely to crash at any time. Yet, Li Yao was not scared but overjoyed at the situation. It was because he had discovered that the elements of the river were precisely the primeval debris that he had once seen in the periphery of Kunlun, including the corpses of the Panga clan, the armor of the Nuwa clan, and the primeval treasures, colossi piloted by human beings. Although the debris was so rotten that it would break apart at the first touch, its very existence suggested that he was not far away from his real destination. Li Yao shifted Spark to the manual pilot mode. With his amazing skills to maneuver the super shuttles, he went against the currents to the source of the river of the debris. After cruising for a few days, he finally discovered the sector where the spiritual energy was unbelievably abundant. It was an extremely stable galaxy. The star at the center of the galaxy was at the prime years exactly like the star in the Heaven's origin sector was, releasing light and heat to the outside world generously and incessantly. Also, the star seemed to be made of materials different from what often constituted other stars. They were mixed with some precious constituents that Li Yao was unaware of. When observed with his bare eyes, the star looked fresher and redder, with a hint of multiple colors. The spiritual energy contained in the star was not only much more bountiful than regular stars, but also readily absorbable. It meant that if any living creatures existed on the planets near the Crimson Star, they would be able to accumulate some spiritual energy without doing any training as long as they sunbathed every once in a while. When there was sufficient spiritual energy inside their bodies, the development and evolution of the nerve networks would be boosted, leading to the intelligence of a higher level. After hundreds of generations, formidable spiritual beasts and heavenly materials and earthly treasures would be born. If any human beings were living in the place, it would certainly be much more convenient for them to train themselves than it was for the residents in the Heaven's origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. The star alone was enough to prove that the sector here was an out-and-out natural paradise. Finally, gotcha! After inputting the astronomical parameters and the relative coordinates of the star into the mainframe crystal processor, Li Yao was finally able to fix the last missing piece on the Panga civilization's navigation map. It was the economical, political, and transportation center for the Panga civilization in this particular galaxy arm hundreds of thousands of years ago. If the Panga civilization had conceptions such as provinces, the space zone here should be the provincial capital of the entire galaxy arm. Li Yao was of a mind to sing and dance to celebrate his major discovery. In front of him, according to the special clock, it had been 99 years, 122 days, 37 years, and 54 minutes in the real world since he departed from the Star Glory Federation. It was indeed, one day in the heavens means 1,000 years on the earth. After he encountered another setback in a rough galaxy 10 years ago, Li Yao had been somewhat caught by desperation and was prepared to return without any findings. It never occurred to him that, when he was planning to find a random stable space zone to unfold the star beacons and summon the rescuers from his hometown, the mysterious destination would abruptly present itself to him. I must not be too excited. Calm down. Calm down. From this moment forth, the fate of me and the Federation will be walking on a rope above a bottomless abyss. One moment of carelessness, and we will be screwed forever. When he truly found himself at the door of the mysterious world, Li Yao grew somewhat uneasy and nervous after the initial ecstasy. The abundant spiritual energy here was not necessarily a good thing, because it meant that there might be an enormous force that was much more developed than the Star Glory Federation. Recalling the blatant message that the strangers had sent to the Heaven's origin sector and the Flying Star sector, Li Yao was even more wary of the mysterious world now. What's the quirky civilization in the world up to exactly? Besides, it's rather uncanny here. Judging from the electromagnetic waves received by Spark, the artificial waves in this mysterious world are rather scarce. There seem to be only the waves released by the natural celestial bodies themselves. Signs of man-made celestial bodies are few. Logically, with the abundance of the spiritual energy here and the tremendous relics of the civilization, if there were a civilization here, it should have long developed into a behemoth spanning hundreds of galaxies. Why is the space here so empty? There isn't even a trade route between the planets, or any starship, is there? Li Yao was greatly baffled. He did not intend to land on the planets of the mysterious world for investigation, which would be too risky and entail too many unexpected factors. His original idea was that since the civilization was able to send a message to a different world, it must have at least highly developed the galaxy that it was in, and there must be carriers everywhere among the planets. Then, with his most favorite starship breakthrough tactic, he would sneak into one of the stranger's starships and observe the social form and the civilization structure based on the small world on the starship before he decided his follow-up operations. If the stranger was truly malicious, it would be easier for him to deal with a single starship than to deal with a whole planet. However, to his surprise, the surrounding space was utterly empty. There were no traces of artificial celestial bodies whatsoever except for the debris of the primeval battlefield from hundreds of thousands of years ago, which cast Li Yao in an awkward situation. Could it be that the space voyage technology hasn't been developed in the sector yet? Li Yao could not help but put on a weird expression. The super long-distance space jump technology, covering a distance of thousands of light years, was certainly a very sophisticated, state-of-the-art knowledge. However, honestly speaking, the exploration of one's own galaxy did not involve too much difficult technology at all. Even the Earth in Li Yao's memory, which was utterly devoid of spiritual energy, was able to achieve that to some degree. How could this sector not do that? Was it possible? Li Yao thought quickly and realized something. In the 100 years while he was cruising inside the Sea of Stars, he had always had a vague feeling that the dark nebula covering hundreds of light years nearby was not natural, but man-made. The war fog was like the most advanced barrier that preserved the entire world inside carefully. The outsiders, unable to detect them or see their stars, were naturally never unaware of their existence. No matter what happened outside, the world inside would be living in peace, minding its own business. However, as a result, just as the outside world could not see the inside, it was very difficult for the insiders to watch the outside world too. For human beings living inside the universe, although they were nothing more than the germs on a tiny mud ball, they were still able to view the vast sea of stars when they raised their heads late at night. Without any magical equipment, and through the most precise telescope, they were able to appreciate the mysteries in the sea of stars. It was the foundation of human beings' ambitions to raise the sea of stars and explore the worlds beyond. But in this place, Li Yao did not know whether or not the people of this world were able to appreciate the glamorous starry sky and sense the boundlessness of the universe. Or maybe their night sky was nothing but darkness, with only the glimmers of a few stars. It was practically impossible for the signals they sent out to penetrate through the thick and dense dark nebula. Their space voyage technology, when just developed, would not be enough to allow the starships to move inside the absolute darkness. After a long time, they would not even know whether or not there was a vaster world outside of the dark nebula. Who would ever grow ambitions to explore the sea of stars? The world here was almost like having been kept inside a black box all the time. Things are getting more and more interesting. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao began to feel that the whole thing had deviated from his original plan. However, he still could not be too prudent. Anything could happen in the mysterious universe. Even if an octopus that was secreting green pus suddenly dashed in front of him right now, he would not be surprised at all. Li Yao had two options right now. Firstly, to unfold the star beacons right there and send the specific coordinates of the place to the Star Glory Federation. But during the 100 years of difficult voyage, Spark had been seriously damaged quite a few times. The supply components had long been used up. To sustain the speed, Li Yao had been forced to replace the worn components with the parts on the star beacons. It was possible to restore the parts to where they belonged, but as a result, Spark's performance would be greatly undermined, and it would not be able to reach a high speed. Now that he was faced with an unknown civilization, the inability to reach a high speed meant that he would not even be able to flee. Besides, at this moment, Li Yao still had not ruled out the possibility that everything was just a trap. Chances were that the moment he unfolded the star beacons and sent the coordinates back to the Heaven's origin sector, the enemy would lock onto him and trace the signals until the precise coordinates of the Heaven's origin sector were determined. In a universal war, one's own precise coordinates were something more sensitive than the patterns on one's wife's underwear. Despite the formidability of the Imperium of true human beings, It was still their ground rule during the exploration of new sectors that no information was to be sent back to the mother planet until the civilization level and the stance of the new sector were completely figured out. Li Yao might have despised the imperium of true human beings' ideology, but he would certainly not ignore their experience. Therefore, he decided to risk sneaking into the unknown civilization's planet and make plans after he got more details. As it happened, many units of the star beacons that Spark carried had been terribly worn. The result might not be satisfactory if the star beacons were assembled and unfolded right now. It would be better if he could find some resources on the planet of the unknown civilization and craft a new batch of components so that he could send the coordinates information of the place back to the Federation in concise ways in the most inconspicuous way. There were 11 planets altogether in the entire galaxy. 4 of them were gaseous planets. 2 were packed with liquid constituents that resembled methane on the surface, and another few solid planets were unsuitable for the survival and reproduction of carbon-based life because they were either too far away from or too close to the star. Only the 4th planet was at an acceptable distance from the star. It boasted its own atmosphere and 2 satellites and was a resourceful, habitable planet with plenty of spiritual energy. It was also the essence of the sector. The diameter of the planet was around twice the diameter of the Heaven's origin planet. Naturally, its surface was much larger. However, it seemed to be made of different materials, which were of a lower density from what made up the Heaven's origin planet. As a result, its mass was almost identical to the Heaven's origin planets, and the gravity field there would be bearable for ordinary people. It was reasonable, too. After all, the members of the Panga clan were often tall and strong. They were even less adapted to high gravity than human beings, who were much tinier in size, were. Since this place was the provincial capital for them, the gravity here naturally could not be too high. The navigation map of the Pangu civilization paid special attention to the 2 satellites of the planet. It seemed that the 2 satellites were made of some uncanny materials too, allowing them to mix some sort of mysterious force when reflecting the rays from the star. As a result, the spiritual energy from the star was even more dense. Li Yao had been worrying that the dominator of the sector would boast unpredictable space voyage abilities and be observing him quietly in the darkness while preparing itself. Or rather, the sector here itself might be a fatal trap. Everything here could have been fabricated. Assuming that a powerful, enormous civilization intended to figure out the specific coordinates of many sectors, study the civilizations of the sectors, and eventually swallow them, it was absolutely possible for them to dig out such a trap somewhere else other than their mother planet. They would send out signals in various directions from the trap, attracting the explorers of other sectors to draw close. If they discovered that the explorer was rather weak after observation, they would show up and capture the explorer together with their starship. They would analyze the prey and decide the precise capabilities and specific coordinates of the explorer's civilization before they made up follow-up plans. If the explorer that they baited was too powerful for them, they could totally abandon the trap and flee. After all, this place was not their mother planet, and they would certainly not leave any trace of their mother planet here. When Su Changfa told him the history of the Imperium of true human beings colonization, a lot of such cunning and unpredictable cases had been elaborated on. Despite the low odds, he still could not be too cautious because it concerned the future of the tens of billions of people in the Federation. That was why Li Yao wasted his time and fuel wandering around in the periphery of the galaxy, like a shocked bird that would run away quickly at the first anomaly. But after he made quite a fuss for more than half a month, he felt that he had been flirting with someone blind. The entire galaxy was as peaceful as ever, without the slightest sign of turmoil. If the civilization's technology was not so developed that they could completely conceal their existence, making Li Yao unable to see or hear them, the only explanation was that they had not broken out of the gravity sphere of the mother planet yet, or that they had retreated after finding nothing of value in the universe. If it was the first case scenario, Li Yao's every move right now must have been scrutinized by them. However hard he struggled right, he would still be nothing more than a fish in a water tank. Thinking through that, Li Yao resolved himself to march to the 4th planet. The closer he was to the center of the galaxy, the more vivid the traces left by the Pangaea civilization were. Liao discovered the traces of large-scale development on quite a few solid planets and the solid satellites of the gaseous and liquid planets. They were enormous holes that could be hundreds of kilometers in diameter, leading to the core of the planets. One of the satellites had been entirely emptied, with only a thin shell on the surface, but under the support of some uncanny force, it was still able to maintain the basic form. It appeared that the Pangaea civilization regarded all the planets and satellites in the galaxy other than the fourth planet as resource planets and did not intend to colonize them. They were merely exploiting the resources inside and threw away all the planets that had been drained. It was quite fitting for the status at the last years of the God-Sealing War, where both parties were trying their best and shedding their blood. Liao noticed some existences that were suspected to be the Pangaea civilization's relics, too. But he did not dare explore them recklessly while he was all by himself. If he was caught in a perilous situation like the one on Kunlun, he would be killed for sure, all alone. He could only scan and record the appearance and coordinates of the relics of the Pangaea civilization for now. After he determined that the sector was absolutely safe, he could send the coordinates and information back to the Federation so that the mother planet could deploy a large-scale fleet for exploration. A month later, Spark, which was pretending to be a meteor, finally drifted into the gravitational field of a satellite of the fourth planet. Liao docked Spark at the dark side of the moon to maintain a sense of safety, however thin it was. He did 3 days of rehabilitative training there. Finally, he felt that his body and soul had recovered to the peak state before the hibernation. Even the invisible cracks in the deepest part of his soul were gone. Everything was ready for exploration. This exploration was different from his travels in the Flying Star sector in that he had very clear targets. Firstly, he had to sneak into the mysterious world without exposing his real identity. He would observe the development level of the local civilization, study their social form, make acquaintance with the core leadership of the civilization, and figure out why they greeted the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector without a reason. Secondly, he would have to find out whether the civilization was malicious or kind. If Liao determined that the civilization was ruthless, hostile one after studies, he would then have to figure out whether or not it was capable of launching a cross-world attack toward the Star Glory Federation. If it was, Liao would try to learn the specific patterns of the attack before he left without a sound and brought all the intelligence back to the Federation so that the Federation could make preparations or even attack in advance. Liao had been away from the Federation for 100 years. After 100 years of booming development, the Star Glory Federation today should no longer be a fish on a chopping block at anyone's mercy now, right? He almost could not wait to establish the Space Gate and see how magnificent the troop jumping out of the Space Gate was. If the hostile civilization did not boast the cross-world remote attack ability, or was even unaware of the existence of the Star Glory Federation and had simply sprayed the signals to the entire universe aimlessly, Liao would take different actions. He would still bring the information back to the Federation so that the Federation would leave the mysterious world aside for now and focus its full attention on the expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings. In the second scenario, if the civilization was not malicious, and it simply sent out the signals for the purpose of communication, the Star Glory Federation would definitely give a friendly reply too. Considering that the army of the Imperium of true human beings was approaching, and the dreadful people of the Covenant Alliance were haunting the universe like ghosts, Liao would try his best to persuade the sector to join the Federation. If the civilization wished to retain part of its independence, the Star Glory Federation could still form a partnership with the civilization in order to resist the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance together. As an adventurer galloping in the universe, Liao had been entrusted with great powers. He was allowed to get in touch, communicate, and sign eligible treaties with an unknown civilization before the authorization of the Parliament and the Federation. In short, in the boundless sea of stars, Liao was not simply a diplomat of the Star Glory Federation. Liao was the Star Glory Federation itself. Other than the 2 missions with clear targets, there was a variable that might or might not be serious. It was the expedition fleet of the Imperium of true human beings, made of the Black Wind soldiers, who were so brutal and infamous in the Imperium that even Su Changfa, Ko Ruhua, and Tang Qianhao were scared of them. Over the past 100 years, while the Federation was developing fast, the Black Wind Fleet had certainly not been resting either. Chances were that it had already jumped to somewhere in the area. After Li Yao's personal experience, he doubted that the Black Wind Fleet would be stupid enough to dive into the depths of the Dark Nebula directly. However, even if the main troops stayed outside, it was still possible that a few scouts had been sent to explore the Dark Nebula on the super tiny starships exactly like he did. The space voyage technology of the Imperium of true human beings was much more advanced than that of the Star Glory Federation. Their efficiency would certainly be multiple times higher than Li Yao's. If the Black Wind Fleet of the Imperium of true human beings truly discovered the mysterious world, and even conspired with the local civilization to attack the Star Glory Federation together, it would be a terrible disaster. Therefore, Li Yao had to stop such a future. Should he run into an immortal cultivator in the mysterious world, he would have to try his best to sabotage their alliance with the locals and make the locals join hands with the Federation. All things considered, the stance of the mysterious world would have a huge influence on the outcome of the war to defend the Federation. Other than that, there was also a low possibility, which was that it was the blood descendants of the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan who had been living on the mysterious planet all the time, like the living fossils that had hidden and reproduced on a lone island for hundreds of thousands of years. But judging from the environment here, the possibility was almost negligible. If it were the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan who resided in the place, their footprints should be all over the Sea of Stars, should they not? Prepare to go. Spark was too obvious a target after all. Li Yao did not intend to bring it with him. He landed Spark on the first satellite of the fourth planet, remembered its coordinates, and set up the controller of self-detonation. He then stored all the assets other than the star beacons into his cosmos rings and put on his crystal suit, ready for the exploration. Meanwhile, Li Yao hid himself inside one piece of the debris in his crystal suit, pretending to be a shooting star. Sneak into the unknown planet. Now begin. Li Yao and hundreds of garbage remnants in space accelerated suddenly toward the bright green planet in front of him. After a long journey, they were finally captured by the gravitational pull of the bright green planet. Their speed was higher and higher as they gradually fell to the surface of the planet. Shwa, 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 shwa. The debris immediately turned into fireballs because of the friction. The atmosphere seemed to boast mysterious constituents, too, because the fireballs were not orange, but in various brilliant colors. Very soon, most of the remnants were burned up in the atmosphere. The remnant Li Yao was hiding in was the only exception, which, because of its enormity and solidness, melted and shrank, but persisted to the end and broke into the sky of the unknown planet with Li Yao despite the flames. What a great natural paradise! Li Yao had never seen such a clear, blue sky before. It was like a whole piece of sapphire that had been carved into the shape of bowl and placed upside down on the land. It was simply astoundingly beautiful. In the blue sky, clouds could occasionally be seen. Few of them were pure white. Most of them were glowing in various colors, decorating themselves with splendid views around them. The clouds were now like galloping stallions and rolling dragons, now like raging, unstoppable rivers, and now like pavilions in a paradise. Under the blue sky and the colorful clouds was a boundless ocean. The seawater was pure and peaceful, with a high visibility. The bottom of the sea, hundreds of meters deep, could easily be seen. Colorful, brilliant coral and seaweed, with translucent small fish swimming among them now and then, were shining in the ripples of the ocean. It was like a spectacular undersea forest had been embedded into a green amber. Because of the reflection of the waves, the ocean looked even more unpredictable and mysterious. This was the best example for blue sky and green sea. When Li Yao looked down from the high sky, he noticed quite a few mountains and islands on the ocean. But there was nothing except overwhelming primitive forests on the islands. When he looked further ahead at the horizon, what he could see on the zigzagging coastline was pure greenness, too, without the slightest trace of modern cities. It was like this place was a desolate planet that had not been developed at all. The civilization here is truly not to be underestimated. In terms of environmental protection, they are too strong. Li Yao secretly clicked his tongue. The history of colonization in the Imperium of true human beings suggested that the more developed a civilization was, the more importance they would attach to environmental protection and the more likely they would build their world in harmony with nature. After all, human beings were animals that had evolved from nature. If possible, nobody was willing to live in the dirty, smoky forests of rebar and cement. For many powerful civilizations, after they finished the cruel primitive accumulation by seriously damaging the environment of the mother planet and exploiting the resources on the mother planet, they would repair the mother planet by mobilizing the resources from elsewhere and establishing natural reserves on the mother planet, thereby revitalizing the mother planet. This should be the case for this particular sector. Chances were that the dominators here had moved all the cities and warring forces to the underground and left the whole surface of the planet to be a huge natural park. The civilization here must have reached the nature-returning level. I can't be too careful. Li Yao calculated the trajectory of the falling remnant precisely and slightly adjusted it with the power runa rays of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, ensuring that it was rushing all the way to the continent. The landing point when an explorer was sneaking into an unknown world was highlighted in the arts of colonization in the Imperium of true human beings, too. Generally speaking, the explorer was not suggested to land on the ocean. On one hand, most of the habitable planets had oceans multiple times vaster than continents, with countless ferocious beasts lurking at the bottom of such boundless oceans, which could be even more hideous and brutal than the animals on the continents. It would do the explorer no good if they pissed off the ferocious beasts when they were new to the place. On the other hand, on the flat oceans, there was no shelter at all. It would be difficult for the explorer to run away if they were discovered. When Li Yao was staying on the satellite, he had observed and realized that the fourth planet boasted an enormous continent that probably had a larger area than the continents of the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector combined. Other than that, some islands were scattered around the main continent. The west half of the continent was higher than the east half. A few running rivers marched their way through the continent, creating many fertile plateaus. The plateaus seemed to be the pivot of the civilization. The metropolises and even the capital city, which had the highest population, should be on or below the plateaus. With the situation unclear, Li Yao did not dare land on the plateaus recklessly. Instead, he went to broken mountains and primitive forests at the south of the continent, a landing point that he had long chosen. Everybody could easily tell that such a place was sparsely populated. There were underground caves and rivers everywhere, too. Even if he was noticed by someone, it would be very convenient for him to run away. Boom! With a long exhaust flame, the shooting star smashed into the forests, like a stroke depicted with fire. Crack! 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 The trees were collapsing, and a deep ravine was plowed on the ground. The pungent smell of things being burnt filled the air. The bushes and the weeds were all on fire. Every sign suggested that it was a commonly seen meteorite shower. The remains of the magical equipment had been burnt and melted into a cluster of bizarre-shaped iron block. Whoever came to investigate it would not notice any anomaly. Li Yao slowly walked out of the fire before returning the mystic skeleton battlesuit to his cosmos ring. From this moment on, he could not keep anything related to the Star Glory Federation with him. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao took a deep breath of the air of the new world. Despite the smell of smoke when the buses were scorched, Li Yao still grinned in great satisfaction. What fresh air! The oxygen percentage in the air is very high, with multiple types of microelements and spiritual gas. With such a high oxygen percentage, the insects must be large in size, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be easier to find too. The civilization here truly knows how to enjoy themselves. Judging from their efforts in environmental protection, their civilization does not look like an aggressive one. However, everything is just the superficial observation so far. I must investigate it further before I jump to any conclusion. Li Yao summoned Neltharion from his cosmos ring. After a soft whistle, Neltharion immediately entered the stealth state. Like a breeze melting into the air, it flew toward the north under the manipulation of Li Yao's telepathic thoughts. The north was relatively close to the plateaus. The odds of finding other people were higher there. Neltharion slithered above the forest without a sound while scanning the spiritual waves hundreds of square kilometers nearby. There seemed to be smoke at the southeast, which appeared to be some small towns. Li Yao was about to drive Neltharion to explore the southeast, when chaotic spiritual waves, mixed with intimidating killing intent, came over from the north, giving every sign that it was a battle between two armies or two experts. Something is going on. His heart pounding, Li Yao hurried to press Neltharion into the forest and flew it toward the source of the mayhem, carefully under the coverage of the branches and crowns. It appears that the world here is not as peaceful as it appears to be, but this is a great opportunity for me. I can take the chance to observe the battle patterns and the average combat ability of the world. It will be even better if I can blend into them. Like an invisible gecko, Neltharion slowly drove close to the battlefield. The shouts from the battlefield became clearer and clearer. Colorful venomous fog and sword auras could vaguely be seen spurting from the top of the crowns, too, which were quite beautiful in their various colors. But every time the fog and the sword auras fell down, screams were echoing. What the heck? Li Yao frowned. He started to feel that it was getting weird. As an expert in jungle warfare himself, he knew that the most critical factor in a battle in the jungle was inconspicuousness. The two parties engaged in the battle should both be as quiet as they could, because any sound that they made meant their failure, or even death. But those guys were shouting so loudly that they seemed to be fearing that they could not be found out. Were they playing some sort of drama? When Neltharion finally captured the whole view of Neltharion, Li Yao was dumbfounded, as if hit by lightning, and did not come back to himself for a long time. What in heaven's name is this? The battle was taking place next to a lake that was a joint of two brooks in the forests. Two troops were engaged in a fierce battle. Their blood had turned the lake red. One of the troops was made of ferocious-looking barbarians who had long hair and tattoos all over their body. They were either wearing vine armor and bone blades, or colorful feathers from head to toe, carrying vipers in both arms, or driving bizarre-shaped lions or tigers. The other troop was wearing vintage-style armor. They were much more organized and holding their own banner. The breastplates of many soldiers were embedded with the pattern of a black tiger, with vague spiritual energy circulating inside. Judging from their teamwork and their obedience to orders, they should be the well-trained regular troop. However, they seemed more like an army of the court in the era of ancient cultivators tens of thousands of years ago. Li Yao noticed that a small camp was established right behind the regular troop in black armor. There was a giant flag flapping on the top of it that read Ling, the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers. Right below the flag, a general, in a black helmet and black armor, with two giant hammers in his hands, who had bright gold hair and a dark face, was giving orders and commanding the troop on a horse calmly. This doesn't look right. Li Yao shrieked in his heart, wondering whether it was he who had traveled through time or the fellows who were wearing the ancient attire for no good reason. However, the flying broken arms, the flowing guts, the screams that were shocking the birds, and even the most brutal animals, all the gory scenes told Li Yao that it was certainly not a game, but a life-and-death battle between two groups of ancient people. Judging from the position of the two parties, it was obvious that the Emperor's army, which was under the banner of appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, had traveled inside the mountains for a long time and just established their camps after finding the open place with a water source. As it turned out, they were ambushed by the forest barbarians who were short, slim, and wearing fancy clothes. The barbarians seemed to have been lurking in the branches and mud in the first place, and marched into the heart of the Emperor's army easily. Therefore, the battle was already the cruelest state the moment it began. Why is everything like this? Li Yao could not figure out the reason at all. Judging from the armor, blades, and flags of the two parties, the civilization was still at a very underdeveloped phase. It was the living examples of the history books and Yezi's dreams. How was it possible? It had to be noted that the civilization of mankind had already been pushed to a splendid peak in the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago. With the help of 3 volumes of the Book of Revelation, the modern cultivation civilization, built by the Supreme Emperor himself, almost reached a mature phase immediately after it was founded. Although the Supreme Emperor and Mad Armageddon killed each other in the Armageddon Rebellion, which resulted in the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, the seeds of the modern cultivation civilization had been sprayed to all 3,000 sectors. The heritage of the Star Ocean Imperium was everywhere to be seen in the Broken Worlds. In the most chaotic, dark era after the Star Ocean Imperium's collapse, the people on all the planets still remembered the glory of the Imperium and were still able to excavate the legacies. They had never really had to build everything from scratch. Therefore, the brand new civilizations founded on the broken pieces of the Imperium returned to modernity after only a few thousand years. For the worlds such as the Heaven's Origin sector and the Flying Star sector, there were metropolises, public education, computation, and communication tools such as crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, and a basic understanding about the universe. The Flying Star sector and the Heaven's Origin sector were not special cases. In the brainwashing tutorial of the Imperium of true human beings, dozens of independent civilizations of mankind had been recorded, such as the Curly Dragon civilization, the Medicine Fork civilization, and the Martial Meritocrats civilization, which had all become modernized in a few thousand years. Their eventual destruction was not caused by their primitiveness or ignorance, but boiled down to the untreatable disease in the postmodern era. In the sectors reigned by the demons, such as the Blood Demon sector, the original appearance of the planet seemed to have been kept, but it was simply because demons chose a different approach of development. The civilizations of demons, based on biochemistry, also boasted biochemical brains, skeleton warships, biochemical beasts, networks founded on brainwaves, and other rather modern techniques and devices. The most primitive planet that Liao had ever come across was probably Iron Plateau. However, Iron Plateau was a special case, because it had suffered a violent apocalyptic strike that nearly terminated the civilization. Even so, the Chi trainers on Iron Plateau still developed all kinds of magical equipment based on true Chi. Then, with the true Chi magical equipment, they created a unique true Chi civilization, which considered the true Chi containers as the sources of power. They also had true Chi trains, true Chi airships, large factories, big cities, and other modern magical equipment and facilities. Liao had never thought that he would run into an ancient civilization in its full sense, which seemed to still be in a feudal society. This doesn't make any sense. Even leaving the great development of the Star Ocean Imperium, the civilizations of the demons already evolved to a remarkable level at the end of the Great Dark Era in which the universe was reigned by the demons. Why is everything like this? Liao mumbled to himself. Then he suddenly realized something. The world had been covered inside the dark nebula for tens of thousands of years. It had not been recorded on the star map of the Star Ocean Imperium left in the Star Prior's house. Chances were that neither the demon beast dynasties nor the Star Ocean Imperium were aware of its existence. Naturally, its modernization had never been accelerated. It was a lone planet that had developed on its own for tens of thousands of years inside the black box. The changes in the outside and the great events in the universe had nothing to do with it at all. Was this mysterious world a paradise in the universe? However, the paradise here was apparently not peaceful and enjoyable, but filled with blood and slaughters. Liao felt that his teeth were aching. He had made all the necessary preparations. He was braced for the possibility of meeting the most advanced civilization and ready to exploit the essence of the target civilization before he reached out to the local authorities. But it never occurred to him that the target civilization would be so underdeveloped. What do I do now? I'm here to visit and possibly ally with the world here as a representative of the Star Glory Federation. But it's still ancient times here. The good news is that since such a well-trained army is carrying the flag saying appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, there must be a court here. With Oyezi's abundant memories And now that he had advanced into the nascent soul stage, he had a basic understanding about the customs in the world of ancient cultivators now. The so-called appeasing ambassador was a commonly seen official title in different worlds of ancient cultivators. Generally speaking, the central dynasties at the plateaus would establish appeasing bureaus at the frontiers and the primitive lands. Such agencies were responsible for intimidating the foreign races and suppressing any rebellions. It's not too bad. There's at least a central government here. I know who I should turn to. If it were a civilization of bloody battles, which was a jungle society where everybody disagreed with each other and feasted on each other's blood, Liao would not even know whom he should negotiate with. The bad news is that, since there's a court, there must be a king or an emperor sitting in the court. Should I go to the emperor and tell him, "Your Majesty, did you know that the world we are living in is in fact a large place? There are hundreds of other worlds beyond your territory, and I happen to be an alien from one of the worlds." Li Yao sighed and suddenly felt that the alliance would be tricky. He had never been particularly fond of the ancient cultivators after swallowing Oyezi's memories and gaining a basic understanding about the ancient cultivators. It was because the ancient cultivators were more like the immortal cultivators, who regarded the ordinary people as ants, in terms of their belief. Of course, the ancient cultivators were not necessarily unpardonable fiends. In fact, there were too many merciful masters who subdued the bullies and helped the weak, and patriots who sacrificed themselves for their country and people among the ancient cultivators. However, even the most loyal and moral ancient cultivators might find it difficult to embrace the ideology of equality in modern society by placing themselves on par with the ordinary people or even being checked and balanced by them. It had nothing to do with their attitude. Perhaps it was just their historic limitations. Su Changfa, as an immortal cultivator, was not wrong about one thing. It was inappropriate to judge the ancient people with modern morals. As it happened, it was a bunch of ancient people that Li Yao had come across. There's nothing I can do now. I might as well make more observations. Although the civilization here was still in the ancient phase, and everything looked rather underdeveloped at first glance, Li Yao did not dare underestimate them or return to space to establish the space gate and summon the fleets from the Federation recklessly. He knew clearly that there had been a crazy era in the world of ancient cultivators when the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators were as numerous as the dogs on the street. Because of the abundant spiritual in this world, even the lizards here were magnitudes larger than those in the heaven's origin sector. Nobody could tell how formidable the cultivators here were. If he underestimated the capabilities of the world and summoned the space fleets of the Federation rashly to demonstrate his power, only to discover that the civilization sent out 50 divinity transformation stage cultivators in a row, then Li Yao's negligence would certainly be unpardonable. Before summoning the main troops of the Federation, there are a few critical questions that I must figure out first. Firstly, is the civilization that is suspected to be a world of ancient cultivators the real dominator of the planet? Or is it simply the puppet on the surface controlled by another civilization below the ground or in outer space that is 100 times more developed? Secondly, how exactly was the world hidden in the black box? And what happened hundreds of thousands of years ago? Thirdly, how many nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators are out there in the world? If there are indeed a lot of them, how much damage can they cause to a civilization of modern cultivators when they are on a rampage? Fourthly, and most critically, what was the signal sent to the outside world 100 years ago about? Was it sent by the ancient cultivators here? What was their purpose? Li Yao did not know how terrifying a divinity transformation stage cultivator could be. On Li Yao's path of training, the one with the highest cultivation should be the supreme space pirate, Yin Xinjian, who hid in his residence in the underground fortress on Spider Den in the Flying Star sector to break into the divinity transformation stage. Li Yao had spent quite a few years in the supreme space pirate's residence absorbing Yin Xinjian's heritage. It had been the most beneficial seclusion in his life of training. Not only did he successfully march into the superlative height of the core formation stage, the training also laid a solid foundation for him to break into the nascent soul stage when he was only in his 30s. To some extent, he had received Yin Xinjian's tutelage and could almost be called Yin Xinjian's true disciple. Yin Xinjian died because of mental derangement when he only touched the threshold of the divinity transformation stage. Inferring the average capabilities of the divinity transformation stage cultivators with Yin Xinjian's cultivation, Li Yao pondered for a long time, but still felt that only one divinity transformation stage cultivator would be able to cause world-blighting damage if he snuck into the Star Glory Federation. Boom, 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 crack, crack, crack. Although both parties were mostly using cold weapons, sparks were bursting out. Giant pits, almost 2 meters deep, were smashed on the group. The trees that one could barely hold were also shaking and bordering on collapse in the airwaves. It was almost a battle where crystal cannons and crystal bombs were employed. They were equally fiery and sparkling. Li Yao focused his attention on the Emperor's army that was under the great banner of appeasing ambassador. The army was perhaps a representative of the highest government on the planet, which was the main target that Li Yao was to deal with later. The court was not something that he could bypass either if he wanted to ally with them, be neutral, or even declare war on the civilization. The Emperor's army deserved to be the Emperor's army. Although most of the soldiers in the ancient troop that had tiger-like stripes on their breastplates were ordinary people, they were mostly tall, muscular experts with bulging temples and glittering eyes. Ripples were spreading out whenever they kicked or punched. Judging from the sound when they waved their heavy sabers, the weapons weighed at least 50 kilograms. It was not a historical fiction, where the heroes could easily exert a force of 400 newtons with their arms. In the real world, those who could wave sabers weighing 50 newtons easily were certainly experts among experts. "This is rather awesome," Li Yao secretly commented. The average capability of the troop was almost at the peak of ordinary fighters. In the standard of the Star Glory Federation, it was almost equal to a spiritual actualization quotient of 90%. Li Yao recalled a few elite special forces in the Star Glory Federation and discovered that the ordinary soldiers on his side, if using pure cold weapons such as chains words instead of the hot weapons such as crystal cannons, were absolutely no match for the soldiers here. It was quite normal. In the modern society, while the magical equipment found its way into all households, making everyone's life easier, they somewhat diminished people's instincts and wildness. During certain periods in history, it was quite normal that the ancient people were better at wilderness survival and close-distance battles. Besides, the oxygen percentage of this world was very high, and the spiritual energy was rather abundant. It was not strange at all that a large batch of top fighters distinguished themselves. The average build of the soldiers here is even better than anybody else on Iron Plateau other than the Chi trainers. Li Yao pondered to himself. If such a magnificent army joined the Federation, they would certainly make a powerful assault team after they were equipped with modern chains words, vibration sabers, and crystal cannons. Even if they were engaged with the immortal cultivators, they would still be able to have a head-on clash with the enemy. On the other hand, if they were to join the Imperium of true human beings side as the cannon fodder, it would certainly be a disaster for the Federation. Moreover, other than the ordinary soldiers who were all top fighters, there were also some refinement stage cultivators in the Emperor's army. They mostly wore armor that was even more fresh and glamorous. Other than the tiger stripes on their chest, their shoulder armor was also shaped into a roaring tiger. Their sabers were even more daunting than the weapons of the ordinary soldiers, like tigers' teeth magnified dozens of times. Spiritual energy was vaguely circling around the edge of the saber. After every slash, a blade aura several meters long would be unleashed, which would be condensed into the appearance of rushing tigers after ripping apart the air. Even the enemy more than 10 meters away might be torn into pieces by the rushing tigers. The vanguards and the captains in the army are all cultivators in the refinement stage. It appears that the world of cultivators and the mortal world on this planet are deeply involved with each other. The ancient cultivators had many different social forms. For some of the worlds where spiritual energy was not abundant, only the natural paradises such as mountains and forests might boast a reserve of spiritual energy. Therefore, the number of cultivators was few. Such cultivators were not necessarily related to the mortal world. They were often the deities in the groundless folklores. In some other worlds, The cultivators established their own system and acted under different sects. The so-called dynasties were merely the puppets of such sects. There might be few cultivators in the court or in the army. Most of the cultivators would stay in the headquarters of their sects and occasionally go down the mountains to remote control the puppets. However, in some of the worlds of ancient cultivators, the local dynasties were established by the cultivators, and the cultivators were integrated into the mortal world in every aspect. The emperor was a cultivator, and the major ministers and generals were cultivators too. Such cases were not rare either. It seemed that the world here was an excellent example. Because of the overly abundant spiritual energy in the world, the number of cultivators was likely very high. It was impossible for them to live in seclusion. They had to go into the world of mortals and construct a relatively stable social system together with the ordinary people for the sake of the benefits of both parties. Under the lead of the vanguards and captains who were in the refinement stage, the emperor's army fought back like tigers and wolves. They gradually recovered from the shock of being ambushed and reorganized their battle formation. However, since the barbarians were bold enough to bite the hard bone that was the emperor's army, their teeth were certainly rather tough too. In terms of their body figure, born and raised in the hot and damp southern land, they were much more slender than the soldiers from the central land. However, their bronze-colored skin and their muscles that resembled dried beef indicated their excellent body build. As natural-born jungle hunters, they were jumping up and down among the branches like slippery monkeys and appeared right behind the emperor's army, without a sound like ghosts. Compared with the fine armor and blades of the emperor's army, their equipment was much more ragged. However, the venomous fog they spurted out, the vipers on their arms, and the scorpions, centipedes, and other pests hidden inside the bamboo baskets they carried significantly made up for the shortcoming of their gear. The emperor's army was struggling to deal with them, even in the head-on clashes. Li Yao's eyes were keen enough to notice that a vanguard in the refinement stage in the emperor's army was blocked by a short, thin barbarian. The blades of the two parties raised clusters of sparks after collision, but neither of them could defeat the other. Upon closer inspection, Li Yao discovered that, while the vanguard was summoning his spiritual energy with his face flushing, the barbarian's pupils turned into two narrow slots, and his jaw and his teeth protruded out. This is a demon. Li Yao saw through the changes of the barbarian easily. When the vanguard of the emperor's army was unleashing the spiritual energy without bothering anything, the barbarian was bombarding his mitochondria, awakening the primeval cells inside his body, and displaying part of the features of demons. However, the barbarians did not seem pure demons either. They were more like hybrids of human beings and demons, and only kept part of the features of demons. But it does make sense. It should be noted that there was no distinction between human beings and demons in the primeval era. Demons were merely another battle form of human beings. Everybody was a comrade who was enlightened by the Niwa clan and who fought side by side. The serious contradiction between human beings and demons in the outside civilizations is because the ultimate one sect 40,000 years was insane enough to transform them into ultimate one demons in their pursuit to rule over the entire universe, which led to the 30,000 years of Great Dark Era. It is the source of the bloody grudge between the two parties. If the sector here hasn't reached out to other worlds for tens of thousands of years, naturally, they know neither the ultimate one demons nor the Great Dark Era. Then, it is perfectly normal that the boundary between human beings and demons is ambiguous here, and that some of them were even married and gave birth to hybrid descendants. Honestly speaking, the weapons, battle techniques, and organization of the Emperor's army were all better than those of the barbarians. If the two parties fought on an open plateau, the barbarians would have been beaten to the ground in several minutes. However, the battlefield was a forest, with smoke, swamps, and pits everywhere. The terrain was in the barbarians' favor, and they were well prepared for the ambush. Together with their determination to die together with the enemy, they even managed to fight on par with the Emperor's army without losing. The Emperor's army grew somewhat agitated when they failed to defeat the enemy after so long. After all, they were on an expedition mission. One casualty meant one fewer warrior. Even if 10 barbarians were killed in the meantime, The vacancies would be filled easily from the forest that was as boundless as the ocean. The black-armored general under the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers suddenly roared before he bashed the 2 hammers in his hands hard, raising a deafening noise. The 2 hammers were embedded with hundreds of colorful rings, respectively. After the violent collision, the bronze rings rotated quickly and unleashed mystic rays, covering the battlefield several square kilometers nearby like an upside-down bowl. The black-armored general's face was so pale that he nearly fell down from his horse, but he gritted his teeth and smashed the hammers another time. The second hit was even louder than the first one. The sound echoed around the entire battlefield like a running river. A weird thing happened. In the coverage of the sound waves and the mystic rays, the morale of the Emperor's army was significantly boosted. All the ordinary soldiers bulged their eyes, their skin breaking apart and their muscles protruding. The vanguards and the captains were even more rampant, and the auras of their blades were surging out like rainbows. The barbarians, on the other hand, seemed to panic at the deafening noise and forgot how to resist when the enemy's weapons were slashing toward their faces. Shwa! 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 Dozens of well-tempered sabers slashed down brutally, cutting the barbarians in half with blade auras that were more than 10 meters long. The guts of the barbarians were spraying everywhere on the ground. The air was immediately wreathed in burning redness. The Emperor's army took the opportunity to march forward. The battle formation of the barbarians, which had been rather disorganized in the first place, was further shattered apart. Seeing the devastating wounds of their companions, the fearless barbarians were putting on expressions of fear and horror and roaring like wounded animals. Li Yao pondered carefully for a moment, but failed to figure out the working mechanism of such a rune array. It suggested that the sector had special knowledge in terms of refining, too, which was worth studying. The barbarians' roar seemed to be a call. A bizarre-shaped bird, with hideous claws and teeth, suddenly flew to the sky in panic because of the shock. Many giant trees were leaning awry on the ground, making the ground thunder, as if a rock weighing 10,000 kilograms was rushing over. Very soon, a giant tree that even 5 people would be able to hold was thrown towards the Emperor's army and hit 4 soldiers precise, blowing the victims into piles of blood and meat immediately. In ear-splitting laughter, a behemoths shadow lunged out from the depths of the forest, which turned out to be an enormous demon beast almost 10 meters long, with heavy armor all over the body and a long horn over the head, which made it look like both a rhino and an elephant. The rhino demon beast was raging among the soldiers of the Emperor's army like a crystal tank. Because of the thick skin and the lumps on it, the general weapons and auras of blades could not even pierce into the demon beast's body. The crash of the demon beast, on the other hand, could knock 3 to 5 soldiers into the sky every time. The soldiers were often broken apart on the spot and killed before they had the chance to scream. Right on the back of the rhino demon beast was installed with a seat made of vines. A bald, muscular man in a sloppy robe, who looked like both a monk and a mortal, was sitting on the seat cross-legged while cackling. The bald, muscular man was so fat that the flesh on his body was moving up and down like waves when he was laughing. But as it happened, his body had tattoos that were snakes, bugs, rats, and ants everywhere. When his body was shaking, it looked like countless pests were crawling on his body. Anybody who saw it would feel that their blood was freezing. The bald man was waving a saber made of skeleton, which was embedded with 9 bone rings. On closer look, one would notice that the skulls of many reptiles were bound to the 9 bone rings. They were clattering when the weapon was shaken. Gray threads that looked like withered vines were attached to the saber, giving every feeling of evil and creepiness. The bald man should be the soul of the barbarians. His arrival swept away the depression among the barbarians easily. The clattering skulls on his saber dispelled the echoes generated by the general of the Emperor's army easily. Hearing the sound, the soldiers nearby were all putting on expressions of nausea. Many of them were having cold sweat, their faces gloomy. Li Yao knew that it was a natural reaction because of the abnormal secretion of hormones inside the body after the nerve endings were stimulated, which was not something resistible with courage. It appeared that attacking the nerves with sound waves was a common technique in the sector for every force. Seeing that the enemy was suppressed, the bald man was laughing even more crazily. He suddenly threw the 9-ringed saber, and the dozens of skulls on the 9 rings, enveloped inside a certain weird force field, flew to the midair. The skulls must have belonged to the reptiles, such as vipers or lizards in the beginning. If one were to look into their tiny eyes, tiny, eccentric fire hidden at the center of the skulls could be found. Once the skulls flew to the midair, the eccentric fire immediately bulged and dashed out of the eyes and mouths, lunging at the soldiers of the Emperor's army as vipers and lizards. The soldiers that were caught by the eccentric fire were often burned up instantly into dry corpses. The eccentric fire was not only getting more and more vigorous, but also transmitting the vitality in the blood back to the bald man's saber through the tiny skulls. The withered threads on the saber immediately expanded. An organ that was beating like a heart was even formed at the center of the interconnecting threads. A combination of flesh and magical equipment. A bloodthirsty saber, Li Yao secretly exclaimed. He had seen similar magical equipment deep inside the Mausoleum of Chaos by Yenji. It was a piece of magical equipment which could hibernate for a long time and which could automatically cruise, stay on alert, and attack with the blood as the source of power. Such magical equipment from the Mausoleum of Chaos could be traced back to Kunlun, the relic of the Panga civilization. The planet below Li Yao's feet, on the other hand, could possibly be a relic of the Panga civilization of an even greater scale. It was not unusual that such a piece of magical equipment could be found. It appeared that the Emperor's army was about to lose. The face of the black-armored general under the banner of appeasing ambassador was pale, and he was about to fall down. He was trying his best to smash the hammers to raise the sound waves. However, the special sound wave could only motivate the morale and keep the battle formation unbroken at best. It could not stop the savage of the eccentric fire from the skulls. The more soldiers it killed, the more blood-red the bald man's saber became. Very soon, the aura of the blade extended to more than 10 meters away. Repugnant smells were emitting out too. The bald man grinned hideously. Baring his sharp teeth, he patted the rhino demon beast below his bottom and marched towards the black-armored general. Judging from the range, brightness of their spiritual energy, and their utilization of their magical equipment, Li Yao estimated that the general on the Emperor's army's side was at the beginning level of the core formation stage at best. The bald man was at least in the middle level of the core formation stage himself, significantly higher than his enemies. The bloody saber in his hands was apparently a piece of magical equipment more powerful than the general's hammers. The iron-armored rhino demon beast below him was certainly no match for the general's horse too. The result of such a clash was almost too obvious. Phew! The horse below the general of the Emperor's army had stripes which resembled swirls on both sides of the body, as if it had grown wings. It looked rather extraordinary, too, and must be a hybrid of a magnificent stallion and a certain spiritual beast. However, no matter what an awesome hybrid it was, how could it expect to deal with an iron-armored rhino that was brimming with demonic energy? Seeing that the enemy was crushing over like a huge mountain of meat, the horse stood on its feet because of the shock and nearly knocked the general off its back. The fat, bald man, naturally, wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. He must have weighed more than 200 kilograms, and yet he lunged at the general of the Emperor's army in a streak of bloodiness together with his saber as agile as a swallow. Right then, an unexpected change took place. Behind the general of the Emperor's army was the banner of appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, and a shabby camp was standing behind the banner. The camp had been quiet at beginning, as if it were empty. There was not the slightest sound even when the battle was most fierce. But out of everyone's expectation, when the fat, bald man's attack was performed to such an extent that he was no longer able to change his posture, a deep blue aura of sword suddenly dashed out of the curtain of the camp, which was not fully closed. The aura of sword was quiet and did not carry any feeling of the mortal world. It darted right towards the center of the fat, bald man's eyebrow, as if somebody had drawn a straight line in the midair with an invisible blue pen. The fat, bald man seemed to have sensed the most dreadful thing in the world. After a shriek, he stopped his momentum of rushing forward, with explosive sounds all over his body as he broke in dozens of bones, before he bounced backwards as if he had run into an invisible wall. In only one moment, he had realized that it was a long-devised trap. His reactions were quick enough, but the blue sword was even quicker. It took an abrupt turn in the midair, not in a curve but in almost a right angle, and continued locking onto the center of his eyebrow in a trajectory that was in complete violation of all the laws of physics. Weird sounds were echoing inside the fat, bald man's abdomen, as if 10,000 toads were crying. Then he opened his mouth and spat out bloody mist, hoping to corrupt the blue sword. The blue sword, however, disintegrated into 9 swords that were even thinner suddenly the moment before the venomous fog arrived and dashed to all directions, before the parts were concentrated above the fat, bald man's head again, after unsmooth turns of right angle and acute angles. The light and shadow interconnected with each other, and the lines extended into what appeared to be an upside-down orchid flower, which pressed down heavily. Schwa! The orchid flower, made of hundreds of auras of sword, pierced through the fat, bald man's enormous body easily. The ever-surging flesh of the fat, bald man came to a suddenly halt. In utmost fury and fear, he pointed his bloody saber at the camp. The curtain of the camp was lifted. A young girl, whose clothes were whiter than snow, paced out casually, with her hands in her back, giving the feeling that she was herself an orchid inside a valley. Her nose was very high, like a mountain that rose to the clouds. Her eyes were straight and clear, too. Her eyes were glittering, but confidence that bordered on indifference was flowing out. The battle in front of her eyes, and probably everything in the mortal world, seemed to have nothing to do with her, and she could decide all of them with one of her fingers. The face confidence, arrogance, and even narcissism was the typical expression of many ancient cultivators in Li Yao's memory. A cultivator in the peak of the core formation stage. The girl was not covering her spiritual waves at all. Therefore, Li Yao could tell easily that she was only several steps away from the nascent soul stage. As for her flying sword, the hundreds of blue swords, after piercing through the fat, bald man, spread out and stabbed into the hearts of another dozens of barbarians. But as a result, the aura of the sword seemed more or less lackluster, suggesting that they might have been contaminated by the enemy's blood. The girl in white blew a whistle. The hundreds of swords all returned to her and disappeared in her broad sleeves. Li Yao noticed an interesting fact. The girl was in white before, without the slightest redundant color. But after the swords were swallowed into her sleeves, a tiny orchid flower suddenly showed up at her cuff and seemed to be dancing as she waved her arms. It was quite a beautiful scene, a piece of very advanced magical equipment. The attack seemed to be made of pure energy. By manipulating the spiritual energy, which is bound by special force fields with her telepathic thoughts, she is able to build the swords into different forms and endow them with kinetic rules different from those which the real entities must abide by. Therefore, the routes of attack are erratic and unpredictable. The explanation was very simple. The magical equipment that surpassed the era, it was in often boasted units or rune arrays left by the Panga clan or the Niwa clan as the core parts. Their offspring were merely adding new ancillary units to the magical equipment pieces of the primeval era. It was like a primitive barbarian in the Stone Age who picked up a military dagger produced through modern technologies. The primitive barbarian did not need to understand the procedures, mechanisms, and usages of the modern dagger. He could simply tie the dagger to a bone or a twig, thereby creating an invincible and marvelous weapon. Building such a dagger from scratch was 10,000 years more difficult than tying the dagger to a stick. Therefore, although the ancient cultivators had boasted a lot of powerful magical equipment unimaginable to the modern cultivators, it did not imply that the ancient cultivators were smarter than their modern counterparts. The only reason was that the ancient people lived closer to the primeval era, and it was easier for them to excavate the pieces of the primeval magical equipment. With the units they found as the cores, they would be able to assemble the mysterious ultimate treasures quickly. The ancient cultivators had basically spoiled all the primeval treasures, leaving no heritages to the modern cultivators. Therefore, it was much more troublesome for the latter to develop. Of course, the easy was only in a relative sense. At the very least, in Li Yao's memories, it was certainly a great event if a broken piece of the primeval magical equipment was excavated in the world that Oyezi lived in. The experts everywhere would fight over it. The primeval treasures had no owners. Whoever qualified would claim them. How could anyone be qualified? Of course, when their fists were tough enough. In Oyezi's world, it was often the case that only experts above the nascent soul stage were entitled to a primeval treasure. But in the world here, even a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage was mastering a flying sword, which apparently utilized a primeval treasure at the core. It was obvious that either she was renowned and backed by a powerful family or sect, or the remnants of primeval magical equipment were less rarely seen there than in the other worlds of ancient cultivators. Li Yao thought about everything quickly in only one moment. But when the orchid flower on the girl on white sleeves fully blossomed, the fat, bald man suddenly exploded into a pile of broken flesh and meat. Such a terrible view made all the barbarians scream in desperation. Their leader being slain so easily meant that they had no opportunity to fight any longer. When the indifferent female cultivator attacked again, the victims would be much more than dozens of barbarians. All the barbarians shrieked and fled in panic. The situation was suddenly reversed. The emperor's army chased after the enemy like hungry tigers. However, the mountain there was high and the forest dense. There might be unexpected factors if the army dispersed in the forest. They could pay a high price despite the assistance of the female cultivator's mysterious swords. The appeasing ambassador was apparently an experienced general. He immediately ordered the army to retreat and clean up the mess. While they were cleaning the battlefield, finishing the dying barbarians, and saving their companions, Li Yao began to compile his first observation report. Li Yao's observation report of the foreign world, Entry 1. On the very first day after I landed on the mysterious world, I observed a competition between two local troops. The planet boasts a main continent with a relatively stable tectonic structure. The east side of the continent is a fertile plateau that is a gift of several large rivers running parallel to the equator. The continent seems to be reigned by a relatively civilized central dynasty, which has established a bureaucratic system including titles such as appeasing ambassador. However, the dynasty's control over the whole planet hasn't reached 100% yet. Half-civilized barbaric groups still seem to exist in the jungles and on the prairies at the edge of the continent. Otherwise, titles such as appeasing ambassador wouldn't have been set up in the first place. The planet here boasts abundant spiritual energy and a high oxygen percentage. The insects and animals here are much larger in size. Human beings here are much healthier too. Both the soldiers of the army of the Central Dynasty and the warriors of the borderland barbarians boast stamina, strength, and speed that were higher than modern ordinary people did. With modern training, they can certainly be trained into a dominating army. The fierce battle that took place here just now looked like an ambush that the barbarians initiated on the troop of the Central Dynasty. However, such an assault might have been within the expectations of the Emperor's army, who intentionally lured the enemy into attacking and took the opportunity to execute the enemy's leader. It is indicative enough that both the troops of the Central Dynasty and those of the barbarians are capable of making and carrying out complicated schemes. They are rather clever and must not be regarded as silly primitives just because of their underdeveloped civilization. Besides, the number of cultivators and warriors with a demonic bloodline in the troops is amazingly high. Their ratio has surpassed that of the level A regular legions of the Star Glory Federation. Judging from the vastness of the continent and the land suitable for farming and reproduction, the number of cultivators in this world might be much greater than our estimation. In terms of gear, the weapons and magical equipment that the ordinary soldiers and low-level cultivators are using are generally rather shabby and no better than the average performance of the ancient cultivators. They are certainly no match for the modern magical equipment, which can be made from thousands of components. However, It is possible that this sector boasts a huge number of remnants of primeval treasures. With the primeval treasures as the core, they will be able to build very powerful super magical equipment that is equal to or even better than modern magical equipment. What I've seen was just a battle between two common troops. They were certainly not the most elite troops, such as the Emperor's Guards, or the private troops of certain cultivation sects that are even stronger than the Emperor's Guards. But the tip of the iceberg already suggests that the capabilities of this sector are not half bad. Even if they cannot expect to compete with the modern war system on the vast plateaus and boundless space, it will still be a major headache if a squad of the ancient cultivators break into our starships and have a head-on battle with us in the narrow cabins. Up till now, there has been no sign of the sector's cross-base attack abilities yet. However, a very serious question must be brought to attention. It is doubtless that the Imperium of true human beings has such abilities. What if the expedition army of the Imperium reached out to the sector and bought the local experts with magical equipment, training arts, and even the land and population of the Federation as baits, thereby establishing a mercenary army of nascent soul stage cultivators and even divinity transformation stage cultivators? It is also a commonly adopted approach in the Imperium of true human beings colonization. Ask the locals to fight the locals. After the locals of multiple worlds are all exhausted, the army of the Imperium will take advantage of all of them unstoppably. The ancient cultivators here, who are still in the primitive era and do not know the cruelty of the outside world, may find the temptation irresistible. We must prevent such a scenario from happening, or we can even do unto them as they would have done unto us. If we cannot ally with this sector, the experts of this sector should be hired by the Federation instead of the Imperium as mercenaries. The Imperium might be very powerful, but it is not entirely impossible for the Federation, after absorbing and digesting the relics on Kunlun, to propose more attractive offers to win the support of the local cultivators and establish an overseas mercenary legion of the Star Glory Federation. Everything above is just my preliminary observation. Whether or not the sector is as simple as it appears to be, whether or not there are deeper secrets, and what exactly the mysterious signal 100 years ago was about require more exploration. Li Yao finished the first report. The battlefield was soon cleaned up. The forest where blood was boiling a moment ago fell silent again. Li Yao rubbed his temples softly, thinking about how to meet with this appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers. It was certainly not because he favored the rightful dynasty and only saw the court in his eyes. For him, whose vision had been expanded to the entire sea of stars, the human beings of all the 3,000 sectors were compatriots. Both the Emperor's army and the barbarians in the forest were more or less the same. Li Yao had accepted the demons who had 8 legs. He was a monster who might grow sharp teeth and claws after a sneeze. Why would he discriminate against the seemingly hideous barbarians? The only problem was that he did not have much time left, considering that he had wandered through space for 100 years and that the Black Wind fleet of the Imperium of true human beings was coming anytime. He was not interested in playing a game of upgrading from zero through pretentious acting. He had to negotiate with the highest authorities and best experts of this sector on equal terms as quickly as possible. It appeared now that the highest authorities of this sector were probably the court behind the appeasing ambassador. The best expert was either the Emperor himself or the leaders of the noble families who manipulated the Emperor as a puppet. All in all, he could not avoid reaching out to them. The troop here is well trained. All the soldiers possess badges and ID numbers. Also, they know each other quite well. It's unlikely for me to join them under the disguise of a soldier. Even if I do, I wouldn't be able to obtain much useful intelligence. What about pretending to be a barbarian? Not an option. They are quite decisive and merciless about the barbarians. They don't keep any captives. What should I? What's this? While Li Yao was pondering his move next, he suddenly sensed subtle waves. Neltharion activated all the probe magical equipment to the maximum. Very soon, a mosquito with bright golden wings in the bushes nearby was locked onto. Behind the seemingly common mosquito that was approximately the size of a dragonfly was an extremely tiny telepathic thought that extended into the depths of the mountain. Somebody was remotely controlling the mosquito from far away. Li Yao was suddenly alarmed. He immediately realized that he was not the only observer in the darkness. The fact that the stranger could attach a feeble telepathic thought to a mosquito and remotely control it from several mountains away suggested that his cultivation was at least as good as that of the female sword cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage. Thankfully, the mosquito was made of flesh and blood, so not too many techniques could be stored inside the tiny body. It was already its limits to observe the battle. Neltharion, on the other hand, was a piece of cutting-edge magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium that had been constantly improved by Li Yao. When it was hidden in the air, a tiny mosquito could certainly not detect it. Therefore, it was Li Yao who discovered a second observer, not the other way around. The discovery gave Li Yao a great advantage in the secret battle. The mosquito slightly shivered. As if attracted by a spiritual thread, it flew toward the depths of the forest. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao ordered Neltharion to follow the mosquito, planning to meet the mysterious observer. The army of the court, commanded by the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, was large with many soldiers. It was impossible that the army would vanish into thin air from the forest. A lot of traces would be left behind by the wagons and horses after the army passed. Neltharion had recorded the terrain nearby. Even if the army was lost right now, it was easy for Li Yao to keep track of the army by following their traces. The mysterious observer, on the other hand, might not be found again once lost. Li Yao had a vague feeling that the level of the stranger should be far higher than the female sword cultivator. Chances were that he was even in the nascent soul stage. I wonder, what methods does the ancient nascent soul stage cultivator of this sector boast? Li Yao smiled and began to take off his clothes. Shirts, pants, and underwear. He was completely naked in the end. He tossed all the objects that did not belong to the world back into his cosmos rings before he activated the instant self-destruction alert rune rays on the cosmos rings. Should he be captured by a terrifying expert far stronger than himself in the worst-case scenario, he would still be able to destroy all traces related to his home instantly. But as for the fact that nudity was certainly not any type of decorum, Li Yao scratched his hair and found a piece of soft humus. He picked up a handful of mud and soon smeared himself in it. Then he managed to knit 2 covers with the broad leaves that resembled those of a palm and protected his private parts with them. Finally, he rushed after the mosquito under the guidance of Neltharion. The master of the mosquito must not have dreamt that somebody could perceive his enchanted insect inside the forest that was brimming with venomous fog. The mosquito was swaggering forward without the slightest concealment. After passing 2 mountains, it almost turned into a streak of bright gold at a speed higher than that of a bird. However, it was true that the area was a desolate and harsh land. The giant trees, dozens of meters tall, blocked all the sunshine. Swamps and caves whose depth nobody could tell were everywhere. Many lethal snakes, rats, and ants were also lurking in the branches and grass, too. Li Yao estimated that not just the troops from the Central Dynasty, even the local barbarians of the area might not have the courage to approach. The land in the front suddenly sank. A deep, narrow canyon appeared, as if the ground had been slashed upon brutally. On the cliffs of the canyon grew bizarre-shaped trees whose dense crowns blocked Li Yao's vision. Like the duckweed that floated on the top of a pond, they stopped everybody from examining how deep the canyon was. Very soon, however, the sound of water echoed from the bottom of the canyon, as if a river was surging from the depths. There was not the slightest track created by animals when they walked by near the canyon. Not just the ordinary people, even the toughest fighters would not dare to explore the area by themselves. Li Yao noticed a weird phenomenon. After surpassing quite a few high mountains in a row, he heard the shrieks of animals everywhere from the primitive forest. He had also sensed the auras of some rather intimidating demon beasts, which suggested that this place was a paradise for wildlife. But after he reached the canyon, he could not hear the sound of any living creatures, not even the slithering noises of the snakes and rats. Although the forest there was even more dense, and even had a clear water source. The seemingly vigorous forest was like a silent graveyard. Although the sun was burning in the sky, there was nothing but chilly air in the forest. The mosquito dived down into the canyon. Neltharion still tailed it, neither too distant nor too close, in the stealth state. Liao activated the Great Dream tortoise hibernation art that Gue Suesho had taught him silently, and reduced his physiological signs such as breath and heartbeat to the minimum in the high-speed movement. Not only was the Great Dream tortoise hibernation art a device for hibernation, it also had another great advantage, which was that the physiological signs on the surface of the body could be reduced during short-time, strenuous movements. So a body might appear cold, although it was burning hot inside. Right now, if somebody observed Li Yao's skin with a microscope, they would discover that Li Yao's pores had been fully sealed, and his skin was as smooth as a mirror. He looked like a person born without pores. The spiritual energy, bodily fluid, and smell, which escaped through the pores, were naturally kept inside the body. Before, Li Yao had studied similar stealth techniques, but the general techniques only allowed him to hide himself in the still state. The Great Dream tortoise hibernation art was much more incredible in that it allowed Li Yao to not leak any smell or wave while he was rushing forward. The canyon was extremely deep. It was narrow at the top, but got broader as he descended. After passing through the upper layer that was occupied by the overwhelming crowns of the trees, he discovered that dark fog was rolling up and down in front of him. At the bottom of the canyon was a large river in pale white. Like an angry dragon, it was crashing and tearing apart the rocks on the two sides of the canyon. Occasionally, some of the rocks were ripped off and minced into pieces, disappearing into the river. Even a feather could float on such a river. Everything about the place was creepy and hideous. It seemed like a terrain where a few zombies could jump out at any time. The mosquito flew toward into the rushing river at the bottom of the canyon. It was about to be smashed into pieces by the wave when it suddenly vanished into thin air after a flash. Blinking his eyes, Li Yao discovered, after maneuvering Neltharion to take quite a few circles, that right behind a horizontal, half-dead tree on one side of the canyon close to the surface of the river was a crack that was well hidden and only allowed one person to pass through at a time. Although the tree was not huge, its roots were rather dense and almost blocked the crack entirely like a natural barrier. If Li Yao had not seen the mosquito crawling into it, it would have been difficult for him to notice the crack even if he searched with his full attention. Neltharion passed through the gaps among the roots carefully and groped for a long time in the darkness along the zigzagging gap until there were suddenly no more obstacles ahead. It turned out to be a very broad underground cave. The underground cave was more than 100 meters long and wide. Traces of manual work were obvious. There were quite a few cracks on the top, leading to nobody knew where. Occasionally, pale white brilliance was leaking down, illuminating the entire cave. When Li Yao calmed himself and observed again, he noticed that the cave was not just illuminated by the brilliance showered from the gaps on the dome, but also by the bones that had occupied the entire cave. Most of the bones were bright gold, deep red, bronze, and various other colors. They were countless times larger than the bones of human beings. However, the hands, feet, and skulls resembling those of human beings could still vaguely be distinguished. They were well-preserved remains of the members of the Panga clan, or the Nuwa clan. Li Yao's eyes suddenly shined. The remains of the Panga civilization was another piece of evidence that the mysterious world of ancient cultivators was deeply related to the Panga civilization. However, other than the primeval bones with intimidating auras, some of the skeletons belonged to human beings. Judging from the dry residue on the skeletons, they had only recently been killed. Also, the dead bodies were rather young and small. They seemed to be little kids, if not newborn babies. Is there an evil cultivator torturing living people here? Li Yao's eyebrow was immediately furrowed. He knew that evil arts to baptize the magical equipment with living people existed in many worlds of ancient cultivators. It was also a tradition of the desolate cultivators to magnify the power of their magical equipment by sacrificing the living people and melting the victims' souls into the magical equipment. As for the victims to be sacrificed, infants whose souls were still unpolluted were the best choices. If explained with modern theories, it was probably because the structure of the force fields of the infants were relatively stable, because their souls had not been contaminated by cosmic radiation yet. Liao found almost 20 skeletons of kids that were relatively intact. As for the scattered bones, there were simply too many of them to count. Such a gory view stirred his mind and raised his killing intent despite his calmness. In the deepest part of the cave was an altar made of black rocks. Ancient, mysterious spiritual stripes and embossments were carved everywhere on the altar, depicting the creepy scenes of fiends swallowing human beings. Behind the altar were a vintage furnace and many devices for the refinement of magical equipment. They were of a reasonably good quality, even in the eyes of a professional such as Liao. As for the thing placed next to the furnace, it was even more interesting. It seemed to be a part of some enormous armor. More exactly speaking, it was half of the shoulder armor that should have belonged to the armor worn by a member of the Panga clan or the Nuwa clan who was about 20 meters tall. The half-shoulder armor was almost 5 meters long, but it was riddled with holes and only had the framework left. In front of the shoulder armor was a middle-aged man whose skin was pale and whose face was gloomy. The man's eyes were deep, with a blue birthmark that looked like a giant bird opening its wings at the center of his brow, covering most of his upper face. Hidden below the wings, his eyes were even deeper. His hawk nose boasted a large curve, and the tip of his nose was almost piercing into his lip. His lips were thin and protruded forward, which made them look like the beak of a bird. Despite his ugliness and the shabby environment, the man had an intimidating aura around him, as if he were the invincible dominator of the forest. As his facial muscles were twisted, the birthmark that looked like a bird seemed to be flapping up and down, making it even more hideous. The 3,000 sectors all originated from Pangu and Nuwa. The mysterious world that had never been visited before had been raised by Pangu or Nuwa too. All the existent civilizations of human beings more or less inherited the essence of the Panga civilization in terms of language and social system. Therefore, their languages were generally similar to each other. They were like the dialects of the same language. Having absorbed many of Oyezi's memory pieces, Liao was adept at many vernaculars of the medieval era in the first place. During the 5 years of development of Kunlun, the Federation had excavated a lot of remnants that stored the spells and runes of the Panga civilization, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the language system of the Panga civilization. The language adopted in this sector was similar to the Lotus small seal calligraphy at the early years of the medieval era, with slightly different strokes. Therefore, the words on the banner, appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, had been recognized by Li Yao easily. The green-spotted freak's accent, on the other hand, was both blurred and creepy. It sounded like a viper zigzagging inside one's ears. Anybody who heard it would find goosebumps rising all over their body. Li Yao listened carefully for a while and compared it to dozens of dialects in the age of the ancient cultivators. Finally, based on the context, he was able to get what the guy was saying. The green-spotted freak sniffed and said, "Did it never occur to Black Nose what they were going through? Would the appeasing ambassador, who was bold enough to assume his office at such a troubled time, be easy to deal with? I only pity the great flesh on his body and the gloomy fire-blood transformation saber." Although he was talking about pity, there was not any real pitifulness on the green-spotted freak's face, just as he was not really thinking that the appeasing ambassador was hard to deal with even if he was talking as such. It appeared that the battle in the forest was completely disregarded by him. The appeasing ambassador's victory and the barbarian's failure were both trivial, not worth mentioning. Li Yao realized that the so-called Black Nose must have been the fat, bald man who was riding the rhino demon beast. Judging from the green-spotted freak's tone, he was an old acquaintance of Black Nose's, but the two of them were not in a good relationship. Since he had been able to observe the competition between Black Nose and the female sword cultivator and still scorn them, it was obvious that he was far stronger than either of them. The green-spotted freak sneered for a while longer before he dropped the issue and refocused his attention on a few sword embryos and broken rune arrays on the altar. It turned out that the altar was sort of a working table for him. As a master of refining with knowledge about both the past and the present day, Li Yao realized what the green-spotted freak was doing after the first observation. He estimated that the green-spotted freak must have accidentally discovered the mysterious cave where the armor and dead bodies of the Panga clan were hidden. However, perhaps because of the passage of time, or perhaps because he wasn't the first lucky dog to discover the place, few relics there were still of value except for half of the armor. Because of the Panga clan's enormous body size, even half of the armor would still be enough to be built into many marvelous weapons if it was refined into ingredients first. Therefore, the green-spotted freak must have been living in the place in seclusion, dismantling the giant's armor and modifying it into magical equipment that he could use. Judging from his monologue, he had not met Black Nose for decades. Also, based on the decorations of the cave, it was very possible that he had hidden himself here for 10 to 20 years. Li Yao vaguely saw that dozens of square holes had been dug out on the wall of the cave that was as smooth as a mirror. The holes had been smeared with a layer of bone powder at first before almost 20 semi-products were placed in them. It appeared that they were all plucked from the giant's armor, a job that could not have been finished quickly. In the age of ancient cultivators, the professions of cultivators were not clear yet. The high-level cultivators often studied multiple disciplines and knew a thing or two about medicine, poison, refining, rune rays, and many other subjects. The green-spotted freak was probably an expert in the nascent soul stage who had lived in seclusion for decades after locating the treasure, partly to train himself and partly to build powerful secret treasures. It was a rather common practice for the ancient cultivators. However, the ancient cultivators, who did not know much about the fundamental subjects, apparently would not study the basic mechanism as modern cultivators would after receiving the secret treasures of the Panga civilization. The green-spotted freak was merely interested in the super alloys on the armor and considered it materials for his sword. As for the aerodynamics, the circulation of spiritual energy, the ergonomics, and the mysterious mechanisms in many fields behind the armor, he turned a blind eye to them all. Li Yao could not help but feel that it was simply too wasteful. That being said, the green-spotted freak indeed had his own expertise in refining. He took over a sword embryo made of the remnants of the Panga clan's armor. Touching it in fascination for a while, he spat another mouthful of green saliva, which turned into a green fire the moment it reached the sword embryo. When the fire perished, a few zigzagging streaks had been left on the sword embryo. The green-spotted freak narrowed his eyes and observed the streaks by aiming them at the light. Then, he unpacked a colorful silk bag on his waist and took out a black badge from it. The badge was the size of a palm. Almost 100 big-headed children were carved on the surface in an eccentric style. Every big-headed child was laughing in delight, but there was a creepy feeling hidden in the deepest part of their smile. Such a picture of children laughing was truly more disturbing than a picture of ghosts walking at night. The green-spotted freak recited his spell in silence. 2 streams of bright green smoke escaped from his nostrils, circling around the badge 9 times, before they diverged into green threads that were even thinning and crawled into the noses of the big-headed children in the picture. A weird thing happened. After absorbing his telepathic thoughts, the big-headed children, who were rigid on the metal badge, suddenly began grimacing. The delight on their faces was now mixed with misery and suffering. Suddenly, the green-spotted freak extended his long, narrow fingers and snapped the badge 3 times. After a grunt, his telepathic thoughts fished up a few souls from the badge like lines. The few souls looked like children if not babies, except that their bones were bulging and their bodies were twisted. They could not have looked queerer. The green-spotted freak kept grunting. His immense spiritual energy crashed at the souls of the children like a few giant hands, kneading and torturing them as if they were mud. Because of the painful suffering, the souls of the children were finally infuriated and launched counterattacks at him brutally. However, how could the children whose souls were deprived of a body soon after they were born and had no specialties except for their pureness expect to compete with a great expert in the nascent soul stage? The green-spotted freak, on the other hand, was like a cat playing with the mice. He dealt with the souls of the children unhurriedly, building up their aggressiveness and bloodthirst. This is much more an evil art to sacrifice the living people. This is a secret technique that looks like a way to tame ghosts. Li Yao was more than shocked. It was obvious that the green-spotted freak was to answer for the dead bodies of the children at the periphery of the cave. He killed the children, plucked their souls, and sealed them inside the weird badge. The badge was similar to an artificial body in the modern cultivation civilization, where one's remaining soul could be hidden and nurtured. Naturally, the guy did not have any good intentions. He was hoping to cleanse and turn the ignorant souls of children into gremlins before he melted them into swords and artifacts in order to increase the power of the magical equipment. To explain what gremlins were, the notion of where spirit must be explained first. According to the ancient cultivators, the flying swords and the magical equipment were personable. With enough time, after absorbing enough natural essence, they would be connected to their owners, and a where spirit might be born. If so, the magical equipment would be able to automatically attack or defend without the control of the owner. Magical equipment that boasted a where spirit was also known as spiritual treasure, an existence of a higher level. They were also the ultimate treasures that countless ancient cultivators sought after. In the opinions of modern cultivators, the so-called where spirit could be defined as artificial intelligence that could automatically search, cruise, make judgments, attack, or defend based on the tactical plans embedded. It was very difficult to develop an artificial intelligence that was a complete simulation of a human being's brain, even for the Star Glory Federation, not to mention the medieval era where everybody was still groping in darkness. Right now, a popular theory in the Federation even had it that the were spirits were very common in the age of ancient cultivators because they were the military artificial intelligences, and their mutants of the Panga civilization left after the Primeval War. The primeval were spirits were something tantalizing, but often unreachable. Therefore, some of the evil guys turned their malicious eyes to human beings, killing human beings, retrieving their souls, and attaching them to the magical equipment could achieve the effect of artificial intelligence, too, if not better. Children's souls were the best choices for such evil arts to transform human beings' souls into were spirits. It was because the souls of children were pieces of unpolluted, white paper. They were like the initial state of a crystal processor whose architecture was just constructed but had not been written with any front-end operation system and specific instructions yet. Therefore, the user would be able to fill in new instructions without bothering about the system conflicts. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator, such as Li Yao, could not help but feel that his tongue was numb and his heart was racing when he thought of the torture. The B***starred must be killed. Killing intent suddenly rose inside Li Yao and occupied his heart. Just now, the battle between the two troops in the forest was one among adults. Everybody had their mission in a battlefield. Li Yao never thought that he could stop all wars in the 3,000 sectors despite his ideals. However, it was one thing to fight another adult, and it was a whole other thing to butcher children. Even butchering the children itself was only a brief pain. Those that were killed would die a clean death. It was 100 times crueler to capture the souls of the children, burn them day and night, and seal them in a magical equipment in order to reap the lives of more innocent people. Li Yao could not ignore it. He had to rescue the souls of the innocent children. Although his target was probably an expert in the nascent soul stage, and he should focus more on investigation as he was new to the place, this was where his belief lay. If he turned a blind eye to such an unpardonable crime and escaped, there would be loopholes in his belief, and his level might plummet. He might begin to question his outlook and the spirit of the Federation. It would be impossible for him to accomplish his mission well. I will have to compete with a local nascent soul stage cultivator sooner or later and gauge the expertise of the experts of this world myself anyway. This is the deepest part of the mountains at the bottom of Great Canyon. There's not another person in the hundreds of square kilometers nearby. Nobody is going to discover the fight. The guy must be living in seclusion without a companion. So, there won't be any unnecessary trouble. All right, let your head be the offering for my cause. After Li Yao became determined to kill the guy, he found another great benefit of executing him, which was that the guy's identity seemed to be of great value. Squinting, Li Yao slithered toward the crack without a sound on the steep cliff like a gray boa. Right then, a vague sweet smell, mixed with a feeble heartbeat, came from behind him. The hair on Li Yao's head and on his back immediately stood up. He turned to the left side out of natural instinct. After a huge noise, an iron whip seemed to have brutally slapped the crag where he had been lying a moment earlier, leaving a gorge more than half a meter deep there. Yellow smoke was even popping up from the gorge, and the rocks were corroded into holes that looked like honeycombs. A giant lizard almost 8 meters long, which looked like a hybrid of a crocodile and a dinosaur, had appeared on the crag above Li Yao at some point. A long tongue that was almost as thick as a boa was dragged from its great mouth. Thick poisonous fluids were dripping from the tongue onto the rocks, burning countless holes on them. For yellow and brown eyes were staring at Li Yao viciously. The reflection inside the tiny eyes showed another person standing right behind Li Yao. It was the master of the mysterious cave, the local nascent soul stage cultivator who had a bird birthmark on his forehead and was torturing the souls of children. The local nascent soul stage cultivator was somehow surprised by Li Yao's quick response. He eyed the stranger up and down and cackled, capable of avoiding a full-strength strike of the 6-footed crocodile dragon. You are indeed something. No wonder you are bold enough to pry into my residence. Which family are you from? Who sent you here? Confess now, and I'll save your suffering. Otherwise, I'll burn your soul for 3 days and enjoy my wine over it. The appearance of the green-spotted freak was between that of a civilized citizen in the central area and a barbarian. He did look like a locally born and raised nascent soul stage cultivator. However, Li Yao would not look down on him just because of his appearance. After all, he had just tricked Li Yao. I was fooled. The guy must have deployed some sort of barrier out of his cave, not to prevent others from prying or trespassing, but to inform him silently when a burglar is detected. Li Yao sacrelli frona. The two types of barriers were vastly different. The first type of barriers was meant to block the enemy, so that they would know it was best to retreat, but the second type was intentionally letting the intruders in so that they would be fished up once and for all. The fact that the guy dared to live in such a rough land on his own and deployed such barriers was obvious enough that the guy was very confident in his own capabilities and believed that everybody was asking to be killed if they barged in. It was quite understandable. In such a desolate land at the edge of the civilization, a nascent soul stage cultivator with a few primeval treasures should be as confident as anyone could be. I made the same mistake as Su Changfa. Although I'd reminded myself time and time again, I was still careless after discovering that the sector is still in the medieval age and that those guys are half-civilized barbarians. But in fact, although the so-called ancient people and barbarians may be not as good as the modern people in terms of knowledge system, they can be better at plots and schemes than we are. Li Yao Siga. Now that an ambush was no longer an option, he could only suppress the enemy in a head-on clash. It might not be bad either. He could collect more experimental data and gain a thorough understanding about the maximum combat ability and battle patterns of the local nascent soul stage cultivators. Are you too scared to say anything now, Junior? The nascent soul stage cultivator with a birthmark on his forehead grinned even more hideously, thinking that Li Yao was already petrified. He was not worried at all. Before his seclusion, he had already been invincible in the thousands of square kilometers nearby. Right now, after he grasped such incredible arts and built tougher magical equipment, he was even confident in going to the splendid world at the Central Plateau. What could a junior who jumped out of nowhere, unarmed and unarmored, do? The nascent soul stage cultivator's pupils suddenly constricted to the minimum. His facial expression was stopped between disdain and shock, as if every nerve there had been frozen. The junior was gone. Not good. Behind me, the nascent soul stage cultivator's back seemed to have been slashed by a heavy saber brutally and almost ripped in half. But it was merely the wind raised when Li Yao was kicking. Saying one more word would mean a greater likelihood of his information being leaked. Li Yao was not interested in playing a pretentious game with the nascent soul stage cultivator. Whatever information he needed to know, he could always elicit it from the enemy after he suppressed the enemy. Although the nascent soul stage cultivator knew a lot of secret arts about souls, Li Yao was no worse than him with the mental devil and the memories of the ancient cultivator. Li Yao's attack greatly shocked the local nascent soul stage cultivator. He had been traveled in the southland of sorcerers for 100 years, and even paid a visit to the central plateaus occasionally. However, he had never seen such a ruthless opponent who performed a deadly attack without saying anything. Moreover, how was the guy's body tough enough to appear right behind him like a ghost without resorting to any magical equipment? The guy's attacks were simple and shabby, too, without any mysterious changes. He was more like a performer on the street than a high-level cultivator. But as it happened, the guy's speed was amazingly high. He straightened his feet and came close like a rushing flying sword. The local nascent soul stage cultivator shrieked and dashed upward quickly. Without looking back, he waved his hands backward, throwing out 2 clusters of green fog, which were condensed into 2 giant claws and snatched at Li Yao's legs. Boom! Emotionlessly, Li Yao did not care about it at all and blew the 2 claws into smithereens after only 1 kick. The local nascent soul stage cultivator spewed a mouthful of blood, his hands shivering. The kick seemed to have hit 2 arms directly. It's basically as I have imagined. Doing 2 things at the same time. Li Yao drafted his battle plan while he analyzed the presentation of the top warriors of this sector. The nascent soul stage cultivator of this sector boasts rather a high reserve of spiritual energy. However, he has yet to grasp the technique to activate the spiritual energy in the most straightforward way at the highest efficiency. Their moves are mixed with too many splendid and yet useless visual and sound effects. Or rather, there are too many impurities in their attacks. Judging from the experience in the other worlds of ancient cultivators, it is because the spiritual energy is too abundant in their living environment and is not worth cherishing. Therefore, they have not developed cultivation arts to increase efficiency. Their cultivation arts are often invented by themselves in primitive and crude ways. Such arts never receive hundreds of times of repetitive calculations and perfections or repeatability tests, double-blind tests, extreme tests, and so on. The ancient cultivation arts are to modern ones what workshops are to the factories with assembly lines. Even if their power can be impressive occasionally, they are far worse than the latter in terms of stability, repeatability, and efficiency. Li Yao's toes pierced into the rocks like nails before he stomped on it and charged at the local nascent soul stage like a cannonball. My fellow cultivator, what's the grudge between you and me? Why are you attacking so ruthlessly? The local nascent soul stage cultivator's spine and arms were numb. He changed his form of address for Li Yao from junior to fellow cultivator. Although he was asking, he did not stop his action. The giant lizard whose long tongue was like a weird boa immediately launched an attack from the high stance. Bah! The lizard's long tongue hit Li Yao's body brutally. Before the local nascent soul stage cultivator had time to be overjoyed, Li Yao turned into ripples after being slapped by the long tongue. He was nothing but a blurred shadow. The attack had missed the target. Li Yao's real body appeared right behind the giant lizard, pinched the lizard's neck, and swung it brutally. Who was Li Yao? A guy who had been doing competitions of beliefs with Ding Ling Dang for 5 years. Even without magical equipment, his body itself had been polished into an invincible weapon by Ding Ling Dang. That was especially so for his core lumbo-abdominal strength, which was now even more brutal and fierce than the high-speed crystal trains after thousands of collisions. With the core strength as the foundation, Li Yao strangled the lizard's neck as if his legs were scissors. Then, cracking noises echoed inside the lizard's neck. The bones, veins, and nerves of the animal all exploded. Before it even had the chance to scream, the enormous head of the lizard had been cut off. The 6-footed crocodile dragon had been found next to a poisonous spring upstream from the poisonous Dragon River, the turbulent river at the bottom of the canyon. The poisonous spring was clear and seemed fresh and drinkable, yet no plants or animals were thriving nearby. The 6-footed crocodile dragon, which had only been the length of an arm at that time, was the only creature that dared to crawl out of the crevice and drink water from the spring. The local nascent soul stage cultivator who happened to be collecting herbs nearby noticed it and realized that it was a naturally distinguished beast. So, he had brought it back to his cave as a pet. The beast usually fed on vipers, scorpions, centipedes, and the like, and it took more than 100 snakes as thick as bowls for one meal. The venom had been accumulated inside its internal organs. The saliva of the beast was so poisonous that it would kill any victim immediately if it was smeared on the blade. The toxicity of the blood, on the other hand, was 100 times higher than that of the saliva. The mysterious weirdo, despite his toughness, did not have the first clue about the mysteries of the six-footed crocodile dragon and simply allowed the dragon blood to corrupt him. Would it not be? Seeing the green smoke popping up from his body, Li Yao was rather interested. He dipped his fingers into the dragon blood and savored it for a moment. Not bad. Not bad. Many kinds of neurotoxins, blood circulations toxins, and cell toxins can be found inside the dragon blood. It equals to a combination of the venoms of the cobras, green bamboo snakes, krites, and blue ocean snakes, with an effect dozens of times stronger. They can rust one's nerve endings, cerebral cortexes, and respiratory muscles instantly, making the victim enshrouded in hallucinations. The victim's nerves will then lose control, and his limbs will not stop cramping. Eventually, the victim will die of muscle paralysis and hypoxia. This is rather tough for a natural venom. However, there's still a major gap between such a venom and the genetic poisons carefully made by combining the body fluids of hundreds of different kinds of venomous insects and demon beasts based on modern genetic technology. Part of Li Yao was now the mental devil, who was a great expert of genetic refinement and cell amplification. With his ability to analyze, resist, and crack the venoms infiltrating his body, he was now basically immune to all poisons. It had also been the greatest reliance when Li Yao traveled in the blood demon sector years ago. After the unification of the three sectors, Li Yao felt that it would be difficult for him to make a breakthrough soon according to normal training methods now that he had advanced into the nascent soul stage at such a young age. Therefore, he had come up with many seemingly unorthodox methods together with the trustworthy demons such as Jin Xinyue and the Fire Ant King. Improving the body hardness and triggering the potentials of the cells with the combinative poisons was one of the methods. It was in fact the very same method that Yin Shibei had adopted to build his apocalyptic body on Iron Plateau years ago. After 5 years of refinement, Li Yao's body, although not very attractive, was in fact 10 times stronger than Yin Shibei's hideous apocalyptic body. Besides, he could also reduce all the pores to the minimum through Gue Suishou's great dream, tortoise hibernation art. When his skin was as smooth as a mirror, it was impossible for the venom to leak in. How could it deal any damage to him? It appears that the demon beast herding technology of this sector is still rather underdeveloped. They are merely domesticating animals and not interfering with the growth of the animals through genetic approaches when they are still embryos. However gifted the natural demon beasts are, they are not monsters born for killing like the biochemical beasts of the blood demon sector. Li Yao suddenly shook his body. The high-speed vibrations of his muscles blew away all the venom attached to his body into a crimson mist. Now seen and now invisible inside the crimson mist, he was even more mysterious and terrifying. The local nascent soul stage cultivator was so scared that his heart was pounding. He knew a thing or two about the famous experts in the nascent soul stage in the Central Plateaus, in the north, and overseas, but he had never heard anything about such a brutal and weird man before. Besides, he could not figure out what the mysterious expert was doing in the Southland of Sorcerers, when every renowned expert had been gathered in the north for the upcoming great event. Is it possible that he learned the news that I'm crafting magical equipment here and came to rob me of my treasures? Absolutely not. After I found the cave and the treasures inside it, in case anybody coveted it, I faked my own abrupt death decades ago. I haven't visited the outside world for dozens of years. Also, the array I deployed has informed me of all trespassers who were all killed by me. Even their souls were swallowed without sparing anything. It is impossible that any news was leaked. The more the local nascent soul stage cultivator thought, the more he was appalled, knowing that it was a time of life and death. He rubbed his hands and a round, pale pearl suddenly shone inside his palm. A streak of green brilliance flowed throughout his body, covering him in a battle armor outside his green feather cloak. The greasy armor was connected by countless hexagonal scales. The joints were also strengthened by the skulls of many bizarre-shaped demon beasts. The two curved horns on the helmet that looked like curling vipers added to the barbaric air of the gear. The local nascent soul stage cultivator was holding a lackluster, flying sword in one hand and a tiny, colorful flag in the other. Dozens of mysterious sparks were flying around him, fully demonstrating the demeanor of the evil scoundrel. Li Yao eyed the ancient armor somewhat with appreciation. He felt that he was walking into the history books and fighting against the ancient people in person. Oh, his blood boiling. He did not intend to put on his crystal suit at all. Utterly naked except for the palm leaves, he dashed toward the fully armed local nascent soul stage cultivator. Ding Ling Ding and Iron God Yin Ba were right. It was possible that experts above the nascent soul stage existed in this unknown world. If he were to encounter an expert in the divinity transformation stage, he might not have time to equip modern magical equipment and activate it even if he had brought the gear with them. The body of flesh and blood was the most convenient magical equipment, which could probably save his life at a crucial moment. The nascent soul stage cultivator of the barbarians who was living in the wilderness by himself could not be the best warrior of the sector. Otherwise, he would have marched to the central plateaus and demanded the emperor satisfy his needs. In terms of the efficiency of resource collection, the central plateaus must have been multiple times better than the barbaric land, which was essentially a rainforest. It was perfect for Li Yao to adapt himself to the moves and techniques of the local cultivators with such an enemy. Li Yao punched toward the enemy's breastplate in the most simple and straightforward way, an attack even a middle school student in the Federation could perform. The local nascent soul stage cultivator was so infuriated that he almost vomited blood. He had never seen such an unreasonable style of fighting before. For the cultivators, even if they were robbing someone else of their belongings, they would at least have the courtesy to tell the victims their own names before the two parties performed their delicate moves and summoned their magical equipment for a splendid battle. Where was the weirdo from exactly? He was fighting silently, with the shabby moves that even the barbarians in the forest would laugh at, but the straightforward moves turned out to be extremely powerful. The local nascent soul stage cultivator felt that it was not a fist that was rushing at his chest, but a dark meteor. The local nascent soul stage cultivator was angry. He shook his flag, and the dozens of sparks around him immediately turned into an unpredictable gloomy wind, covering Li Yao. The lackluster flying sword also rose up to the sky, splitting into dozens of streaks of brilliance. His hands produced dozens of runes in different gestures like a lotus in only one moment, which smashed at Li Yao brutally as if they were real entities. Bam! 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 In just several seconds, the two of them exchanged almost 100 blows. At first glance, the local nascent soul stage cultivator's moves were spectacular and enjoyable, and his magical equipment was unpredictable, with all kinds of visual and sound effects. The thunder, the lightning, and the colorful brilliance were almost dazzling. Li Yao's attacks, on the other hand, were reduced to almost a dutiful level. He was simply punching, kicking, and wrestling without any fancy tricks. He hardly cast any spells or unleashed any mystic rays. He was even simpler than a farmer. However, the result was that the local nascent soul stage cultivator was suppressed from every perspective. The most delicate moves, the most erratic spells, and the most unpredictable magical equipment, upon encountering Li Yao's fists and legs, were like eggs hitting a rock. My guess is correct. This is a very classic battle technique of the ancient cultivators. While suppressing the enemy casually, Li Yao was even in the mood to analyze him. The ancient cultivator's skills in casting spells, manipulating magical equipment, and performing the techniques can mostly be traced back to the Panga clan and the Nuwa clan. They were passed on generation after generation. However, the multiple clans of the Panga civilization had a different physiological structure from human beings after all. Also, during the hundreds of thousands of years of teaching and reteaching, some of the information was misinterpreted. Moreover, the ancient cultivators could not get rid of their superstitions. They did not know the truth about the prehistoric civilizations such as Pangu, Nuwa, Kwafu, and gong gong, but simply treated them as deities. The techniques were considered to be a blessing of the deities. Now that they were a blessing of the deities, naturally, the techniques could never be revised or adjusted. All the procedures of the techniques were indispensable. Even if the ancient cultivators found some parts of the techniques ambiguous or even absurd, they would simply blame themselves for their own aptitude or their infirm belief. They never thought that anything could be wrong with the classics. When they were too obstinate to accept anything new, how could they draw out the power of the real, secret techniques of the Panga clan and their own unparalleled spiritual energy? The former was just the simple accumulation of personal experience. They knew what and how, but they did not know why. They knew that a certain spell could trigger a certain technique with a certain effect, but nothing more. As for exactly how the spell could trigger the specific technique, how the technique was structured, and why it could deal the unique damage or other effects, they did not have the first clue and simply credited everything to the deities. The latter, on the other hand, highlighted the importance of fundamental mechanisms, big data, and manufacture on the same conditions. Even the simplest flying sword and fire-raising art needed to be studied to the core. For example, a lotus flower hand seal, in the medieval civilization of cultivators, might have been passed on by one's grandpa's grandpa's grandpa. How exactly the hand seal should be made and what effects it would bring, but nothing more. As for the grandpa's grandpa's grandpa, he was probably enlightened by an eccentric expert or a deity to grasp the hand seal. The mechanism of the hand seal, the flowchart of spiritual energy, such information was utterly unknown to them. The technique was a black box. They knew the input and the output, but they did not know what happened in between it all. When such a black box hand seal was passed on through vehicles such as jade chips and classics, there would be two outcomes. If the heritage was kept intact, the offspring would worship it as the standard. Everybody would train themselves exactly the same as their ancestors did without the slightest adjustment. It never occurred to them that everybody's finger size and palm size were different. Also, the different fingerprints and palm prints would influence the effects of the hand seal too. Moreover, the hand seal taught by the deities was possibly an art of a species in the Panga civilization that was naturally endowed with 6 fingers. If their ancestors copied everything exactly as it was, their ancestors would be fundamentally wrong. How much damage could the hand seal cause after they performed it? This was the better case scenario. If the vehicles in which the technique was stored got broken, change of dynasties and destruction of civilizations were nothing unusual for a civilization, and most of the heritages could possibly be damaged. Then the cultivators of the future generations could only figure out a way to fill in the missing parts on their own. But they did not know the mechanism of the hand seal. The fill-in became an art of mysteries. However the process was embroidered, it was essentially a game of luck. The cultivation arts revised in such a way would be even less powerful. The modern cultivation civilization, on the other hand, was different. If a modern cultivation civilization had access to a brand new hand seal, they would recognize first that hand seals were a way to construct unique magnetic fields with their fingers by guiding the bioelectricity inside their body to their hands, which were the deftest organ on their body. Then, the magnetic fields would be used to trigger the spiritual energy hidden inside the body, the cosmos rings or nature, leading to a chain reaction that would generate greater magnetic fields. Therefore, the hand seals were essentially the commands to invoke different functions. Different hand seals represent different commands, but the commands were not unchangeable. Everybody could compile their own simple, elegant, and errorless commands based on their actual situation. After figuring out the mechanism, the modern cultivators would slightly adjust the new hand seal according to the size of their palms, the length of their fingers, their bone density, their average hand speed, their extreme hand speed, and so on, with the help of the immense computational ability of the crystal processors. After all the data was inputted into the crystal processors to construct models, digital tests would be run millions of times before the most perfect hand seal was outputted. When a modern cultivator trained themselves with the standard, most perfect hand seal, they could also receive the assistance of the facilities such as Hand Fixer. Naturally, their improvement would be fast. That was just the beginning. After a new hand seal was discovered, the government would upload it to the relevant hand seal database. check its similarity with the existing hand seals, and see if it belonged to a series. Then, the new hand seal would be calculated repetitively in a virtual world in pairs with the spells in the spell database for the researchers to see if any spell could build up its power when used together. There were too many follow-up research programs to count, but all the studies, including the immense databases of arts and techniques, needed to be backed by a powerful central government or a super business agency. In a small-scale peasant economy, the court, which lacked control over the subjects, and the classic sex, which considered their neighbors their enemies, would never have such power. It was exactly so for the moves that Li Yao had performed. The punches, kicks, and knocks seemed simple, but in terms of routes of attack, breath frequency, and entanglement model, they were the products of countless specialists after hundreds of years of hard work, and they had been optimized by the supercrystal processors. All the fabulous and yet redundant actions had been abandoned, and they had returned the true, fundamental meaning of the notion attack, which was to hit the target's most vulnerable part with the greatest force through the shortest distance. Simple as that. Ugly as that. Violent as that. Boom! Li Yao's unattractive fist broke through the local nascent soul stage cultivator's dazzling defenses and smashed into his hawk nose. The local nascent soul stage cultivator cried. His entire body was bashed into the hard rock, like a nail that had not been hammered in the right place. It was the only result. The local nascent soul stage cultivator's arts had been learned during decades of seclusion by himself. The arts of Li Yao, an alien nascent soul stage cultivator, were the essence of the wisdom of the Heaven's Origin sector, the Blood Demon sector, and the Flying Star sector. They were invented during the communication, perfection, testing, and adjustments of countless cultivators of different levels with consideration of the mechanisms and the studies of spiritual energy, biochemistry, kinetics, aerodynamics, anthroponomy, and hundreds of more disciplines. The hundreds of disciples could only be developed in a highly developed industrial and information society. It was not a battle between two nascent soul stage cultivators, but a collision between a medieval civilization that had remained stagnant in a small-scale peasant economy for more than 100,000 years and a modern cultivation civilization that had dominated the sea of stars. There was not any suspense in the outcome. The nascent soul stage cultivators here are too weak, Li Yao thought to himself. In terms of the reserve of spiritual energy, the local nascent soul stage cultivator would pass. However, his moves when he was making hand seals, casting spells, or performing close-distance attacks were brimming with redundant, inexplicable actions. The actions were indeed mysterious, and the posture was indeed elegant. The sound and visual effects triggered were quite impressive too. It was a shame that it was not a pageant going on right now, but a fight. Li Yao estimated that the redundant actions were either a must for the Panga clan who created the art because of their physiological conditions, false information caused because of the misinterpretation of the arts during the ages of lineage, or simply a gesture to show their belief and summon the deities. Whatever the reason was, it did not matter at all. Bam! Li Yao kicked another time through a few flowers of ghostly fire, dislodging 3 teeth from the local nascent soul stage cultivator's mouth. The local nascent soul stage cultivator, who had appeared dominating a moment ago, now looked like a giant monkey that was depilate. He could not have looked more wretched. His eyes full of fury and his face written with devastation. He was still waving his hands crazily, as if cramping while he recited his spells and summoned the non-existent deities in desperation. Although every meaningless, redundant movement cost less than 0.1 seconds, 3 to 5 of them added up to almost half a second. In a fierce battle between the nascent soul stage cultivators, a lot of things could be done in half a second. Superstitions are truly a bad thing. Li Yao could not help but sigh to himself. To stride into the modern civilization, the very first step was to eliminate all superstitions and establish an atheistic worldview. It was the only way one could appreciate the techniques, magical equipment, and classics inherited from the ancient times from a more objective perspective, so that they could study, improve, or even overrule the traditional knowledge. But it was certainly not an easy task. The earth of Li Yao's previous life in his memory was a place devoid of the traces of any prehistoric civilizations. The pyramids, the Stonehenge, and the Great Wall were all works of human beings. Even so, billions of people were still avid believers of supernatural beings. In the sectors of Li Yao's current life, there happened to be prehistoric civilizations incomprehensible for human beings. When the enormous bodies of the Panga civilization were excavated, they could easily be mistaken for the ecdysis of deities by the mortals. Also, what were starships and space stations if not heavens and paradises? It was very difficult for an ancient cultivator to deny the existence of deities and become an atheist after they witnessed the corpses of the Panga clan in person and could perform the wonderful techniques themselves. Then, how did the modern cultivators break their beliefs in deities? It eventually boiled down to the silver lining of a disaster. In the 30,000 years of the Great Dark Era, human beings had been under the tyranny of demons, who propagated superstitious theories and governed the universe through the Four Pillars system. According to the Four Pillars system, demons were the blood descendants of deities and the chosen ones, whereas human beings were the traitors and clowns who betrayed the deities. It was the destiny of human beings to be exploited and enslaved, and they would bear such a fate forever without any chance of overturning it. To stand up to the demons, naturally, human beings had to shatter the chosen one's propaganda together. No savior from on high delivers. No faith have we in prince or peer. Our own right hand the chains must shiver. Chains of hatred, greed, and fear. After sinking, praying, and struggling for 30,000 years without seeing a single deity come to their rescue, human beings finally understood. That was the foundation of the booming development of the modern cultivation civilization after the demons were defeated. Perhaps, without the 30,000 years of desperation, human beings never would have been reborn and granted a new life, and all the sectors in the universe would have been lost in the bigoted, obstinate medieval age like the sector here. On Kunlun, he even slew a member of the Panga clan in person. Right now, in terms of the immensity of his soul power, his capability was certainly higher than the general sense of the middle level of the nascent soul stage. In terms of the toughness of his flesh, with the mental devil, he could activate his primeval cells freely, which meant that he was an expert on par with general demon emperors, too. He had essentially combined the advantages of a nascent soul stage cultivator and a demon emperor into one. Only great experts above the high level of the nascent soul stage might be able to fight him. Normal cultivators at the beginning level and the middle level of the nascent soul stage were but appetizers for him. Pa! Li Yao slapped his arm heavily again, drawing a line almost 5 meters long and hit the local nascent soul stage cultivator's chest hard. After a crack, the local nascent soul stage cultivator's spiritual shield fell apart, and the breastplate was blown into pieces. His ribs exploded into powder, and his chest collapsed. Even some of his lung lobes were broken, as indicated by the miserable moans in his throat. The local nascent soul stage cultivator ran for almost 100 meters holding his head. Li Yao did not chase after him. Instead, he focused his attention on recording the data, such as the strength that he had just used and the enemy's wounds. It was barely a fight. It was more like an experiment with a white mouse. 100 meters away, the local nascent soul stage cultivator's hair was in a terrible mess, and he almost peed his pants. In the forest south of the Sorcerer's River, he had been an invincible, brutal man. But the mysterious weirdo, who jumped out of nowhere, was 100 times more brutal than him. Without any armor or magical equipment, the guy had suppressed almost all of his magical equipment with just a body of flesh and blood. The seeming shabby moves tore apart his spiritual shield, his armor made of dragon scales, and his flesh time and time again. In the meantime, his flying sword could barely touch the enemy's shadow. His enemy did not look like a human being, but a ferocious beast in human skin. Seeing the indifference and boredom on Li Yao's face and the emotionless eyes, the local nascent soul stage cultivator was caught by desperation and lost all his fighting will. After his lung was damaged, his previously deep and enchanting voice became like the shrieks of a broken gong. Fellow cultivator, please stop. Fellow cultivator. Senior, spare my life. Senior. Deity, let's talk nicely, deity. Deity, your skills are too extraordinary for me. Your junior is willing to offer the poisonous dragon cave and be at your service." "Please," Li Yao blinked. He had indeed considered capturing the local nascent soul stage cultivator alive and eliciting the information about the planet from him. However, on second thought, the nascent soul stage cultivator was a native of the place after all. He must be familiar with the environment here. Also, the soundless barriers that he had deployed around his cave were indicative enough of his cleverness. He was certainly not a barbarian with more brawn than brains. It was also proved by the fact that he was begging for mercy when he realized that he could not win. He was in the nascent soul stage after all. Just because he could not defeat Li Yao did not mean that he could not run away when Li Yao was not focused. Li Yao had just landed on the planet. There were still many things that required his full attention. He could not keep such a time bomb next to him. Besides, a cultivator from the barbarians did not necessarily know the situation in the Central Dynasty and the world of cultivators. After all, the army of the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers was nearby. Li Yao could always seek information from them after he fabricated a new identity. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Li Yao found it unnecessary to keep the guy alive. Standing on the surging river at the bottom of the canyon, Li Yao warmed up his wrists and ankles unhurriedly, his hair dancing in the air, although there was no wind. Hearing none of the local nascent soul stage cultivators' cries for mercy, he said casually, "Run." It was the first word that he had said after he landed. He was trying to simulate the local dialect by exercising his vocal cords and the muscles on his throat. What he was simulating was exactly the local nascent soul stage cultivator style. While begging in tears, the local nascent soul stage cultivator was concocting all kinds of ploys and schemes in his heart. His last magical equipment was simmering impatiently inside the silk bag on his waist when he suddenly heard "Run." Dazed for a moment, he failed to understand what Li Yao's meant. Pointing at the upstream of the river in the darkness at the end of the canyon, Li Yao repeated himself, "Run at your highest speed." Having already collected the relevant data in terms of attack and defense just now, he was also interested in testing the extreme speed of the local nascent soul stage cultivator. The local nascent soul stage cultivator finally understood what he meant. He also understood his identity as a test subject from Li Yao's expressionless face. Shua, the local nascent soul stage cultivator, suddenly blushed. In contrast, the bird-shaped birthmark on his forehead was even more obvious. It was almost bursting out of his head. "Fellow cultivator, do not be too mean. Have you never tasted the wrath of a nascent soul stage cultivator?" The local nascent soul stage cultivator's chest suddenly collapsed in thunderous sounds before it entirely collapsed. Pooh! A mouthful of green blood spurted into the air, turning into a hideous giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was burning his life and unleashing the nascent soul, ready to fight Li Yao without any reserve. Under the coverage of the giant of spiritual energy, the local nascent soul stage cultivator patted the silk bag on his waist. Almost 50 black streaks swooshed out and charged at Li Yao in deadly lines while letting out miserable laughter in midair. "This is what I'm waiting for," Li Yao sneered to himself. It was 36 black daggers that were rushing at him. Every dagger was entangled with intense hatred and sense of death, indicating that they were spiritual treasures where the souls of the innocent children were sealed as were spirits. The 36 daggers should be the local nascent soul stage cultivator's last magical equipment that he would not use easily. Every time he used such weapons, the spiritual waves and radiation of the outside world might corrupt the were spirits inside the weapons, making the spiritual treasures retrograde into general magical equipment. However, once the weapons were indeed used, the agility of the magical equipment itself, the weirdness of the routes of attack, and the cooperation among the 36 daggers were quite impressive. Shwa! 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 The 36 black lines flashed around Li Yao, as if they were locking him into an impenetrable prison. The daggers were made of materials collected from the enormous armor of the Panga clan. Chances were that some of the rune arrays of the Panga clan were still working on their surface. They were so fast that even Li Yao failed to dodge them for a moment. Dozens of wounds were immediately cut on his body. The wounds quickly turned black, and his flesh was rolling out like the lips of a baby. Streams of black gas were crawling into the wounds in a hurry. Frowning, Li Yao cursed. The vileness of the local nascent soul stage cultivator was far beyond his expectation. The scumbag did not just refine the souls of innocent children into her spirits and seal them into the daggers in order to improve the manipulability and automation level of the magical equipment. He even plucked some of the feebler souls, who were probably newborns or even fetuses in the uteruses, in a certain way, and crafted them into the invisible, gloomy dark auras which he attached to the daggers. As long as the daggers cut the target's skin, the dark auras would flood into the target's body and gnaw the target's nerves and soul directly. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Li Yao was riddled with wounds and tied up by almost 100 dark auras, unable to move at all, the local nascent soul stage cultivator could not have been more satisfied. The 36 daggers had been forged by him after decades of hard work. So far, they had only been used to slay a few demon beasts. He had never tested them on the experts above the core formation stage. Just now, he could not estimate Li Yao's expertise and did not dare to unleash the daggers. Finally, when he was left with no choice, he decided to have a go. He did not expect that the effect would be as good. The previous depression on the local nascent soul stage cultivator's face had entirely gone. He demanded, "What makes a rogue like you think you can mess around in front of my residence? However many skills you may have, the dark ghosts will break into your body, your bones, and your brain after you are hit by my daggers. You will feel like 10,000 ants biting your heart." Li Yao was truly exasperated. So many fresh, dark ghosts. They seem to be made of souls. Yummy! The mental devil woke up inside Li Yao's brain. Raising its nose, it was sniffing like a dog and almost wagging its non-existent tail. "Can I eat them?" "No, you can't," Li Yao said coldly. The souls of the infants should not have been dark ghosts for long. In an appropriate environment, it is possible that their darkness can be purged for them to regain their consciousness. Attract them to you and enshroud them carefully, but do not swallow any of them, or I'll eliminate you for real. I may joke about many things, but I'm serious on this one. The mental devil shuddered and stuck out his tongue. Understood. Don't be so grave. I was merely joking with you too. Although I'm the dark side of your soul and a representative of your negative feelings. Your soul has never been dark and negative to the point that you want to swallow the souls of babies. The mental devil shrieked and lunged at the dark auras that were infiltrating Li Yao's body in dozens of streaks of redness. The dark ghosts were merely made of the souls of ordinary barbarian babies in the southern tribes. They were truly nothing more than a piece of cake for the mental devil. Before they had a chance to struggle or shriek, they were controlled by the mental devil one by one and transported into Li Yao's brain. Li Yao sensed the helplessness and the agony below the brutality and hideousness of the dark ghosts. His pupils constricted to the size of 2 poison needles as he gazed at the local nascent soul stage cultivator not far away. Crack! 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 Dozens of interconnecting crevices suddenly appeared on the rock that the local nascent soul stage cultivator was leaning against. It was almost ripped apart by the dominating aura from Li Yao. It was a weird illusion caused by the temporary vacuum, when Li Yao was fast enough to rip apart the air. It was not until a long time after the mist appeared that explosive sounds echoed in the air. Li Yao's speed was at least 3 times higher than just before. Streaks of blackness spurted out of his body, enveloping his torso and his limbs, forming a magnificent black crystal suit. The mystic skeleton battlesuit, heavy firepower model, was implemented. A cold and devastating god of war in black armor, supported by 18 exhaust flames in black, stood above the local nascent soul stage cultivator and looked down at him. On the arced, mirror-like helmet, 6 crimson crystal cameras were rolling without a sound. Their aperture was enlarging and shrinking as they locked onto the enemy. Chi! 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 Daunting black smoke mixed with spiritual energy and demonic energy was unleashed blatantly, occupying every corner in the narrow, long canyon and turning the rift into a slaughterhouse that solely belonged to Li Yao. Even the surging poisonous Dragon River halted briefly for a moment. The local nascent soul stage cultivator's laughter came to an abrupt end. His heart was also entirely frozen by Li Yao's killing intent and intimidating aura. For a moment, he even forgot his fear because he was distracted by Li Yao's crystal suit. He had never seen such weird and yet perfect armor before, which had enveloped every inch of the cultivator's skin without leaving out any gaps. Also, a layer of bright brilliance was vaguely flowing on the surface of the armor that was as smooth as a mirror, as if it was covered in a thin membrane made of light. As a result, the armor was reflecting thousands of complicated colors from whatever perspective. The local nascent soul stage cultivator was gripped by fear again. He was not just frightened by absolute strength, but also by mysteries. From the flawless, immaculate armor, he could vaguely tell that his opponent seemed to be from a world that was completely beyond his comprehension, and boom. After a single punch, Li Yao blew back the giant of spiritual energy that was lunging at him silently. With the enhancement of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, the force of his fists skyrocketed. The punch left a hole the size of a bucket on the chest of the three-headed, six-armed giant. Ripples were spreading out, and the wound did not recover for a long time. The giant of spiritual energy was shrieking ear-splittingly like a broken balloon. Pooh! The giant of spiritual energy was made of the quintessence of the local nascent soul stage, cultivators, soul, and blood, and directly linked to him. Li Yao's heavy punch seemed to have broken into the local nascent soul stage cultivator's brains, making him throw out yet another mouthful of green blood and collapse. Without blinking, Li Yao kicked the local nascent soul stage cultivator to the cliff and paved him open like a giant pancake. His punches rained down like a storm at a frequency of hundreds of times per second. He seemed to have turned into a heavy pile hammer himself, while he dug a hole several meters deep in the cliff and bashed the local nascent soul stage cultivator into it. With the assistance of one of the best crystal suits of the three sectors, such a battle was nothing more than brutalization. Ever since the moment Li Yao got serious, the local nascent soul stage cultivator had to be permitted by Li Yao even if he wanted to let out the last dying scream. Half a minute later, the hole was already 10 meters deep, turning into a new cave. Because of the high-speed friction between the fists and the rocks, the temperature inside the cave had been improved by hundreds of degrees, and smoke was popping out. The giant of spiritual energy lunged forward again, only to be slashed in half by Li Yao casually. As for the local nascent soul stage cultivator, he was smeared on the wall of the cave very evenly before he was burnt into nothingness by the high temperature and the friction. Pooh! A streak of greenness suddenly dashed out of the cave and flew between Li Yao's pants in the shape of a green person, less than 3 feet tall, who had exactly the same appearance as the local nascent soul stage cultivator, who had been killed miserably under Li Yao's fists just now. The little person ran 500 meters away within a breath. Thinking that he was safe, he pointed at Li Yao and shouted, "How do you dare to destroy the body of Master Spiritual Vulture? This is not the end of it. Even if you do not have the courage to declare your name and where you're from, I'll certain dig out your background and demolish your entire family one day when I come back." After making the declaration, the little person grinned hideously and ran toward the depths of the canyon in a streak of brightness. Li Yao's eyelids shook for a moment. The operation menu suddenly glittered as data and runes fell down like a pouring storm. He determined the position, speed, and nature of spiritual energy of the enemy and the best magical equipment to deal with him instantly. Schwa! The enormous sword box on the shoulder of the mystic skeleton battlesuit, heavy firepower model was opened quickly, revealing honeycomb-like launch tubes of flying swords. After a few swooshing sounds, dozens of automatic tracking, super tiny flying swords rushed out in rainbow-like trajectories before they caught up to the running nascent soul stage cultivator from different angles in several seconds. After a few booms, the local nascent soul stage cultivator Master Spiritual Vulture finally uttered a devastating scream before his soul was blown apart, and he was gone forever. Too weak. Looking at the firework that was slowing rising in the dark canyon far away, Li Yao yawned. Having become the owner of the mysterious resident's poisonous dragon cave, what Li Yao was most concerned about was, naturally, the badge where the souls of countless children were confined. Deep inside the cave, Li Yao sat cross-legged on the altar. He retrieved all the precise magical equipment that he used for maintenance and refining from his cosmos rings before he carefully studied the badge on which hundreds of weirdly laughing children were carved. On top of the metal badge were 3 zigzagging, centipede-like words. 100 Ghosts Edict. The result was within Li Yao's expectations. He examined the center of the 100 Ghosts Edict with tools that could observe the internal structure of metal products, only to discover a cylindrical unit full of dense needle holes. The ghosts were hiding inside them, sound asleep like lotus seeds inside a seed pod. The unit was very similar to certain units that the Federation had excavated on Kunlun. Therefore, it could be confirmed that the unit was a product in the Panga civilization. The main purpose of such magical equipment was to store souls. According to the specialists in the Federation, such magical equipment was probably a first-aid medical facility on the battlefield to rescue the ghosts. Too many people were often killed in a fierce battle. Some of the soldiers would become ghosts after they died. But newborn ghosts were extremely vulnerable. If they were not stored in a solid, stable place and kept away from radiation, they would likely perish shortly. Through such magical equipment, the ghosts would be able to be temporarily stored. After the battle was over, gear such as artificial bodies that was usable for the ghosts would be created. The longevity of the ghosts would be significantly extended. Such a remnant of a medical facility, after falling into the hands of human cultivators and being installed with shabby control rune arrays and a fancy shell, turned into the 100 Ghosts Edict, a piece of evil, vicious magical equipment where souls were confined. Li Yao counted 109 souls from the 100 Ghosts Edict, together with the dark ghosts attached to the 36 daggers and infiltrating into his body. The total number was 221. They were merely the survivors. It was not hard to imagine that even more souls of the children must have perished because of the infinite suffering when the daggers were forged. Chances were that 300 to 500 children had been killed in total. Li Yao was so angry that his gums were almost bleeding. He felt that Master Spiritual Vulture had died too easily and quickly. He also found it tricky to deal with the souls of the children. When the children were killed by Master Spiritual Vulture, they had generally been between 3 years old and 7 years old. They were still at an innocent age and did not remember many things. After Master Spiritual Vulture's repetitive torture and purification, their last remaining memories had been wiped out too, and they were turned into pure, flawless paper. It was impossible to send them back to their homes, which would also have been meaningless. Judging from the civilization level of the sector, they were unlikely to live in peace as ghosts in the barbaric tribes of the desolate land. Chances were that, in the forests where shamanism and evil spells prevailed, they would either perish soon or be captured by other malicious cultivators and turned into gremlins again. Li Yao pondered for a long time and decided that he could only bring them with him, while hoping that their aggressiveness could be more or less dissolved. One day, if he could take them back to the Federation, they could probably still have a new life as orphans. Thankfully, the 100 Ghosts Edict was more than spacious enough to accommodate a few hundred souls of children, so he was spared that trouble. After the problem of the children's souls were solved, Li Yao began to search Master Spiritual Vulture's poisonous dragon cave carefully. He found a crossroad right behind the altar, which led to a few minor caves. This time, Li Yao raised his alert and groped for barriers inch by inch. As he expected, he discovered a few rather primitive traps. Since the owner of the traps was dead, Li Yao met absolutely no trouble cracking the barriers. The crossroad led to 3 minor caves. The first one was a warehouse, in which plenty of provisions such as clean water and dehydrated meat was stored. The second one had a bed made of bones, suggesting that it must have been Master Spiritual Vulture's bedchamber. The third cave was a library. A lot of jade chips and modeled books were kept inside. Li Yao also found a colorful silk bag made of weird materials that was not blackened at all in the temperature of hundreds of degrees where Master Spiritual Vulture was burned into ashes. Inside the silk bag was a roughly made cosmos ring. The crystal processor that he carried with him had been pre-installed with many programs to crack the barriers. After the cosmos ring was connected to the crystal processor, the programs automatically ran and cracked it by brute force. After only a few seconds, the primitive barriers were removed, and he became the new owner of the cosmos ring. The items inside the cosmos ring, as well as the books and jade chips inside the library, gave Liao a general idea of the cave's background and why Master Spiritual Vulture had been living in seclusion here. Excavating a relic of the ancient civilizations was somewhat similar to grave robbing. When the grave robber made their way into a grave from tens of thousands of years ago, they would most likely find the excrement of people of their trade left hundreds of years ago, instead of antiques and treasures. It was exactly the case with this cave. Perhaps some 100,000 years ago, a warehouse, a base, or a shelter of the Panga clan or the Niwa clan was once hidden underground here. However, after the Pangu and Niwa civilizations perished and humanity thrived, many cultivators had visited the place and exploited most of the primeval relics. Different from the grave robbers, most of the cultivators would not run away the moment they grabbed the items they desired. On the contrary, they would claim the place and build it into their own residence. Because of the natural canyon outside, it was easy for the spiritual energy to condense, and a very unique natural magnetic field was formed. The river running straight down from the mountains also brought out the metal ions contained inside the mother lodes in the mountains, making the air here different from other places, which was beneficial for training. Moreover, the place was quite remote, and the top of the canyon was blocked by overwhelming trees. Not only did they prevent the cave from being noticed, it was also very difficult for the spiritual waves inside to spread out. They were the best natural camouflage. If one trained in the small natural paradise, it would be very difficult for them to be found out unless they were unlucky. For tens of thousands of years, many predecessors had developed the residence. While consuming the heritage of the Panga civilization inside, they had left detailed notes of their training, their cultivation arts and techniques, and even their flying swords and magical equipment. As time went by, more and more items were accumulated, making the cave rarer and rarer. When Master Spiritual Vulture found the cave, there were in fact few heritages of the Pangu civilization. The only things that he found were some enormous bones from the Panga clan and a half-arm armor. However, he did find more than 10 classics and notebooks left by his predecessors, as well as a lot of materials for refining. Master Spiritual Vulture considered the items to be ultimate treasures and had been lurking in this place, learning the cultivation arts while forging his evil daggers with the last remains of the Panga clan's armor. It was a pity that most of the notes that he left were for training purposes. The guy did not mention anything about his life or the customs of the local area. From the guy's narration, Liao could only tell that he had been living in seclusion for at least 50 years, during which time he had grasped almost 50 magnificent techniques left by the predecessors and forged 36 daggers. His purpose was to forge 81 daggers before he announced his grand return to the world. It was a pity that he had been pummeled to death by an alien nascent soul stage cultivator before he fulfilled his ambitions. According to the notes, Liao carefully examined the collections inside the cave. He was not very interested in the legendary unparalleled techniques. After swallowing Yezi's memory pieces, Liao had already gained access to the heavenly refining tower of the 100 smelting sect in the world of ancient cultivators. There were too many secret techniques that the 100 smelting sect acquired for all kinds of marvelous weapons with other major sections. Liao was no stranger to ancient classics. He had also practiced quite a few ancient arts according to Yezi's memories. He had never found them to be particularly extraordinary. In the modern cultivation theories, unparalleled techniques were far less important than in the medieval cultivation world. As the saying goes, you can only learn by doing. In the eyes of the modern cultivators, the classics were nothing more than textbooks. Reciting all the textbooks would not make a person a great scholar. Etching economics, accountancy, finance, stock investment theories, and other theoretical books written by the specialists into one's head would not make them a billionaire in a year and a half, either. Finding a jade chip or a few ancient books, living in a cave for decades, and returning as an invincible expert. How could it be as simple as that? The so-called amazing arts were merely tools to lay a solid foundation. Even if one's foundation was solid enough for them to pursue further, there was still a long way ahead. Besides, in the eyes of modern people, the arts and techniques of the ancient cultivators were not qualified even for textbooks. On one hand, the ancient cultivators could not get rid of the superstitions about deities. They were almost all traditionalists and believed that the older, the better, and the more original, the better. They probably thought that even a chamber pot of an ancient sage was more awesome than a flying sword of their age. Due to their mental restrictions, they had absolutely no doubt about the ancient classics. They only knew how to learn from the predecessors but did not know how to make revisions. Naturally, in many cases, they were like the idiots who cut their feet in order to fit in their shoes. Anything would not make any sense when occultism was involved. All the ancient techniques were perfect. If their power could not be brought out, it was not because there was something wrong with the techniques, but because they were not practicing the techniques well. Even if their every hair was exactly the same as depicted in the classics, it would still be because they were not sincere enough. If everybody thought in such a way, how could they expect to make any progress? On the other hand, the ancient cultivators also had the tendency to isolate themselves. After they found a great book of techniques, they often considered it as a rarely seen treasure and feared that somebody else would rob them of their belongings. Therefore, they often hid the news and trained themselves in seclusion in an unpopulated land. What they did not know was that any knowledge and theory in the world was born during communications. Only when everybody exchanged their opinions and thoughts would the sparks of wisdom be triggered. It was the only way to verify the advantages of a cultivation art and find out its shortcomings. Not communicating with others. Without a systematic environment for theoretical discussions, they would train in forests, underground caves, or islands on their own. They did not know why their cultivation worked out or why it did not. When they were slightly mentally deranged, they considered the phenomenon as the enlightenment from the deities. Together with other mysteries and exaggerations, that would be their training notes or introductions to techniques. If such books were buried below the ground for thousands of years and found by the posterior cultivators again, they would be new ancient techniques that were worshipped and blindly trusted again. After such a vicious cycle of tens of thousands of years, most of the techniques that had been passed on were absurd and packed with flaws. In many cases, they were not even as useful as the physical education classes in the middle and elementary schools in the Federation. The PE classes were never to be underestimated. They were the collections of the wisdom of the fighters and the medical experts from the entire Federation with consideration of the essence of the ancient combat arts. They were the best approaches for one to build up the body and stimulate the growth of cells. Master Spiritual Vulture, as well as the previous ancient cultivators who had once occupied the cave, were both the victims of said training system and the inflictors of the system without knowing it. Li Yao browsed through the cultivation books they left behind. They were not entirely devoid of shining points, but the essence had all been covered by tremendous dregs. If anybody trained according to such arts, they would be exactly like Master Spiritual Vulture, who appeared to be something at first look, but in fact had a lot of redundant actions. They would never survive a real battle. In short, compared to the modern cultivation system, the biggest problem with the ancient cultivators was their unprofessionalism. However, right now, Li Yao had to study and learn a thing or two about the unprofessional ancient techniques. As a great expert above the middle level of the nascent soul stage, and having practiced a lot of ancient techniques through Oyezi's memory pieces before himself, it was not difficult at all for him to learn the techniques, especially when he was not really grasping the techniques, but simply simulating the visual and sound effects when such techniques were performed. Li Yao was doing it for, of course, only one purpose, which was to impersonate the unlucky Master Spiritual Vulture. Li Yao's ultimate goal was to break into the core ruling circle of this sector, where he would observe the nature, stance of the super experts, and the functioning social system of the world before determining whether the sector could be allied with or even integrated. Even if an alliance was not an option, it was still a good thing to hire a team of cultivators in the core formation stage the nascent soul stage, or even higher levels as the Oversea Legion of the Star Glory Federation. If he could not even achieve that, he had to stop the Imperium of true human beings from recruiting the cultivators in the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, or possibly in the divinity transformation stage. To break into the core circle of this sector and impose his influence, the identity as a nascent soul stage cultivator was necessary. If he was in the building foundation stage or the core formation stage, which of the nascent soul stage cultivators would bother listening to him? Nascent soul stage cultivators were not weeds in a farmland that could grow out of nowhere. If he traveled in the world as a brand new nascent soul stage, somebody would certainly question his background, his sect, and his family, which were difficult to fabricate. The unfortunate master spiritual vulture, on the other hand, was not a bad identity at all. First of all, he was a cultivator from the barbarians. So, it would be quite understandable if he did not know the social customs and the traditions of the cultivators, or if he had a weird accent after he went to the Central Plateaus. Secondly, the unlucky guy had lived in seclusion there for at least 50 years. Judging from the notes that he had left behind, in case others grew suspicious of him, he had even faked his own abrupt death before he went into seclusion. It would be perfectly normal if such an old monster was pretentious or even sensitive about his identity after he returned to the human world again. But before he completely figured out the guy's background, Liao did not intend to completely pretend to be master spiritual vulture himself. If the guy was a public enemy for the cultivators, or he once pissed off great experts in the divinity transformation stage, Liao would have been a victim of his own schemes. Therefore, Liao made other plans. Night fell. The top of the long, narrow canyon was covered by the flourishing trees. When it was broad daylight outside, it was nothing but horror and darkness inside the canyon. What was odd was that, when the night came and the two moons, one slightly blue and the other pale, were shining, the canyon was soaked in silver clouds when the gentle brilliance flowed through the tree leaves like soft smoke. Li Yao was sitting cross-legged in midair. The 100 Ghosts Edict was floating in front of him, as if attracted by an invisible string. Exactly like what Master Spiritual Vulture had done, he spurted 2 streams of white light from his nostrils, which were attached to the surface of the badge, and touched it softly. All the souls of the children confined inside were unleashed so that they could build up themselves by absorbing the essence of the moonlight. Before, every time Master Spiritual Vulture summoned them and allowed them to absorb the essence of the moonlight, he would torture and savage them in order to stimulate their aggressiveness. Of course, Li Yao would not do such things. Instead, he was slowly washing the aggressiveness off with his own mild spiritual energy and the peaceful moonlight. It was an arduous task that demanded both time and focus, and it could not be stopped any day. It would do no good to Li Yao's personal training. However, that was where his belief in the spirit of the Federation lay, which were their greatest reliance in the competition against the Imperium of true human beings. Naturally, Li Yao could not turn a blind eye to the souls of the children who would inevitably grow into fearsome wraiths if he did nothing. Almost 100 tiny souls were crawling out of the 100 Ghosts Edict carefully. They thought that they were going to endure inhuman suffering again and were pushing each other at the edge of the badge, reluctant to go out. Li Yao smiled and picked them up with a spiritual energy as gentle as water, soaking them in a warm spring. The souls of the children were just white paper, and their feelings could change very quickly. Sensing Li Yao's kindness, they immediately cheered and danced up and down around him in greenish sparks. They were the descendants of the locals of the forest. It was their nature to horse around. Sensing that Li Yao was not malicious at all, they grew even bolder and approached Li Yao. Eventually, they even jumped to Li Yao. Some of them were clinging to Li Yao's arms, some were snatching Li Yao's hair, and some crawled over to Li Yao's ears. A few of them were even trying to open his mouth to crawl in. They took Li Yao's body for a huge playground. Children often did not have many memories. Judging from the carefreeness on their faces, they had temporarily forgotten the pain of the past. Feeling the delight emitting from the children's souls, Li Yao could not help but have a lot of complicated thoughts. In the 3,000 sectors, the societies, nations, laws, and civilizations may vary. Sometimes it's hard to say which ones are right and which ones are wrong. However, the children who are just born and yet to be edified by any society or civilization are probably the same. The ancient cultivators in this sector and the modern cultivators may be very different from each other. Their beliefs and ours may be as contradictory as fire to water. But is there any essential difference between the children of the barbarians born in the forests and the children born in the modern hospitals in the Federation? Perhaps they're all the same. They are the future of the civilization of mankind. Under the moonlight that was as clear as water, right above the surging river, amid 100 tiny ghosts who were playing with each other, Li Yao pondered, meditated, and trained. In the 10 days that followed, he lurked in Master Spiritual Vulture's cave, where he analyzed the cultivation arts left by Master Spiritual Vulture and simulated the visual and sound effects when the techniques were performed. In the meantime, he also reviewed the classic techniques in the Heavenly Refining Tower in O Yezi's memories. After that, he recrafted the magical equipment left by Master Spiritual Vulture and built a few pieces of brand new ancient magical equipment. When he reflected on the battle with Master Spiritual Vulture, Li Yao felt that he had revealed too many moves that did not belong to the era. They could be loopholes if someone noticed them. For example, the worst possibility was that if a scout from the expedition army of the Imperium of true human beings had already snuck onto the planet, it was possible for them to see through his identity. Therefore, Li Yao decided that in the exploration that followed, he would deal with the enemy with classic techniques and magical equipment, and he would not expose the moves and the devices that he had brought from the Federation unless he absolutely had to. During the exploration, it was possible that he would be engaged with experts above the high level of the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the camouflage required extraordinary tricks to slowly change his appearance on a cellular level. The lengthy endeavor took Li Yao almost half a month. During that time, naturally, he did not let go of the army of the appeasing ambassador. He sent Neltharion to search for the target's traces in the woods and followed them neither too far nor too close. After the bloody battle half a month earlier, and especially after an expert in the core formation stage was slain, the local barbarians seemed to have become terrified of the army. There had never been any head-on conflict since. They were simply hiding in the forests in small squads and ambushed their enemy when the army was not prepared. After they took down 1 or 2 victims, they would immediately run away. Such a tactic was tricky to deal with. Also, the natural venomous fog in the forests of the primitive land put the soldiers in miseries too. The strong and healthy fighters before had significantly lost their weight and liveliness. However, not all the barbarians in the forest were against the Emperor's army. After half a month's observation, Li Yao gradually discovered that the local barbarians could generally be classified into 2 types. The first type of barbarians were the pure primitives who had tattoos and rings all over their bodies, lived in the caves or nests deep inside the forests, and hunted for every meal. Such barbarians were more hostile to the Emperor's army. The other type of barbarians, in the meantime, lived in better environments such as the side of rivers or valleys. They were capable of tilling their land and growing crops. Their life was relatively stable. Such barbarians were more civilized. Their utensils were finely made, too. They knew the courtesy to cover their body with clothes. They even had the notion of towns. In the towns, some people in exactly the same attire as those in the Emperor's army were doing their business as blacksmiths or merchants. Li Yao even saw a white-haired scholar in a relatively large village who appeared to be a teacher teaching more than 10 kids of the barbarians how to read. It appeared that the notions of strange barbarians and familiar barbarians existed in the sector too. There were disobedient barbarians who resisted the authorities, and there were also obedient folks who admired the culture in the Central Plateaus and pledged loyalty to the Central Dynasty. As he expected, Li Yao discovered that the route of the appeasing ambassador's army included most of the villages of the familiar barbarians in the mountains. After they reached every village, although it would be exaggerating to say that the locals welcomed them with great enthusiasm, they were quite respectful to them, at least on the surface. It was especially so after the appeasing ambassador surnamed Ling stuck the head of Black Nose, the core formation stage cultivator of the barbarians, who was slain half a month ago, to the tip of the flagpole and had some patrol around the village with the flagpole. The locals of the villages were all dumbfounded and frightened, even less courageous to resist. They kept the heavily wounded soldiers in the army for treatment and prepared sufficient food, water, and necessary medicines for a jungle march for the army. Some of the barbarians even volunteered to join the appeasing ambassador's army. All kinds of fancy flags were fluttering in the sky. The army was much more magnificent than before, at least on the surface. Appeasing Ambassador Ling lived up to the expectations of the locals, too. Everywhere he went, as long as the locals were obedient on the surface, he would bring what appeared to be royal decrees in Li Yao's eyes out of his camp, announcing that the court had decreed the local barbarian leaders as the mayors of the villages. After being decreed and given official titles, all the local barbarian leaders were overjoyed and worked even harder to provide assets and soldiers for the emperor's army. It was also a regular approach that the Central Dynasty adopted to deal with the barbaric groups in many worlds of ancient cultivators. What was an appeasing ambassador's job exactly? He would recruit the barbarians who were obedient to the court and include them in the bureaucratic system of the court by decreeing them as officials before he asked them to join him in crushing the barbarians that were not obedient. Curbing the barbarians with barbarians by taking advantage of their internal strife was a smart move. How could the army from the Central Plateaus, who were terribly outnumbered and unused to the climate, expect to suppress the barbarians born and raised in the tough land? Li Yao was not interested in the regular barbarians who joined the emperor's army. However, other than the ordinary barbarians, as the news that the appeasing ambassador's army entered the forest spread out, some of the extraordinary barbarians with spiritual energy dancing around them joined the cause after they reached every town. Those who played with snakes, tigers, or ghosts, those who rode rhinos, buffaloes, crocodiles, or deer, and all the rest of the bizarre-looking cultivators of the barbarians appeared from whichever corner they had been hiding previously. Besides, there was another advantage to recruiting the locals, which was that they were more familiar with the terrain there. After they joined, the emperor's army was able to send out the barbarian soldiers and barbarian cultivators for reconnaissance when marching. The odds of being ambushed by the enemy were significantly lowered. A lot of their trouble had been saved. Appeasing Ambassador Ling grouped the barbarian cultivators into the same camp and asked quite a few barbarian soldiers to attend to them. The barbarian cultivators were deities on the earth in the southern forests in the first place. They were essentially the guardian angels of the major villages and tribes. The barbarian soldiers all considered it a great honor to look after them. For several days, the barbarian cultivators were bragging about how awesome they were in their camp from morning to dusk every day. But they did not know that a Neltharian was hiding right next to them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Li Yao summarized the basic situation of the sector based on their chatter. He also learned why appeasing Ambassador Ling was dispatched to the Southland of Sorcerers. It was time to get in touch with them. After more than half a month, an indifferent young man gradually surfaced on the branches above the canyon in the depths of the mountains. The young man's skin was slightly green, yet it was extremely smooth, as if it were made of a warm, green, slippery jade. Although he was a young man, the corners of his eyes were filled with tiny streaks that extended all the way to the temples on closer look, making his eyes rather narrow and long. Together with his pure black eyes without the slightest fancy shade, where the pupils almost swallowed the eye white, he gave out a mysterious, immeasurable feeling and made others unable to guess his age. It seemed appropriate to call him a teenager. It was not wrong to say that he was a middle-aged man in his 30s. It would pass, too, to call him a man more than 70 years old who had paid special attention to facial care. The young man's lips were extremely thin, and he was always wearing a half-smile. His vision was extremely broad. One would feel his stare whichever side they were standing to him. The brutality that was occasionally flashing inside his eyes explained why he was able to walk inside such a perilous forest without any disguise. The young man was wearing a green ring on the left thumb, which was shining brilliantly like a green fog that was forever clenched inside his palm. The young man extended his right hand, spanned the ring softly, and coughed. Boom, 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 Boom! 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 Ear-splitting explosions immediately echoed deep inside the canyon. The crags on the cliffs collapsed and blocked the cave, leaving absolutely no hole. The young man smiled and darted into the forest as quick as lightning. Very soon, the sounds of trees breaking off and rocks falling apart and the screams of demon beasts filled the area. A giant python that had 9 sharp thorns above the head like a crown dashed out from the top of a tree and fled in panic, only to be grabbed by an unstoppable force before it reached 20 meters away. Amid the most miserable shrieks, it was dragged into the depths of the woods by brute force, like a lamb whose thighs had been bitten by it in the past. Right next to the great banner of appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, quite a few red and green flags, as well as bizarre-shaped skulls of demon beasts were hanging. They represented the different barbaric tribes that had succumbed to the Emperor's army. Right below the great banner was a wagon dragged by 4 spotted cows. It was like a mobile palace. Despite the rune arrays added to the wheels and axles, the 4 spotted cows were still sweating and breathing hard. Inside the wagon and outside were 2 different worlds. The outside of the wagon was a forest with venomous fog, giant flies and mosquitoes, and a scorching sun. Inside the wagon, on the other hand, was a quiet, peaceful room. Not only were the shrieking cicadas, the hissing horses, and the clamoring crowd outside were entirely blocked, the passengers in the room could not even feel the bumps when the wagon ran over the tree roots or the water pools. It was as smooth and gentle as a journey in the clouds. The mobile quiet room was in fact not qualified even for appeasing Ambassador Ling to enjoy. It belonged to the female cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, who manipulated the orchid sword. In one corner of the quiet room, a bright purple incense was burning inside an octagonal censer made of white jade. On the right side of the room was a delicate bookshelf, on which a few mottled bamboo books and several vintage remnants were placed. The female cultivator was still in white, like an orchid flower that was about to blossom. She was sitting cross-legged with her eyes half closed, as if she were taking a nap. When the smoke of the incense flowed to her, however, it was condensed into an elegant shadow that was waving a sword like a thunderous dragon because of the attraction of her telepathic thoughts, filling the entire room with sword auras. Suddenly, the sword auras, consolidated by dozens of streams of purple smoke, retreated into a bright purple pill. The female cultivator opened her mouth and swallowed it. She opened her eyes and extended her wrists. Ripples appeared on the curtain of the wagon, as if a barrier was just removed. A cough echoed outside before appeasing Ambassador Ling raised the curtain, stooped, and walked in. He was much slenderer than before after marching in the forest for half a month. His face was darker and blacker, and his wrinkles were deeper as if they had been cut. But at this moment, there was delight in his eyes, as if he had just encountered something good. "Father, why did the army stop just now?" the female cultivator asked casually. "I sense quite impressive shock of spiritual energy. Has a local expert joined us?" "Yes and no." Appeasing Ambassador Ling smiled. When the army passed the head-cutting cliff, a dangerous area nearby, just now, shrieks below the cliff were heard. We sent out scouts to investigate, only to discover that a weird-looking young man was fighting a high-crowned lethal python next to the Thousand Snakes cave below the cliff. The high-crowned lethal python is one of the strongest snake-type demon beasts in the southern forests. Yet it could not withstand the bare hands of the young man, who tore it into several pieces on the spot. It was quite a wonder. I asked the local experts to test him. 3 village leaders of the sky-touching mountain were defeated by the young man in a row and almost killed. According to my observations, the young man is at least in the middle level of the building foundation stage. His attacks were quite organized. Somebody must have enlightened him before. He is a rarely seen talent in such a rough land. It was great that the young man came to greet us on his own initiative after seeing the great banner of the Emperor's army and the Black Tiger Iron Guards. "Is that so?" The female cultivator's eyes suddenly glittered. She asked, expressionlessly, "What's the guy's background?" I asked an interpreter who was familiar with the vernacular of the southern villages to inquire him, but the guy was speaking what sounded like a dialect in the westmost area, appeasing Ambassador Ling replied. Also, he was stammering and almost couldn't say a complete sentence. It seems that the guy has lived alone for too long to talk to anybody. According to the interpreter, even the guy himself couldn't tell exactly where he came from. He only knew that he grew up in an unpopulated place in the company of snakes and wolves. As a result, his body was built up to the point that it was almost weapon-proof. One day, he was captured by an eccentric fellow and dragged into an unknown cave, where the stranger taught him all his knowledge. After several years, the eccentric fellow died an abrupt death. The guy has been a dominator of the forest since then and fed on serpents and wild animals. However, the guy's master did inform him of the incredibleness of the court. Therefore, he did not dare challenge us upon seeing the banner of our army, and he was willing to join the court and attack those who were disobedient. My dear daughter, ever since the appeasing order was released half a month ago, the barbarians from 22 villages have joined us. The cultivators in our army have reached 100 too. Right now, we have even found a warrior who perfectly fits the role of vanguard. It is indicative enough that the Great Qian still has its influence. Chances are that we may fight a bloody way out of the deadly trap. Still has its influence? The female cultivator smiled, her eyes mysterious. She sighed gloomily. 300 years ago, when the Great Qian Empire was in its heyday, what were the barbarians in the southern forests exactly? At that time, we did not need to deploy an army at all. As long as an official in the refinement stage came here with a gold sword degree from the capital, not just the Mr. Nobodies in the refinement stage and the building foundation stage, even the cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers in the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage would still have been intimidated and obeyed every command, right? After only a few hundred years, however, the Great Qian has deteriorated to such an extent that Father, a Class 2 eminent official of the court and the appeasing ambassador of the 5th prefecture of the Southland of Sorcerers, is overjoyed for nothing more than a newly recruited cultivator in the building foundation stage. What a his daughter's words made appeasing Ambassador Ling blush. He smiled bitterly in embarrassment. Lanin, we pledged our loyalty to the Emperor, and we serve him well. The changes in the court are not something that you or I can control. Now that I've been appointed as the appeasing ambassador, I can only try my best to stop the situation in the Southland of Sorcerers from getting any worse. That is the only way I can return His Majesty's trust. His Majesty's trust? Ling Lanin, the female cultivator, sneered. It is obvious that the new emperor has not calmed down from his anger, yet after recently ascending to the throne, he is trying to wipe out the entire Ling family as an example for others. Watch your mouth. Just now, when he was speaking to his daughter, appeasing Ambassador Ling was rather polite, as if his daughter's position was even higher than his. However, hearing such defiant words from her, appeasing Ambassador Ling still put on a grave expression and roared, half seriously.